money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype.
stand tall. You see me stop, you see me fall. You ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Bright lights calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay. On the beat of your game, make me wonder, can get away. I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm running wild. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm running wild. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
Contact, ici une première tête, on vous l'a dit, Lothar, un doublé même, c'est un triple kill.
Hello and welcome to the magic that is the VALORANT Challengers EMEA playoffs. I got two wizards over here in Lothar and Zescht. I'm not a wizard though. I'm JustHarry. You see what I did there? You see what I did there? It's like a whole thing. It's like a whole meme.
Your name's Harry, right?
Yeah, dude. And it's like that meme from the internet. And like the kids love the internet nowadays. What's up?
Avada Kedavra.
Oh, God, okay, right. Look, we can steer clear of the wizard talk. I think right now, if we want to look through our spell books, we want to get everything ready, we're going to need to recap what happened yesterday. Because yesterday was a pretty eventful day as far as they go. We had some bonus matches, those postponed upper bracket games. We started with G2 Oxygen. Isn't that right, Lothar?
Yeah, we had to resume the game from 2 days ago because the servers were, let's say, unavailable for quite some time, and we had few rounds being played by G2. G2 woke up from the slumber in that Breeze game and won it in overtime with Mixwell for the first time on Sky in this match.
Yeah, then we had, the second game, the follow-up there, SMB taking on FPX. Zescht in there. You were kind of surprised at the outcome of that one.
I mean, surprise is a very nice word to say. This was pretty much the start of the downfall of Fun Plus Phoenix, and probably one of the saddest stories of VCT EMEA Challengers Playoff Stage 3 right here. Those guys had to replay the game. They were in the lead, right? Think about it. It was 10-7 if I'm not totally wrong. And then at the end of the day, how did it end up? It was just getting a disaster. 7 rounds in a row, won by supermassive plays, no real sign of life left. Rounds that should have never went in the way of the Turks still successfully ended. And we all know how that day ended yesterday.
Yeah, well, so we caught you up with the little bonus matches, as I'm dubbing them, right? The ones that were replayed. But let's bring up the bracket again, because then we returned to our regularly scheduled programming, right? We had Team Liquid taking on Oxygen down in the lower bracket, and there, well, Lothar, do you want to talk to me about that one?
About the Oxygen and Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, that match, it was a little bit awkward because Oxygen, they in the first match they showed up big against Giants. They won 2 versus 1, and then we actually we were looking forward for this match because we thought it's going to be very close. But Team Liquid appeared out of nowhere with the form that they didn't present for a very long time. They were just clicking heads. I don't like to pinpoint stuff typically, but it was Scream's and Yampi's show. They were going nuts. Reyna on Scream was just headshots all day long, right? And suddenly they woke up. They had problems with tactical approach in the past, but this one they just compensated by killing everyone.
It's the Team Liquid we wanted to see, right? And that was a very, very good sign. Man, these lower brackets, it's the Wild West out there, right? It really, really is. And this town ain't big enough for everybody, right? People have to go. So Zescht, when we look at that FPX matchup, well, what went down there?
So in my good old European chair, I was sitting there and saw Icebox 13-4 for FPX. All right, as expected, right? I think pretty much everybody, whichever interview you listened to before, people were considering Force to be one of the way weaker teams in this tournament. Well, that was all good and fine until we had to really redefine the limits of time when suddenly Bind was going for pretty much more than 1.5 hours, 1 hour 42 if I'm not totally wrong, going into multitude of overtimes, 24 rounds it took at the end for Force that they find that success. Some of you who play other first-person shooters know that that's not even the amount you need to achieve there. And well, last nail in the coffin was basically split. And this obviously brings me to the point that I have really, really hard feelings. It's really getting to me at this point. I'm missing you, FPX. I really do. I love Doombros. I love Angel. They are great human beings, probably the best in the world. So if you have any clue, if you have any idea where they are, gaining momentum is the reward.
Oh.
We absolutely miss you.
Oh,
I really miss you. Please come back.
Yeah. The town was only big enough for one sheriff, right? The Last Chance Saloon, and that was sadly the doors closing on FPX. Their journey brought to an end, but that's enough about the past. Let's start to look at the present, because the present is a bit of a gift, right? We got the schedule for today, and first up, Guild taking on Fireflux. Zescht, it's my understanding that you've got a little piece for us here. What are you looking forward to for this matchup?
We're going to go later into it a bit more in depth, but the interesting part of this is that obviously Fireflux had a quite decent performance against the recently just mentioned FPX. They're doing great there on Ascent, delivering a near perfect defense side. At the same time, there's obviously an issue when you swap sides and you don't get anything going. We have talked about this on day one with Navi a little bit, right? And that obviously sometimes can break your neck. This is what happened against FPX. It's going to be very interesting to see how those young guns in the form of Loris as well as Brasco can perform over here when they're facing Guild.
Yeah, and that second series was Navi versus the Vodafone Giants. Lothar, do you want to just, quick as you can, why should we be paying attention to this?
I'll be very fast. So, Navi, a new team called previously No Pressure. They got signed by Natus Vincere, one of the most prominent esports organizations, and they're coming into this tournament with a lot of pressure, coincidentally, on them. So this is going to be their third match in this tournament. They did fall to Ascend in a 0-2 match before, but it was a very close second map with 17-15. So there's a lot of, let's say, interesting stuff happening when it comes to Na'Vi, and they're bringing them to our attention because they play a very defensive style, typically playing very well and, let's say, in a stoic way. But the other team is, how do I explain that? Well, let's say it this way. Guild is, not Guild, Giants are coming in with a stand-in player. They made a big showing during the open qualifiers, and they came out of the blue with a very huge success story and a redemption arc for David P.
Well, I tell you what, I want to keep looking at this, redemption arc, this story behind the Vodafone Giants where the grass is always greener. And so for that, I spoke to Meadow. And now I'm joined by Meadow from the Vodafone Giants. Meadow, I want to start by saying I've heard people describe this team as, a band of misfits, a band of leftovers. Can you give me a little insight into what the vibe in the team is like? And do you think that kind of fits the characters here?
I mean, yeah, kinda. I feel like, we have really nothing to lose. So I just feel like it's positive for us that, people view us that way.
Well, so, kind of on the back of that then, you guys had this incredible run through Challenges 2 to even get here, right? Can you talk to me a little bit about what went on there? Obviously, you take down Liquid in fantastic fashion to book the EMEA playoff spot, only falling in the grand final. So, man, how was all of this feeling for the Giants, boys?
I mean, it was pretty surreal, We went from 0 to hero in just one qualifier, so I mean, it felt amazing, to be honest.
So looking at kind of your personal journey then, end of 2020, you were still in FPX, and then you get the news that you've been dropped. You go orgless for a bit, then you get the offer from Vodafone Giants. Can you talk to me about that whole, period of transition? What do you think it did for you personally? And did it kind of fire you up?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I was pretty sad, when I got the news. But, it just made me more hungry to prove myself as a player, that I can still, compete at the top and stuff like that. I mean, it hasn't been going great now for a couple of months, but we're finally breaking through, it feels like. So I'm feeling good.
That's really great to hear, man. Last question for me. I'm kind of, I'm looking at your bind. I'm looking at what David P had to say about bind as well. Coming into this, he wasn't a big fan of the map. He said he hated it. But he said thanks to working closely with your coach and with the team, it's ended up becoming a map that he not only feels comfortable on, but thinks is the strongest map in your pool. Can you talk to me a little bit about, the role of the coach in integrating players into a map that maybe they're not comfortable with? And also give me your thoughts on your bind right now.
I mean, I feel like we have, really good basics on bind. And when it comes to David, I feel like we're letting him have the freedom that, that he wants and he can use really good. So I feel like, those are the main reasons we're so good at bind, because, we have the basics on the map.
Sweet. Well, Matt, that's great to hear. Meadow, listen, we're kind of crunched for time. It's been a pleasure having you on. I really appreciate the little insights you've given. And best of luck today, man.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right, so Zescht, if we were out here, if we were panning for gold, I want you to be the sifter, right? Sort me through that interview. What were some of your takeaways there from Meadow?
It's great to hear what kind of, let's say, synergy he sees with having those players on for such a short amount of time, right? Having an IGL as a stand in the form of David P, that can go wrong massively. In this case, it worked quite well, and we will figure out if it can even work better later on today.
Well, I tell you what, Zescht, that's something, as you say, coming up later today. But let's start to focus on the here and the now, the matchup that we've got going down on our screens. I'm, of course, talking about Fireflux taking on Guild. This is set to be one hell of a matchup, right? The Fireflux boys, this young Turkish squad, up and coming, looking good. They've pushed teams to their limits. Their ascent's been looking banging. They've got this star in Sociable who's looking to go blow for blow with someone on the other side in Yassine. team, when we look over at Guild, this is a 4-5 Swedish team, right? Very, very exciting that that's even the case. The coach is Swedish as well. These guys, they're kind of the loose cannons. They're kind of the wild cards, right? We never know what we're going to get out of Guild, and that's what makes them so damn exciting. But that's enough about these teams from me, right? I think a good way to get acquainted with them would be to chat to the Guild boys. So let's see what they had to say.
Hi, my name is Justin Lagmari and I play for Guild Esports as, well, I guess rifler, but I'm just doing whatever they need me to do. The biggest success our team has had is, well, it must be the fact that we, together with the FPX, are the only two teams that's been around ever since closed beta and still are, top contenders in Europe. And obviously we made it so far in the most important qualifier up to date, and hopefully we'll make Berlin. I think the key factor to our victory is the fact that we are a family playing together. As I've said previously and multiple times, when I join the server, it's like I'm going into rank with the boys. I'm just having fun and I'm just enjoying myself with the guys. We are aggressive when needed, we are passive when needed, and we kind of play this mixture of everything and just trying to be fluid within the game. The reason why we deserve to win the EMEA Challengers is basically because we've been, since the beginning, fighting for just this moment. I mean, we have fought hard, struggled, we have shined, we have had the bad falls. We've been through everything to come to where we are right now. And in all honesty, we've always been the underdogs. And I think that finally some people are starting to realize our true potential, and hopefully we can get to show it this time.
Who doesn't love a story then where the underdogs are realizing their true potential? I do love hearing Yassine talk about this team, man. I think, knowing some of these players from their previous careers and where they've come from, I knew that this would be a pretty, raw and emotional team as far as they go. And I feel like you got a pretty good sense of that in the interview. Wouldn't you say so, Zescht?
Exactly, and he went obviously for the classic Vin Diesel vocabulary there and saying family, but it is kind of true, right? The kind of bond they have for the amount. It is in fact actually something. And Barbar is probably, he was the one who was bringing up Draken in CS. He was bringing up Safe in CS. That was a while ago, but he was some sort of mentor and teacher back then, always IGLing, and now as a coach, I think he can also bring that mental strength to the team and the knowledge.
Well, I actually spoke to one of these family members earlier on. I got to catch up with Draken, so let's see what he had to say. Well, now I'm joined by Draken from Guild. Draken, man, you know I love you. I'm just wondering, not too long ago you were dropped from this squad for a period of 2 weeks, and then you rejoined. What was the reasoning behind that? And what do you think it did to you as a player?
Actually, it was kind of some personal problems that I don't want to get too far deep into, It's been some family issues and stuff like that. So it was kind of a mutual agreement. So I had my little break, and then the team hit me up again. And they said, hey, come play. We need you for Berlin. And I was excited, and I felt like, I feel like I've loaded up my batteries again. And it was a clear yes for me. So I just went back to the screen.
Dude, that's great to hear. I'm very, very happy about your return, at least. And with it has come that you've been picking up Astra lately on Haven, which I thought was pretty interesting. We see you play that versus Fours for the first time the other day. I also note that you guys are working Astra into your pool a hell of a lot at the minute. Can you talk to me about how you're finding her as an agent and how that's coming along?
Yeah, I like the agent. It's a very hard agent, though. I gotta tell you, and I had a pretty shit game. At least we won. So we played pretty good as a team. It was like we were playing against this comp. It's so nasty, They don't have a duelist. They have like Sky, Viper, Killjoy, like all this nasty stuff. So it's kind of unusual to play against this. So we were a little bit lost, but and they played great, obviously, but we managed to beat them in the long run. And like you said, Astra, we're working on that. Me and Leo are playing it. I think it's a very good agent. I think when it came out, it was a bit overpowered, but now it's more, yeah, it's more balanced.
Yeah. She feels like she's in a better spot. Last question then for you, Draken, here. You seen the other day put that tweet out after you guys took an L to Gambit. It was after the Icebox game where you did great, and you know, he seemed pretty emotional, and he said he really wanted to win it for you and all the efforts that you'd put in. Can you talk to me a little bit about, you know, what this means to the boys, putting your hearts and souls on the line, as it were?
Yeah, I mean, we really wanted to win this Friday versus Gambit. We had a real bad, like an off day. We didn't you know, play good. We gave away a lot of like 5v3s, and so I'm not taking away anything from Gambit. They're a great team, and like they have very good players, and they play good Valorant. So it was just, you know, unfortunate, and we were a little bit low, you know, on the energy, and I feel like we have refueled, and we're really hyped for today. So yeah, the energy is up, and Yasin is screaming, and yeah, we're gonna
That's good.
We're gonna put on a show today.
Brilliant, man. I really look forward to it. I've seen that little whiteboard behind you, and you are helping, Draken. You are. It's been a pleasure, man. Thank you very much for tuning in, and look forward to speaking to you again.
Thank you, Harry. Likewise.
I like that, dude. Draken's a good guy. I like this whole guild squad as well, right? You know, we've already said a very emotional team. I want to move away from the emotions. I want to look technically, Lothar. And whenever I look for technical, you know, feedback, input, you're the guy I come to. So talk to me a little bit about this guild squad and what's kind of interesting that we might get to see today.
Well, let's talk a little bit more maybe about the common spots that those two teams that will be playing against each other have. And I think Ascent is one of those maps that will probably show up today. And typically when you think about Guild Esports, that is Raze that is being picked up by the team because that's Yasin, right? But on Ascent, we have actually a lot of changes when it comes to Guild because they have Yasin playing on Killjoy, which gives him less freedom to roam the map like he typically does. So that's already a big change. But we also have seen Draken and Safe play on Jet, which is also a huge change for the entire team. And Guild is typically way better on defense than on attack, which is also a problematic thing for attacking side on Guild. So there's a lot of changes for Guild being made in the past matches, which are making me a little bit nervous when it comes to consistency, right? They also present different playstyles because they changed the duelist. Like Safe is a little bit safer than...
You didn't even mean to do that one, did you?
He's a little bit safer on defense. He doesn't really do aggressive peeks with the operator that much like Yasin would do, an example, because Yasin is that guy that just goes in, right? So I feel like this team is so different based on which agents they pick, and the way they play the game suddenly changes. It's going to be visible on many maps where they play either very reserved or very aggressive. And I feel like one of better spots to highlight as well is an example how they play on Haven, Zescht.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point you're touching on, because you said if there's a man who's breaking down every single door you have with a crowbar or a rocket launcher, it's obviously Yasin, right? He's usually the type of man on the defensive guild who can open up a lot of space. We're going to take a look at a little example from Haven, for example, what was in the game against Force, because, you know, this was a bit of a back and forth. Guild ended up here on an overtime victory, 14-12, and the defense was quite equal. And the thing here is that they obviously know what kind of tools they have available. They have the showstopper, and you've seen the first thing he does goes pretty much in, knows he's Raze, can't dash, but he's still got his blast packs, and this is where they actually want to stay unpredictable. There's no scenario where Force should feel comfortable. There's no scenario where Guild wants that they are getting in a spot where, you know, we know what you're doing, because they have been very slow. They have previously let Force come at them, and we saw first kills happening around the 45, 60, 75 second mark, which is quite late in the game. This time around, and they sometimes do it, not always, they take a super aggressive stance, and it can work quite well. Force had to play off of that. Leo is doing his good job, and obviously success granted.
And
nobody else.
What is even more important on Haven is that, for me, like Guild was always the star player Yasin, right? But more and more we see other players picking up the slack, and Leo, for me, in my eyes, is one of those guys that is shining bright because he's playing Breach, right? So, you know. But he is doing so well on Haven. He's actually the top fragger, the top ACS player on Guild on that map, and he is that because he's like, he is so efficient at holding A site, which is also another problem, by the way, from Guild. Guild typically is anchoring sites a lot. On every single map, you can color code which site is which players. And there's just one player being a little bit more flexible, but other than that, they don't really swap that much, which is a bit of a problem. Maybe Fireflux will read into that. But I wanted to just say that on Haven, when I look at my notes, Leo is one of the first contacts, typically around double dose on defense, right?
Yes.
But on attack, they also tend to gravitate towards that mid area and double dose, which is easy to read. And today, this is something that I will speak about in volumes about both of those teams. They are a little bit predictable.
Oh, well, you know, we're talking about both teams. We haven't actually met the other team yet. Fireflux, right? Let's take a look. Let's see what's going on with these guys.
Play hard.
Merhabalar, ben Salih Onaran, Nikim Marknu'ya Fireflux takımının koçu ve menajeriyim. Takımımızın en büyük başarısı kurulduktan çok kısa bir süre sonra Valorant Champions Tour Challengers 1 ve 2 turnuvasında çok iyi performans göstererek, özellikle ikincisinde çok iyi performans göstererek şampiyonluğa ulaşmak oldu. Bizim başarımızın anahtarı arkadaşlık, inanç, hırs. Takımımızdaki arkadaşlık birbirine yakın yaşta ve seviyede oyuncuların bir araya gelmesinden kurulu. İnanç, birbirimize olan inancımız hiçbir zaman kaybolmuyor. Maçta ne kadar geriye düşersek düşelim bir şekilde birbirimize sırtımızı vererek bu işin altından kalkmasını biliyoruz. Hırs da kazanabileceğimiz her şeyi kazanmak istiyoruz.
Yeah, so Fireflux, they've been causing a bit of a scene. They've been looking good. I think, you know, there is one notable player that really springs to mind, right? In Sociable, Lothar.
Sociable is when you think about a duelist coming from Turkey, you're like, oh, he's that jet player, you know? He just drifts.
It's ruined it for everyone, man. That's, yeah.
Not only him, there's just so many good jet players in Turkey. But here we have actually two teams that are playing mainly Raze in form of Yasin and Sociable, who is that Raze player. But also he swaps sometimes to Jet, don't get me wrong. But he's typically associated with that Raze and he's really damn good at it. Like he is creative, he knows when to use the satchels for mobility, he knows when to use it for disruption. So I'm honestly, when it comes to Fireflux, it sounds like, oh, it's just one guy, but they also have other players that shine through. An example, Brasco is a 17-year-old Breach main player who picks up sometimes Sage, but typically he's the guy who's playing Breach, but because of that, they don't really play Sky, which is a problem in my mind.
Yeah, you know, and one of the big questions for me, you know, about this Sociable character is how is he going to stack up against a guy like Yasin, right? For me, this is such a cool head-to-head to try and focus on. Zescht, do you want to give me your thoughts on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a few things we have to take a look at here. Obviously, Sociable coming in with 282 ACS, it's a banger. Also, first blood percentage, quite decent for such a young man. And the thing about all of this is we have to still keep something in our mind. Why is there such a big difference in the ACS of Yasin and Sociable? Well, the reason is also that Yasin, obviously, as Lothar mentioned earlier, has been a bit more versatile in his agent. Killjoy, for example, in a sense, is something where you don't necessarily frag that much. But on the other hand, it's also something where I have to say that he's lacking a little bit in ACS for us, specifically our tournament right here. This is where he's somehow stacking up with 207 ACS just specifically on that agent. And the thing is, he always nowadays has to share this kind of fragment role, which is a good thing, obviously, with Safe, because he also and Cypher can pop off. We have learned that in the past a good bunch of times. So we could make of a few things there. Maybe in the head-to-head, there's a slight issue. But on the other side, if Sociable is the only big fragging character, which they have to rely on here on the side of Fireflux, it might be a bit one-dimensional if there's problems just coming specifically towards that player.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting. I always like homing in on, you know, like star player stories. One of the discussions that like we sometimes have is this idea of like, when you're a star, you know, it is all eyes are on you. And there's a reason why you're kind of judged more harsh than the rest of the team, right? You're fielding all of that pressure and, you know, you're the one given the bulk of the support to try and create this space, right? So that's why when we look at guys like Yasin, even though it's maybe only a little like, you know, beneath where we would consider ideal for him, it's still worth mentioning. And so I hope we can get a good game out of him today. When we start to look at maps for this series, though, Lothar, I think it gets pretty interesting, right? I feel like we could maybe predict the first two maps we're going to get.
Well, when it comes to like the map predictions, for me at least, Breeze is typically being banned by Guild. Like, that's something that it almost always do. Fireflux is typically doing the Icebox ban. So we think this is gonna happen, right? Then Ascent is the best map for Fireflux, but it's also pretty decent for Guild. Maybe not the best, but it's okay-ish, right? And then we have 3 other maps. Bind, Haven, and Split. Haven is also picked by both teams very much, right? Often, and then it's just basically split between Bind and Split. So neither or both of those maps will appear as a decider. So one of those. But that's basically it. But what I wanted to just say is that Fireflux, because we're gonna most likely see Ascent, right? And Ascent is the best map. And I was talking about predictability. Whatever. They're easy to predict. On Ascent, an example, they played it 7 times, and on the pistol round, they never planted on the B side. There's always a push towards A. There's always like a specific interval they're also doing it. And on attack, an example, if they do an aggressive push, it's only through A short with a slowed down push from A lobby. Those patterns that appear from Fireflux and also Guild, because there are many examples of that, are typically the moment where analysts and coaches are like, oh, okay, so we have tells. If this happens at the beginning of the round, we know what's going to happen later. That's a very big thing when it comes to top-tier Valorant gameplay.
Yeah, it's a little scary as well, because I can't imagine these situations where it is as black and white as like every time they've played this map, every pistol, they've done this one thing. Like, I bet normally, even when it is pretty skewed, there's a bit more variation there. It's like, this might be their favorite, but they've got these other ideas up their sleeve, right? So that is a little bit scary. We were having this conversation about the tells. Does that kind of tie into the agent pool as well? That's pretty similar, right? Whenever we look towards Fireflux here on Ascent, if I'm not mistaken.
Fireflux on Ascent is typically playing the Jet. It's not playing the Jet, which is also a big thing. For Guild, actually, this is why we have someone else playing Jet than Yasin, right? We have Draken or Safe picking up that agent. It's because the Jet is just so powerful on Ascent. It's like her playground. She's able to put so much pressure on every single point of the map with her dash on attack. It's just like synonymous. Ascent and Jet are coming hand in hand. But now Fireflux are not playing that, which means that Guild have a little bit more space in the mind, of the back of the mind, because we don't have to play against that dash.
Okay. Well, then let's start to take a look at where we're going to end up here. Let's get the maps up on screen and see how this is looking. Are we right in our assumption of an Ascent to open? I'm thinking, ooh!
I mean, we were right about the maps, but it's not
the order, yeah.
Not the order. Icebox and Breeze are being banned, so that's not a surprise. But Split being picked by Guild? Zescht, there has to be a reason that they picked a map that they typically don't start from.
I fully feel that, because you would say with Haven specifically, I mean, the numbers advantage is going in favor of the guys of Guild, right? They were quite decent. I'm sure there were a good bit of overtime, a bit of close matches, which might have went the other way with this and that happened. But Split being picked is something that I would have never really expected, because to be honest, right, the thing is, Guild has played that once during Stage 3, right? There was this one time where they thought, this is the kind of map we want to see, this is the kind of map we want to fight against. And obviously the thing about that is, when you do it once, we have seen this kind of pattern occur that you simply swap up the agents, right? You pretty much swap up the agents. They have done it actually 3 times to be accurate. G2, FPX, and BK Rock. Leave BK Rock out of that equation, right? It was a 13-11 against FPX, a 6-13 against G2. And that Breach combo with Cypher, Omen, Raze, and Sage, I could imagine we see a change there, because it might be so predictable also to Fireflux.
Yeah, it's also very funny that you mentioned that exact lineup, because both teams are playing this lineup so far on Split. So we're most likely looking into a mirror match, unless Guild, as you brought up, will cook up something in the lab and bring something else. I wouldn't mind the KO, by the way. I'm not sure if Guild is doing that, but KO is actually pretty good on Split. But we'll see. Viper, also another one that is missing. By the way, if we have a topic, I would love to find time to discuss why NA is ahead of EU right now when it comes to metagame, but maybe later. But when it comes to Split, I would say that the biggest things are for Guild is like They are so slow on this map. On attack, they're running out of time. I remember matches in the previous VCTs when they're literally not planting because they run out of time. They were executing in the last 10 seconds, going through Heaven A to side. There's a lot of stuff like that. Also, Safe with his Cypher on attack, almost every single round was using the same setups, which is also easy to read. So,
Do you know?
problematic.
Should I tell you why that is the case? I have the weird assumption that it is Barbar's fault. Not necessarily fault, but I remember very much back in the day when he was in CS and he played with Safe and so on under different names, he was always taking care that they really have this old Navi style of planting. Really last 30, last 20 seconds. I could imagine, I don't know, but I could imagine that this is obviously the influence of someone with so much experience saying, you know, this is something that has worked in the past for us. That can be very effective, but suddenly, as you mentioned, you can run out of time because every single step has to be pitch perfect.
And also, teams are getting way better at defense all the time because they pick up just agents that are meant to just slow you down when you're attacking. But yeah, when it comes to agent select, we're gonna see what's gonna happen because we are going straight into it. And the thing is, I wanted to point out, Fireflux, if they bring the exact same lineup, and it seems like they're gonna be going for it, there's an Astra for Guild. So that's a change. Typically, they were playing the Omen.
Yeah, but they do this nowadays, right? Leo has been really adapting to Astra a lot recently, and this is very nice to see. Draken is also picking up his usual Sage part, not actually his usual Sage. He's usually on the Omen with that one. Understandable that they made that little change. And so it is a slight difference we see.
Slight differences.
But a good one. I personally like the difference. I'll be honest with you. Leo looked quite decent on Astra.
Yeah, I agree. This is a decent change. Specifically also because Omen doesn't have like the ability to play with a Jet here in their lineup, so that's a paranoia synergy that we don't see. I'm not certain if we're gonna see Lothar on Reyna. Like, this is pretty ballsy. I don't see a single character that has smokes here. So typically he was playing on Omen, and also, by the way, I have to mention, he is like on defense, he's playing on ramp almost every single round. Left side of ramp on defense on A, that's his position. If Guild knows that, that's gonna change as well. You know, this is funny because I spoke with you, Harry, today about how like the meta game in NA is evolving a little bit faster than EU, and now we're actually getting 2 Astras now in EMEA instead of Omens. That's interesting. I love it.
No, dude, this is actually I think everything about this has looked really, really good, right? In the map vetoes are interesting, the agent picks are interesting. We know where we're heading, we know what's up. All that's left to do now is really get this one going into game. So let's bring in our casters.
Okay, there we go. We're already in there. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for handing it off to us. My name is John Allen. With me is Gio. We're going to be getting underway with Split. We thought we'd see it, but we didn't think we'd see it on this pick. How you doing, Gio?
Yeah, I mean, obviously just seeing the agent compositions be the way that they are going into this game. I mean, you could hear the surprise that was kind of being taken when the analysts were talking about it. It's a little bit of a change coming in for both of these two teams. And I'm very interested to see how this is going to go, especially considering the fact that we are now in the coveted lower bracket. Whoever loses this game is going to be out of the competition. Their dreams of going to Berlin is going to be dashed. This is a very brave time to start bringing in new ideas.
I mean, Harry used the pun, I think, at least twice on the desk, but I'm going to bring it back as well. I mean, there ain't room in Berlin for the both of them, so they're going to have to try and battle it out here, try and duke it out, go head-to-head, loggerheads, as we are used to seeing so far, but only 2 teams have been eliminated so far. We're going to be looking for 2 more to happen today, and that's what we're bringing you. Guild and Fireflux. Gio, predictions? Let's kick it off. What have you got?
I mean, it's so cruel, but if I'm totally honest, I'm leaning more towards Guild, just purely because of the way that Fireflux play is, you know, they have some really, really good rounds. They have some really good plays, but in the last couple of times they played, they have been so inconsistent when it comes to attacking. You know, they've had these really strong defending halves, and then their attacks have just completely fallen on their face. And the problem with that is I think a team like Guild, who have been around a little bit longer, they have this more experience, could totally punish that.
Guild to start out on the attack. See what they can eke out of this one. Lizzie. First to face in mid, sees a little bit more than he bargained for, but the backup from Ropes. Sociable falls back. First frag goes over to Fireflux. As Brasco holding up towards the stairs. Not going to stop Guild from moving on forwards, though. They will continue to encroach into enemy territory, but they are walking in potentially to the jaws here. Or Fireflux. Playing forwards, though. Safe. Turns the corner. Gets the first. Turns the corner again with a flashpoint. No one is going to be blinded. Laura's able to get one more on the board. 3 players now standing for Guild. So they have got that spike, but it's not quite onto the site just yet. Play for the retake just now. Bonka getting that plant in.
Spike
They know where it's going to be. Waiting for the cross. Laura's able to nail that shot with a ghost. 2 players now stand for Guild in the post plant. Leo holding behind the pillar. Trying to slow things down. There's a flank coming in, but they have not got a lot of time to be playing with here. Not a lot to be messing around with. Draken not going to have the range really to challenge against a ghost with the classic there. Frenzy up close for Leo. Probably their best hope. Blocking the vision yet again. Said he wasn't going to be able to get the range, but Leo playing up close. Swings for a second. Can't quite find it. And the first round goes over to Fireflux.
I mean, it started off like a pretty decent round for Guild, but Fireflux are pretty effective at their pistol rounds on defense. Seems to be a bit of a pattern, so not too much of a surprise for me that it worked out that way, especially with Loras popping off kind of the way that he did. Definitely one of those players who, you know, takes on a lot of the supportive roles, but you can definitely look to for making plays like that, getting a number of kills in any one round. So good start there for Fireflux. And naturally, as I said, you know, you expect them to be pretty good on their defense. It's going to be the second half that's going to be the one to, I think, worry about a little bit more with them.
Just a little bit. Okay, they've got their first round in. Every point is going to matter here on split. And now Guild, they want to try the same thing again. Moving up mid, taking control. This time they've left safe towards the A side of things, but not really going to be able to do too much behind the Sage wall. The barrier orb holds strong. Sociable. This could be brutal. Could be into the mint. So they go. Only the ankles found. You're going to feel that in the morning. Yassine, though, has a shotgun of his own in the classic. Right clicks. Not quite there. 6 HP. But he gets another kill. Drops the paint shell in. Forces Leo up to challenge. We'll see it there. 45 HP. And again, just zoned away with the utility. Raze having an impact in heaven.
Even though those were some good kills there for Fireflux, and clearly they have a very definitive man advantage here, it's unfortunate that at no point the spike actually got dropped in vents itself, or in ropes itself. So it could have been a bit harder for Guild to have recollected that. So we can see Leo's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here as he tries to push up into B heaven.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Does not get the better end of that trade, and we won't even be able to refrag it. Only one player left standing, with the Frenzy able to find one onto Lurzi. Gets another as well. There's Frenzy doing work, but only 5 HP remain. 6 bullets, and it's not going to be enough. They will shut it down. Fireflux, they win their second round, and now onto the bonus.
This could, of course, be an opportunity for Guild to put their first round on the board, as I assume they're going to be buying up here. Gonna have a little look at... I mean, I really liked this positioning from Sociable. It's just the fact that the spike, it just burst upwards.
Yeah.
And could be collected immediately. Ultimately, you know, it didn't matter. Guild didn't get to plant the spike, didn't get to do anything with it, but I think the hope was that it would probably be dropped down in ropes.
Potentially. I mean, I felt like he could have sat there with the judge and just tried to chop the ankles off as they came and presented themselves to him, but just wanted to get away with a frag. I mean, fair enough. You don't want to give any chance to those pistols.
All these players of Guild pretty much staying together for now, and they just have Draken staying behind in spawn. Gonna have to contend with a lot of this Sage utility, but they can get rid of it pretty quickly. It's time for a rotate.
Slow and steady for Guild. Moving all the way back through spawn with only a minute remaining means that they are going to be pretty committed here unless they take presence in mid towards the B site. You can see they've left safe towards the sewers and will be popping his head out into mid. in just a mo. Jump peeks around the corner, and actually they've got first face on Sociable. Playing up close, has the Judge taken down. Draken with discipline. Able to get the shots done. Brasco is going to be distracted by the Doombot. And Draken will find yet another headshot. Is going to land. 30 seconds, and they make their way onto B. Yassine nails another, and it looks good for Guild to take the first round of their half.
It's really nicely cleared out there as well. The way that they were hoping for the bait so the Sociable could get the kills. Loras is going to try and return the favor, but so much control of the B side's already been taken by Guild with the spike down 2. 3 versus 2 here. Loras is just staying out of the way.
Back. I mean, they have put themselves into a not terrible spot, obviously with the heal from Loras coming through. It'll be pretty important. Keep them topped off. You're seeing very low, but Leo fragging from the back. He's given them the old do-si-do. He's behind in the lines, and now there's no real hope here for Fireflux to be able to get back on. Just save the gun, get away with as much creds as you can.
Nice round there from Guild, and it really was nice the way that they cleared out the garage, just seeing the way that Fireflux had set themselves up in there. They wanted to get those judge kills from Sociable again as the attackers started to feed in, but Draken was very responsive to Sociable's position. You know, I also really like the fact that Leo actually held on to 3 of his stars, didn't use them all early, as you see a number of people who play Astra do, and so that meant he had them available to him when they actually got onto the B side. It facilitated the control that they'd already taken, and it made it doubly hard for Fireflux to actually contend with that.
Potentially the final nail in that post-plant coffin there. The Guild get there first. Now onto the first, well, I say the first rifle round. Lerzy on the Sheriff, didn't get the memo. Gonna try and play back with the Astra, playing actually pretty close towards Heaven. Looking for shots towards Mail. Not gonna find any. Not investing into this round, so any damage that you can do with that Sheriff gonna do wonders for the economy. Fireflux. But it's slow and steady yet again for Guild. With a minute left on the clock, they haven't fully committed either way, but looks like they're going in towards ropes, trying to move some things around. Getting rid of that turret, pretty crucial to be able to swing up towards ramps, but that's already being guarded and covered off.
I mean, getting rid of the turret is one thing. There's still so much in there as well that they would have to deal with. So it makes sense why they're actually starting to look more towards B as well. The problem is, I think Fireflux are aware of this as you start to see the rotate come through. There's the stars. That's probably going to be a good initiator.
Moving in, going to be able to open things up just a little bit. Draken gets one, but Sociable chimes back with a trade, and now again into the numbers advantage. Leo, though, will find 2 more as we go into 2 versus 3 here for Guild. As Fireflux did manage to pop off the res in the middle of the fight. Showstopper, blast pack in, wants to stop this plant. They know there's not a lot of time left. They just want to delay things. They might be able to do more than that as well, as Draken takes a tumble, and Fireflux nail a third, bringing it back on their defense.
Yeah, a really great, well, I want to say retake. It wasn't really a retake, I suppose, as they didn't have to go for a defusal at the end, but the way that they retook the control of the B side, even though Guild had really set themselves up quite well to initiate onto it, it's the way that Fireflux surrounded them and used their utility very well, and especially with that res coming out from Loras too, it just fed into the power and the strength that they had that they could use against Guild.
Satchel out.
Blast back forwards again, Guild. Want presence in mid on their pistol. Seems to be their typical set play here for this matchup on Split. They're just going to cover off these angles, try and bulldoze their way in, but look at the utility that they're coming up against in B Heaven. Will not be easy. Killjoy littered, as well as Astra. Ready to go. And now Lerzy can just keep on putting that suppressive fire down. Immediately, everything is just guarded off. That is a firing range. Oh my goodness me, Lerzy nails the quad. It's against the pistols. I mean, sure, you expect them to win it, but style points, they might not count for anything towards the win, but they certainly get it done in my book.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, sure, the weapons advantage was there, but because all of the Killjoy utility had been used up there in B heaven, you know, the second that they just set off one of them, those gravity wells could come out immediately, and then you just eat up. And you can see they're trying to come back because they want that trade. They want the trade onto Lerzi, and even though 3 of them swung round, it just wasn't enough. They just lined themselves up.
I mean, what could you do? What could you do? It was perfectly placed utility. If they'd have gone A, it was a different story, but maybe they read into the fact that that's what Guild like to do on these pistols, on these ecos. And a little bit of a tactical timeout coming through. Now they want to decide what they want to do for their defensive side, want to try and read into Guild just that little bit more. Of course, a lot of ults on the cards now, Gio.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a decent amount. If you're on Guild's side, I mean, I think the res particularly is going to be quite important. That's something that, you know, of course, always provides a lot of value. If you're falling into a man disadvantage, you can bring yourself back into a fight, especially on a round like this where you're actually, you're coming in with rifles, right? This is a round where you would want to use something like that. And you know that that's not available on the other side too. Laura's used his res 2 rounds ago. So that's not an availability. That's an easy, clear path to an advantage if they decide that that's the right thing for them. You know, you've got the neural theft, you've got the cosmic divide as well, and you are just one piece of the pizza. You follow Average Jonas, I guess that's what you're going to be calling it now. You're just one piece of the pizza off of having a Rolling Thunder too. And of course, we know that this team, amongst many others, you know, in the professional scene, and I suppose below that too, like to use that as a big initiator to push into any site.
The technical timeout makes a little bit more sense than the tactical there, I think. I'm not sure if one led into the other, but yeah, you're right. I have a question for you, Gio. If Rolling Thunder was a pizza, what would be the toppings?
You know what? I feel like Breach is the kind of guy who like has a meat feast pizza.
Okay.
I can see him being one of those guys who wears like those fish caps that say like women love me, fish fear me, and has a barbecue and drives a truck.
That's not a pizza topping though.
Yeah, but he's the kind of guy who would like cook his pizza toppings on a barbecue and then be like, I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, well, here's my theory, right? I think, first of all, I think it's barbecue based. So I think you nailed that. I think instead of the tomato, I think you got barbecue. And I think you're going cheese. And then I think you're right. I think there's a big meat component. But I think there's also jalapenos on there.
Maybe so. I mean, depends how spicy Bonkar's feeling.
That is true. That is true. And at the moment, looking pretty lemon and herb right now for Guild at the start of their half. But still plenty of time to spice it up.
Well, looks like we're going to be heading into the next round, so we get to find out.
Sociable, already opening things up. Fireflux on the rifle. A really solid pick, taking off that Cosmic Divide as well for Leo. And they're going to have to rethink their strategy. At the moment, Guild, you're right. They're coming up against a really strong defense from Fireflux at the moment. But it is not the question whether or not they're strong on the defense. Their attack that could go either way. You've seen uses the res as a beautiful bait. They're traded off with a paint shell. Very nicely found. However, over the course of the round, it is going to be an even trade. Fireflux in 4v4.
It's so unfortunate, though, that Leo went down again after being res because he's still holding on to the Cosmic Divide. That's not going to be an option here for Guild in this round anymore. And they're also not going to be able to set off those stars. And, I mean, Leo has just been a very effective Astra player in recent times. So to have invested into bringing him back in the game and to have him lost once again, really unfortunate there for Guild. But as you say, you know, it's the 4 versus 4 at this point. They still have the opportunity to make this work. They have a relatively open path here, but they will be met by defenders. They actually start to push in onto the B side.
Damage done. Only to Lerzi, though. Yassine finds another onto Brasco. Traded off, 2 for 1. In the meantime, Guild racking up even more. And now just Suchini left in a 1 versus 2.
10 seconds left.
Moving in. As the spike is going to get planted. Guild now in a post plant. 1 versus 2. Showstopper is available. Draken no res, but no lockdown as well. So they can't go for it. Yassine, though, racks up a 4th on the round. 2 HP, but it won't matter 1 jot. As Guild get the second of their attacking half.
Yeah, nicely played by Guild, you know, especially just being able to recognize that they had that open space. Even though they got flashed going in, they still made their way through. As I say, unfortunate about what happened with the res, but ultimately it didn't end up mattering too much, I suppose. And one way that you can look at things like that is like, yes, you lost the guy who got resed, but that means that you're put into a 4-man situation rather than a 3-man, because that kill would have been onto someone else had the res not been there. So it still helped Guild on their way.
But even the lines get them back into a 4 versus 4, you're right. That's what we in the business call worth, Gia.
Now look at this. Guild, they pretty much got to come in through Garage here because of where Sociable's holding on with the operator. They can't push through mid. Got a star that they'll have to deal with, but you can see where the positioning of those players up in B Heaven are. They know that Guild will have to come through this way.
No one first face yet. Well, they can just chill out, bide their time. Again, a minute left, and Guild playing slowly on this attack. They want to find these cracks for Fireflux. And perhaps maybe they'll be a little bit more dynamic towards the end of this first half. Sociable just missing the peak there on the timing. Actually allows 2 out wide. Oh no, timing just so unfortunate. Caught out by the showstopper. That is so unfortunate. You hate to see it. Sociable goes down to several unfortunate timings on the trot. And now mid is opened up by Guild. There's the crack that they were looking for. And then they go in and freeze it open. Lurzi playing on this side of the Cosmic Divide as Tashini gets taken down. 2 kills for Guild come through, but they're answered. 2 versus 3, Rolling Thunder, and back of sight is safe for Loras. Oh no, he steps into it. And Leo now brings it into a 1 versus 1. Brasco do so much work from on high, but concussed. Can't do more. Guild get a 3rd.
I mean, fantastic at the end by Leo there, but that did get a bit touch and go for my liking. I mean, I love the way that Guild played that round, the way that they came back into mid. They wanted to bait Sociable out so that they can use the showstopper on him, bring the Cosmic Divide in to prevent the defenders from finding value out of the rotation back towards A. The problem is you had a couple of players here, Drake and Yassine, getting too aggressive onto the Cosmic Divide a bit unnecessarily, whereas I think they could have they didn't necessarily need to do that, and you know, Leo getting the 2 kills at the end, it brought it back in for them. It was a close one.
Scene moving through, they know they're against pistols, they want to move fast, move up high, get the peak, and it's going to work. Safe capitalizes on it, swings with the Spectre, the paint shell up top, Lurzi has to back away. A fast take on towards the A, and this is the dynamicism, I think that's a word, going in from Guild, that maybe they've spotted some openings and changed up their strategy just a little bit. Against the pistols, fair enough, but Leo cleans it up yet again.
Flawless round to even things out, John. All right, you know, there would have been people there who were a little bit worried on the first few rounds just because of Fireflux taking it away, but Guild, they found their footing. 4-4 so far. And it does make you kind of question, you know, for Fireflux, this team who are ostensibly much better on their defense, what do you expect here? You know, I'm unsurprised they're taking their tactical time out, because if they don't have a really dominant showing on their defense, what are we going to expect from their attack? And that might sound somewhat pessimistic, and I suppose in a way it is. But, you know, just having a look at, for example, the last time that Fireflux played here on Split, they took a grand total of 1 attacking round. 1 attacking round. Now, the game actually went into overtime because they had such a strong defense, but it's not their forte. And if Guild are going to subdue and oppress Fireflux's defense, what are they going to feel going into the second half?
But it also relies on Guild's defense, right? And they need to be able to hold off, because whilst, you know, they're not maybe the strongest, they will not give up on opportunities that are presented to them for Fireflux. So they just want to keep things going, get as many rounds in here. You can't be thinking about that at this stage if you are Fireflux, right? You just need to take this round by round, get them on the board, because you know that they're going to be important later on. It's a morale question for me, if I'm honest. That's what I feel like the attitude towards this game might sort of sit. Ults at the moment, showstopper, big opener for Sociable to try and slow down a push, but they have the Rolling Thunder to contend with.
very stationary at the moment. This is actually one of the first rounds where we've seen Guild be this separated out as they just kind of prod at the start. In a lot of these attacking rounds, they've all stayed in pretty much one big group. You can see Yassine just trying to have a look around the corner, see what's going on over towards ramps. And now they've had the call to start pushing up.
There's the Killjoy ult going in the lockdown. Just gonna time out, not too much there. In towards ropes, Brasco needs to nail this one. Rolling Thunder, that's gonna see them completely displaced. Moves in fast, Showstopper to try and slow things down and gets 2-4. It's Sociable, Hero on the A, and Guild left flagging. They invest a huge ultimate and get sent packing. Turned back into flat pack for the Swedes, and they're gonna go and have to rethink their strategy here. Move back into mid, but 2 players still over towards the A. Draken tries to open it up. And they move around the corner. Safe just strafes out. Ferrari peak there for Brasco to deal with. Can't quite hang on there. Drops down again, and Leo opens. 8 seconds, and they get on to the plant. But it's open. It's wide. This could be disaster, but Draken holds the line. And they fall it on back. 1 found for Lurzi to try and bring something back, but in a 1 versus 2. Only Cosmic Divide available here. And they need to go for this retake. They want to stem the flow. They want to hold this one down. Safe. Playing with a Spectre still. Despite the rounds that they won on the trot, just wants to save money. Playing up close. Back of sight, Draken holds it back and will crack out another headshot. The kill on the round, and Guild put 5 up.
I mean, it was just such an effective way of clearing out the A Heaven area. And you can say, yeah, I mean, that's obvious, it's a Rolling Thunder, but every time they've tried to put pressure there before, because Brasco's been playing there basically every single time. It's been his job to defend this area, but it's always been with something like the Aftershock, or you know, that kind of regular utility that the Breach carries. This time they had something a lot more beefy they could use against to guarantee that area cleared out, and it meant they had that path into A.
I mean, they opened it up. I mean, Sociable, absolute stonker of a shot with that Showstopper. And that's what I was talking about with that face-off coming on through. It's just unfortunate they couldn't pick the pieces back together after the advantage came their way. And now a B site potentially being set up for Guild.
I mean, yeah, Fireflux have actually only got 1 player over towards A. And Sushni over there, and they're allowing Lurzi to be a bit flexible, but here's the initiation in from Yassine. He gets 1, can't find a second.
Draken, though, gets the second for Guild. Around the corner, not quite getting that one done. Through the wall they go. The bullets find their mark. Sociable falls. 2 Sheriffs now in the hands of Fireflux on their pistol. And it's looking pretty good for Guild to be able to take this one. They even have the res, but they shouldn't even need to invest it. All 5 alive. Not a jot of damage sent to anyone but Draken there. 14 armor left, but that's going to be just fine and dandy. Geo should be good for Guild 6th.
It certainly looks like it's going to be that way. Absolutely. You know, there's not really much to go by for weapons here on the side of Fireflux. You can try and get a couple of dinks, which Lurzi manages to land. But it doesn't last very long, and not even Sushni can get an exit frag at the end there. So as you say, John, another round on the board for Guild. Looking really good there. And, you know, it almost makes me laugh a bit. You use that satchel on the Raze sort of as an equivalent sometimes of the dash on the Jet. But when you're playing Raze, you obviously don't have the smokes to help kind of conceal your path. And I feel like that round for Guild was just them saying, yeah, we don't need it. It's no big deal.
I mean, we spoke a little bit about on the desk about the matchup between Yassine and Sociable on these Razes. At the moment, Sociable just a little bit behind, still fairly even. Guild, though, really started to step up, and they're going to step up to B yet again. Cosmic Divide to see them fairly safely on towards the site. Lurzi, though, the first to face if they want to go for it. Trades out. Yassine will go for 1, but falls again. Lurzi nails a second, but it's traded once more. Bonka needs to fade away from the paint shell, but it's not going to be fast enough. The paint satchel will be able to blast them away from it. Invest the res as well. Fireflux see their opportunity, and they want to take it firmly into their control, but not without the price. Flores will fall. The res was already invested. Another headshot, but a triple kill for Safe, and that's Guild. to go down yet again. 6-5 in Guild. Not going to be able to rack up that 7th just yet. Fireflux want to go even on the half.
Yeah, finally back into the game here, and one thing that I will say is even if Guild do win this next round, Fireflux are not in the worst position in the world. I'd say a 7-5 at the half. Not too horrendous. Of course, this is assuming that they actually have a halfway decent attack when it gets to that point. But in terms of setting yourself up for an advantage, disadvantage, whatever it may be at the half, a 7-5 isn't the end of the world. And of course, it still could go 6-6 at this point. They can afford a full buy. They have, or nearly a full buy. We've got one Spectre.
Oh, puts the showstopper away, still has it though, brings it back out, drops the paint shell, beautiful! From Yacine, look at that, herding him like sheep. Loris goes down, but Brasco not gonna go down so easy himself. 2 kills found and fades away to the heavens. Sociable has to control him, but Draken's there. Rolling Thunder for the retake now as Brasco raids on through. Draken nails another shot, but Sushni able to get the answer. 2 versus 2 in the final round of the half. Leo looking to plant for Guild and it will go through. The retake not there just yet. As Lurzi up in astral form needs to move back. Sushni trying to play from their spawn. As Leo controls the back of site, elbow held by Scythe. Sushni turns first, plays up close, only has the Spectre. Leo gets 1 and Safe nails the second. Guild goes 7-5 on what we thought might be their weaker half, Geo. And it's on to the ever-faithful Fireflux side, and their turn to attack.
Oh, yeah, this is where we have to see how this one's going to go. I really do want to believe that they're going to have, an absolutely banging attack in half, and it's going to be great, it's going to be really close, but I just feel like recent performance has led us to this point where we don't necessarily know if that's going to be the case. So I'm going to withhold my confidence for now until we can actually see Fireflux put those rounds on the board. At the end of the day, it's not horrendous if they can't, just because this is Guild's map pick, but naturally you still want to be going for that 2-0 rather than a 2-1. No one wants to be putting themselves in, a best of 3 position where they have to go further than they need to.
Paint shell completely denied, and they had the fault line as well. That is brutal to stop that double glass pack play coming on through. They aren't going to slow down, not too much anyway. Trying to play for the A. Fireflux stall just a little bit. They'll try and push towards ramps, try and push towards site. It's just such a difficult movement. Guild though, not able to get any frags on the first phases of this attack. You have to be worried about it. Trying to right-click around the corner. You see, not able to do anything from the top. Bonka playing close, waiting for them to drop down towards the A, but at the moment, looks like Fireflux might have got the read, and they're moving over through mid. They got presence in B Heaven, and look at the rotates coming through from Guild. Draken already slowing it down.
Yeah, I want to see if Sushni's actually going to be able to get anything here, because he was really far out of that initial fight. He was over towards Sushi, kind of looking after his turret. But now, I mean, even more of a rotate coming in through from Guild, and Fireflux are split across the map, so they could get picked apart here.
Or not. Safe, able to just peek out, land a headshot. This play on the Cypher has been clean. Leo is going to get one more, and Bonka strikes finally from underneath. They know where this last player is going to be. It's Sociable from up on high. There's the flashpoint. Leo swings. It's a 2K on the round. A headshot to close it. Guild holds strong on the pistol.
Ah, and I even said the Fireflux were good at pistol rounds, didn't I? I cursed it.
You did say that. You did say
that. I will say that was a really long pistol round.
That is true.
Which I can always appreciate a bit, but Fireflux really did split themselves up quite a bit in that round.
Spike down A.
And I think they anticipated some kind of lurk that wasn't going to be coming out from Guild.
It felt like indecision, just a little bit. It felt like they hadn't really decided, like they stepped up and tried to go towards A, and they faltered, and then they were like, oh, we've got an opening at B, let's go over there. And then they sort of thought in the middle, hang on, should we? And then by that time, Guild were able to maneuver around them.
They haven't been able to get any kind of opening pick off of the the early use of utility, which is very reminiscent of what they did on that first round as well. And I suppose they don't want to over-aggress really just because of this weapons disadvantage. Especially if you've got, you know, SMGs going up against sheriffs, there's a disparity in the range that they're going to really operate at. But they can finally start to sneak around. Might be met by Yassine here. That's exactly what's going to happen. He just guns them down.
And Bonker's there right at the back to bring up the rear, get a frag for himself. Safe nails the last, and Guild 9 and 5 Fireflux on their second round on their attack. Not going to have too much luck. I mean, fair enough. You kind of expect that one, right? Let's sort of put that in there as a little asterisk. You know, fair enough. Guild starting out good, but this is the second round of the half so far. It's really going to be on this bonus to decide how the pace of this half is going to go. And Fireflux needs to put this one in.
I mean, I'll be honest, the use of the sheriffs was a bit peculiar to me. You spend more money than you really need to for fights that are going to be short range going up against what you know are going to be Spectres. So, you know, it happens, but at least Fireflux can actually afford some better weapons now. Got one Bulldog in there, but some Vandals as well. Hopefully, if you're them, this is going to give you a little bit of a boost into actually putting some attacking rounds on the board.
Maybe just a little bit. But it's no small order. Chef's working overtime to try and cook them up. No ults on the cards. You're only 2 rounds in, you'd need a heavy pop-off play. Sushni knifing onto the wall. They think they've cleared... I feel like they think they've cleared it. I feel like they think they've cleared Draken. That's going to drop it down as well. Just get rid of that one. Look at the cam. Oh, goodness me, in the picture-in-picture. They know everything right now. And Safe just swings out. Spectre spray down onto one. Sociable drops. And they haven't even spotted that camera. They haven't been able to deal with it. I think they know that it's there from those sound cues. Finally, it's going to get taken out. Drops another cage, and they're playing it safe. Guild disciplined around these angles. As you're seen waiting for the face, and it will come to meet him. There's he goes. And there's the blast pack as well. Safe nails yet another. There's the aftershock. Forces the peak to continue. Lores, they know he's nailed into this spot. And finally, it will time out. Safe finally falls as well. And 2 versus 3 they go. Leo cleans it up, though. Nice and tidy. Swept under the rug. Guild put a 10th up.
It's just so passive from Fireflux. Like, I almost feel like if they keep playing like this, they're not going to start finding rounds until they have something like a lockdown on the board, which actually, thinking back to the last game that they played against FPX, a lot of their set attacking plays came off the back of something like a lockdown that helped initiate them and push them forward onto something, you force that space that they needed because they're struggling to force it themselves.
Early cam out on A. Safe. Gonna just spectate for the time being. Get spotted.
Recovering it.
And will get taken down. The information gathered, only one over towards A, but the spike's there as well. Pistols and a Marshal for Sociable.
See how this one goes. It's, he's looking over towards ramps at the moment, but there's also some action happening here towards Mail. Draken has a nice angle here, just sitting on top of the barrier orb. Is Yassine who gets aggressive though, but fails for it.
Draken finds one. Loris will go down. Heal on up as well. Knows that there's sheriffs in play, so wants to fall back. But that's a Spectre dropped. And a weapon in hand. And as soon as I say that, Safe takes it straight on back. Pops it back in the guild bank. He'll be there for repairs. Leo moves up close to play the high ground here. Play on that balcony.
One enemy remaining.
As Leo lines up too and knocks them down as easy as that. Lurzy, 21 HP. There is a Spectre down there. Not going to swap to it just yet. Moves up the ladder, and Leo picks up a third. 11-5 Geo. We had our doubts about the Fireflux attack, and they're only going to have one more shot here. It's going to be this, well, pretty much nothing if they invest fully into this round.
Yeah, that makes me wonder what it is they're actually going to bring along for this round. I mean, it looks like it's going to be an actual buy. They've got pretty much all of their utility there as well. I mean, just a couple of pieces that's missing. But they've got to forego some armor as well. Lurzy's going to be a bit weaker. They don't have any ultimates. And sure, I would imagine that Laura's if anybody is going to be able to get the res in this round. But is that enough? Because you're also going against a full buy, and you're going against full armor, and you're going against two different ultimates that are on the board. This is really hard for Fireflux. And the way that Safe especially has been using the utility that he has, I mean, Safe was obviously very well known for playing on this cipher. So the way that he can gather intel is incredibly effective, and that how that's been passed along to the team has also been incredibly incredibly effective. You know, is that going to be too much for Fireflux to surmount? Because I worry that the answer to that is yes.
I feel like Fireflux, they need to have confidence that they can just click on faces, right? Like that, it feels like they are... You're right, like they're slowing down, they're playing too timid. Maybe they can just start to frag out. But is there a standout player that can do that here? I mean, we talked about the average combat score on Sociable. At the moment, it's kind of standing up, but it's always being traded by Guild. They seem to have really solid positioning on this defense.
I think if you're Fireflux here, you obviously you want to win the round, but you really need to put a dent in the economy of Guild. Because if Guild are going to be coming in strong for the next round, I mean, what even happens then?
What does happen then? What does happen then? I mean, you can't really do too much in that situation for Fireflux. It would be a force into the next. As I said, this is almost their last chance here on Split. Safe finds one, actually Draken beats him to the punch. Neural Theft is there as well, moves through, a double spray down for Safe, drops down, and it's Bonker as well with the aftershock to be able to get one more. And the shots to finish it out, Guild just demolish Fireflux. Goodness me, Guild on Split just demolishing on this defense.
Oh, that dent in the economy didn't happen, really, did it? Oh, God. That was everything Fireflux didn't need to happen in this round. And as you say, John, they pretty much have to go for this force buy. There's only so much they can afford now. They do have a couple of ultimates, so at least there's that. If Sociable can actually get a really good showstopper here, then maybe they can pull this round back in their favor. But you are going up a really, really tough task here. There are so many rounds you need to put on the board.
Showstopper in here.
God.
They're really hedging their bets. Oh, it's going to be slowed down. It's going to be blinded, and they're not going to get any value for it. Info given away as to where they're putting this pressure as well. So Guild can start to rotate. Sushni, though, finds an opening pick onto Draken. A really solid pick to start things off. Over on the A side of proceedings, Safe controlling those ropes and actually watching for this approach. Fireflux just slowing things down again over towards B Heaven. There is no dynamism on their attack.
Sociable. Don't get too overzealous. I mean, there's no one around, but still, you don't want to get too overzealous. There's Safe finally putting the first kill into Fireflux, so to even things out, and he's going to be absolutely brought to his knees.
And they're forced back down, though, with the Rolling Thunder. The lineups can continue, but Lurzi swings well with the Spectre. 2 players for Guild survive. Leo's one of them, though, and he's out for blood. Brasco shuts that down as the res comes on through. They need to invest it here. I mean, why not? Bring it back. The Showstopper's out, and they'll hear the sound cue. Around the Cosmic Divide, he pops up, and Lurzi falls. 1 versus 2 now, as Yassine is low, and Brasco swings for an excellent fast flank coming through to keep Fireflux in it for now.
Wow, okay, so it wasn't off the back of Sociable's Showstopper, because getting caught in the gravity well really impeded the efforts that he could do there, but it was really once they actually finally started to make that push through to A Heaven, bring Safe down, and even though the Rolling Thunder came out, it actually almost narrowly missed them. So there was still space that Fireflux had to play with. And now they've got some breathing room because they can actually start building a little bit of money up. They still have ultimates that they can use, and you can see Brasco getting ready here as he lays down the fault line. You know, maybe this will give them some momentum.
Rolling Thunder lockdown. The combo that they need, but they've got so many rounds to stretch out in front of them.
You should run.
Maybe they're not going to want to do it all just now. There comes the lockdown. It will zone away. B Heaven. slow things down there as well. Dropping the slow orb as actually the lockdown going to come into effect, and they're going to move away with one detainee. He floods straight back onto the site. A lot of presence here for Gilder. Pretty solid stack, but in comes the Rolling Thunder. This is both of their big ultimates. Getting slowed down yet again, though. On the ball with the utility for Bonka. Sushni, though, in the heaven, finds one more, traded off. And it's back and forth, a conversation being talked on the B site for now. Flashpoint and Bonka still yet to be displaced. Leo lines them up and sprays two down. And now Brasco, all that stands between Fireflux and a loss here on Split. Gets one, but with only 5 bullets, they are going to drain it away. 13 and 6, Fireflux not able to pick it up on their attack. Guild take the first in the best of 3.
Excellent performance there from Guild, and the way that they completely nullified the value that Fireflux were looking to get from that lockdown by running in, using the utility, ensuring Fireflux could not flood into the site. It worked every way that they needed it to, and that is, I mean, that's a substantial scoreline to end the first map on, and Fireflux have got quite a climb to take going forward.
Yeah, quite the way to go. I mean, if that is going to be their attack story across the board, it's going to be pretty hard. They need to pick up their feet, try and get something done. But we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it'll be the Analyst Desk to talk about what they can potentially do to fix things and just what happened in that game. We'll see you in a few. Don't go anywhere.
we just saw Guild come through with a big old victory there on Split. Things are looking good for the Swedes as they lock in their map pick. Zescht, I'm going to start with you. You know, what was some of the promising things we just got there out of the Guild boys?
Well, it seems like Guild, first of all, came in quite prepared. I mean, that was, for me, a very crucial part. You saw in a few rounds that they seemed quite prepared in what they would expect from their opponent. Specifically on the attacking side, it started with the pistol, where you notice that they are aware what Sociable would like to do over there on ramp. There were a few scenarios of those where you noticed, okay, they kind of read into them and understood that. I love that so much. I really enjoyed seeing that. And, you know, that's something that I like, because you notice how you can disable a team when they're not back in their comfort zone or they don't get anti-strikes. If that happened, I think that was a big advantage for them.
Yeah, I feel like in general, there's in this match, Guild showed that they're a little bit more flexible than they were before on Split. They didn't do as many late attacks as before, but also like the thing is, there was one pivotal round for them because they were down pretty bad, 4-1 on attack, right? But then one round when Lothar got stunned by the Rolling Thunder in the last 1v1 and he peaked unnecessarily, that was something that that turned the game around for Guild, and they were able to snowball, because otherwise if they lose that 1v1, they would have been still down on economy and wouldn't be able to chain 5 rounds.
And here we have it again, how much impact Yassine has on a good day, right? The man was really delivering in many individual duels right here, coming in with a 309 combat score. I don't really like to talk much about stats, but in this case, really notice that this is the Yassine you want to have. The guy has to be awake, and then he can really dismantle this kind of setup of Fireflex, finding frags that sometimes only he can get, which gets them around.
Yeah, and you know, considering when we came into this, we were painting, you know, this kind of head-to-head between Yassine and Sociable.
Exactly.
You know, Yassine besting him in every single category. It's instrumental for a Guild victory. So, you know, Zescht, I understand that maybe you've got a little something you want to take a look
Something
at.
small.
Here. Yeah,
Just something
okay,
small.
Okay.
Because I really like setups. Who could have guessed, right? And obviously, I want to give you a little bit of a thing that you might have seen previously in other pro matches. But we can stop right there. Possibly you can stop right there. Can we stop right there? Maybe we can't stop.
Maybe we can stop here.
That's a little unlucky. It doesn't matter. What you see a lot is a great amount of killjoy utility. What we just noticed there was this little alarm bot paired together with 2 of those Astra stars. So on this left and the right side of that little bot, you obviously find the nano swarm. So what's going to happen? As we see there on the minimap, we obviously got nobody else. Lurzy just waiting and also waiting for a visual cue. He hears when the alarm bot's triggering, can put up his little Astra utility, which is obviously the gravity well, as well as the little stun, and then the killjoy can activate her nano swarm. What's going to happen? Stunned and sucked in. The issue then obviously is you first of all can't get through, you're taking damage, and most likely if you want to even go further, you're gonna die in the process without even seeing an opponent. This is a tiny setup, it's against an eco, I know, but it's still very fun to see those great kind of team play options Fireflex had. It didn't get them the victory, though.
Yeah.
We can take a look for the thing.
Oh, man, yeah. Some of these little gross wombo combos,
There
right?
you
Look
go.
at them. Look, the pull into the... Oh, everything about
It's so simple, but I love those things.
Yeah, man. It's a real, like, kill box up there over towards heaven, right? It just shuts down that entire area of control. And, you know, you say it's only up against the low buy, but, mate, those rounds can still get out of hand. And so, you know, you've just got the safety of a nice little utility setup to not have to worry about that. Lothar, do you have anything you want to take a look at here?
Well, the main thing is that change for both of those teams, bringing Astra, as Zescht pointed out, but not many teams actually even have a good way of utilizing the Astra in the first place. But this round is actually showcasing a very good execute for the team, but what I want to showcase is not even the utility, the way it was used here, because this is pretty standard. There's Killjoy nanoswarms that try to stop the push, the flashes to just stop the player from the backside, and the Astra wall that tries to give you the plant. The thing that I wanted to point out here is that you cannot fall back in those situations. If you commit to a side on this kind of level of gameplay, you cannot force yourself to go back and play on a deficit on this attack. The only way of trying to win this round is to be aggressive and go with your first plan, which is, in my opinion, something that we didn't see much from Guild before. They were trying to sometimes like re-aggress, maybe think, let's fall back after we lost the player. So on here, they go in. They don't care how much utility is in front of them. They go with the force, which is a very important thing on this level of play.
I would love to hear your thoughts as well on this Astra move, right? It's something that we've spoke about a good deal now. Leo, obviously, the guy playing that, but we also see, Astra getting worked into guilds map pools more and more, agent pools rather, right? On Ascent as well, we've seen them start to lean in towards an Astra lineup. We also then have Draken playing it on Haven. It's pretty interesting that they're looking to bring her in as like the controller of choice at the moment for this guild squad. Would you say so, Zescht?
I think the change is actually extremely beneficial. Honestly, I think, Guild has not been swapping up too much, and putting Leo, who's obviously individually stepping up as well, on that agent seems to be working brilliantly for the team. It's a good change in my eyes. It's exactly what you need from time to time. Lothar had a really good point about going into the direction how you adapt to meta and how you also logically do his play style, but also agent-wise. And I think this is once more fitting to the guild side of things. Getting in here in Astra, getting Leo back into that spot, it really fits in my eyes.
One more thing I wanted to add is that Fireflux, they got pretty demolished on Split. Like, the score of 13-6 is not really something that you're proud of, right? And the thing is, the main thing that I think worked for Guild is that Fireflux was very easy to read. Something I pointed out before. They had the same setups, the defensive setups that they were always using. The Sage on A, trying to block the entrance with a wall, which is something that Safe is controlling very well with his camera, so they have a lot of informations. They know how to pace that. And I feel like Fireflux, if they will play the same way on Ascent, even though they have more experience and better results on it, I think it's going to be a very tough game to play against Guild, who seems to be dissecting them very well.
Yeah, right. Well, so I'm glad you bring up Ascent, right? Obviously, that's going to be the next map in this series. That's Fireflux's pick. It's one that we've seen them lean into an awful lot, and to pretty good success as well, right? You mentioned how that scoreline on Split, not one that you can be proud of. Zescht, are we thinking we're going to get a bit of a closer affair here? What would be something to look out for moving into this second map?
It's a very good point Lothar had here, because the thing is, also I think on the attacking side of Fireflux, you noticed how prepared Guild was. The pistol run was the best example, because usually you would see someone like Sociable really get it up the ramps fast with all the race utility it has. And obviously then you see the opportunity of Breach coming in, having exactly the right timing on the concussion and suddenly stopping that attack, which was then also additionally paired with obviously the pain shells coming in. So you really stop it before it can even come in. You nip it in the butt, basically. And the good thing about that is that this gives me a kind of idea that a 10-2 half, like we had versus FPX, might not happen, because they started to realize and adapt to what Fireflux usually would do.
Yeah, and there has been a lot of this adapting going on, right? Me and you, Lothar, we were having this discussion about, anti-stratting and the processes that maybe are involved with that with these two squads. Who do you think is going to have an easier time in terms of anti-stratting their opponent right now?
I think anti-stratting will be easier against Fireflux, because they seem to be more, let's say, they have bigger patterns when it comes to their behavior. But the thing is, on Ascent, Guild is changing the way they play as an entire team, and that's what I'm worried more about than the anti-stratting against Fireflux, because we're gonna have, most likely, right, this might change, but we're most likely gonna have Yasin on Killjoy, and he's gonna be anchoring B-side essentially, right? We're gonna see most likely Safe on Jet, who is a very defensive Jet when it comes to peeking, and because of that, Guild on defense, we're probably not going to push over the orb line, essentially, so they don't really try to get a lot of map control on defense. And on attack, I mean, the stats are just... Okay, I have it here.
Come on, just read it.
It looks pretty bad. On attack for Guild, they have only 30% win rate on this map, and one of the reasons is they do have a very defaulty way of playing this map with just simple lane pushing, like in League of Legends. It really doesn't work that well on Ascent.
Sorry, Zescht.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're having a very good point, but the same issue, the exact same issue applies to Fireflux. That's the thing, right? For the best example here once would be Sociable. He's an absolute beast on defense. Sochi is really using him well, and he sometimes, it's like a bit of a dog putting him off the leash, but in the good sense, because the man is an absolute maniac. He knows how to perform. He's really good with the fragging department, not really to discuss, but he's used as a tool. So he's not necessarily that free-floating. He's getting actively used by his IGL, which is something I like to see. But the problem is, what I feel like, when he's on the attacking side, when he needs to get first kills on the attacking side, he cannot actively direct the show. It's the defenders, when they're proactive, coming at him and not the other way around. And this seemed to cause an issue against FPX, for example, because back then he had 7 opening duels as an attacker on Ascent against FPX, a lot of numbers. But at the end of the day, he was winning only 1 out of those 7 attacker first duels. And this is an issue because you want to open up space as a mad fragger.
Yeah, I mean, and then I guess that puts even more onus, when we're talking about these stars trying to create all this space once more on that head-to-head between Yassine and Sociable, right? Like it's another reason that we're going to have to really home in on the clash of these 2 stars, and all that's going to be coming up in just a moment, right? So we're going to have this second map of Ascent that's taking place in due course. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
Count that big bang.
Flux's pick. It's Ascent. It's a second map in this series, and they're now a map down versus the Swedes in Guild. It's starting to get a little bit scary for Fireflux. The only solace they've got is that their map is right here on the horizon. Lothar, we're going to start to look towards agents and what might be appearing here. Can you talk me through your thoughts, and then we'll move into the agent selection?
Fireflux most likely gonna stick to what they know, which is the race pick as the only duelist, then Killjoy, Sage, Sova, Omen. Now this is pretty standard, right? We don't see anything out of the ordinary, but the thing is, there's no Jet on attack here, right? That means less pressure on the opponents, which is something that I'm sure that Guild will be happy with. Never mind. We see the change. We see the change. Sociable on Jet. Amazing.
Absolutely right. I love it. You were right. You were finishing the right sentence. He only played race, and the first thing he does in 5 seconds.
I'm very happy.
So far, you're wrong. But you're absolutely right. He only plays race. He only plays race, and that's the thing. And now he goes into Jet. That is, it's interesting to see how much it can pay off.
That's showcasing how important Jet is in the metagame, and it's something that I stress out very often. On this map, I said that in the pre-show, right? That Ascent and Jet go hand in hand.
Yeah.
So the amount of pressure that you can create on both sides, because you can dash over B straight onto side. You don't care about any kind of utility. You do the same on A side by just pushing over to Generator on the right side while checking corners for your team. It's like an additional drone. It's absolutely insane. On Race, it's harder to do because you cannot help yourself with like smokes, additional like cloudbursts and so on. So amazing change for Fireflux. I feel like they were a little bit favored on this map, but now I strongly believe this is going to be a very big problem for Guild.
Well, especially because, when we were talking about anti-stratting and, preparing for what FF are going to bring to the table on this map, we were saying it had been very, very similar so far, right? And that this Jet hadn't been present, it had been raised, and now you have this big change coming in. I think that's going to be like a real worry if you're Guild, right? It means that suddenly all this prep work you've done, all the info that you thought you knew and you thought was consistent across every single appearance on this map, well, that's kind of going to change now with what's been bought in with the Jet pick. Give me some of your thoughts on the agent pool, though, that we have from the Guild squad, Zescht. Did you like what we had there?
Absolutely. I need to add on top that Lothar actually having a perfect point here.
Okay.
Lothar's having a really good point with what you said over on Jet on Ascent, because it's the race thing is so unusual in that sense, and also the creating space of a race on Ascent is, I think, 10 times harder than on a split or on a bind or on a haven. Yeah. And this is where that's a very valid point of Jet being picked. At the same time, talking logically about what we were having here from Guild, high hopes. That's all I'm going to say, because we're not too surprised about it in that sense, right? And therefore, I very much have high hopes that this is possibly going in the way of Guild, except there's really a rabbit being pulled out ahead here for Fireflux.
So are we thinking then that the Fireflux Jet pick is like the make or break? That's either the defining moment where we go, this helped them win this game and, get us to a third, or it's going to be something that maybe slows them up. Lothar, I see you wanting to weigh in.
Yeah, the Jet pick actually changes every single note that I had on my in my book when it comes to how the way they're going to attack, because typically they were not attacking through main entrances. They were going through a short, they were going through market, right? And that changes with just the addition of the Jet, who opens up those other lanes. And also the difference is, I feel like Fireflux was pretty slow, even slower on attack when it comes to like the way they play the rounds than Guild. With just the change of the Jet will allow them to be a little bit more aggressive on the opening. So even if they're not gonna do an aggressive dash towards a side, they can use it to get a first blood and go defensive then with the Jet just dashes away. If she, of course, plays for the first blood. So it all depends on what kind of Jet we're going to see from Sociable. Will it be the typical Turkish attacking Jet, or will it be more the reserved, the more EU one?
That's the thing, right? Because funny-wise, when we talk about Turkish teams in Stage 2, I think a lot of people made the assumption that they're always super fast teams, super swift, super quick. And when we talk about this team, Fireflux, who still have also like Sela on the side, who is obviously coaching the team and giving them the inspiration he had from NA and EU, for example, they always planned it around the 60-second mark, which we would consider, I think, average. Let's say it average to late, let's put it that way. And something obviously in Stage 2, a lot of people would have said, no, they're a little bit faster than that, right? And that's what I really like to see, that Turkey has been showing a great presence so far in really updating their tactical and strategic game. At the same time, this is the moment for Guild, because last time they were eliminated by a Turkish team during, obviously, Stage 2 EMEA Challenger playoffs. And that's the thing. They're on a good rise. They're on a good run. And it's now time for the Turks to pretty much, dethrone those Vikings from that spot. And it's 2 more maps they got to go for. And actually, the last one is going to be specifically interesting if we go there, because that might not be so easy as well.
Oh, I wanted to kind of talk to you about that third map, right? Because this is one where for Guild, right, it's a good map for them. It's one that they feel comfortable on. But it is kind of like this middle ground. I think when I saw the Haven pick come through, I was looking at that going, if this goes 3, I think Guild have got it. Lothar, are you in that same boat? What do you think happens if this ends up going the distance?
Yeah, I honestly think that Split was the decider. Like, even though it was the first map, it was the decider.
We originally envisioned the vetoes would maybe be the other way around, right?
Exactly.
With Split as the third and then Haven opening up.
So I feel like Fireflux is on a back foot for the next 2 maps, even though if the Ascent is on their side and they're going to win it, they have to go now against Guild on Haven, which is one of their most comfortable picks, right? So split pick from Guild was actually very interesting. This is why we're caught off guard and was actually very impactful, because it feels like it just puts Fireflux in a spot where they never feel comfortable, because they're not like, okay, we win this and we decide it's on our side.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And you're not like looking at that going, yeah, it's like an easy 50-50, right? Like it is very much one where you're looking at it going, no, Guild are leaning into that as favorites. I think it also puts a lot of onus on, like, if you're going to win Ascent, you kind of want a bit of a statement victory here, right? Especially considering the split scoreline against FF was pretty grisly.
It reminds me pretty much of a reverse FPX game where the second game was really showing us their weakness in the attack. And then there was still Ascent looking decent. But at the same time, we have to really highlight one thing. Fireflux, in comparison to Guild, is a team that is fairly freshly formed, that still tries to really find their zen, that finds to really look out, how do we actually set ourselves up as a team? How do we make moves without communicating that much? So you have this synergy, you have this understanding without talking. And this is something, obviously, the way the Swedes have an advantage playing together for so long. Fireflux, it's in every professional team, first fundamentals, and then we can get fancy. And the fundamentals look decent, they look good, but maybe not good enough yet. And the cherry on top, it might be not the thing they have yet.
Yeah. So another thing that I found interesting is, like, you know, when we were kind of taking a look at like how agent pools have changed here, when we look at Guild, they were, or at least they had recently lent in to, I think it was an Astra Breach comp on this map ever since, you know, they kind of moved away from the usual Sky and Omen. I don't actually remember, Lothar, who were the, who was picked in this one as the controller? Do you remember what agent was like? Because we were focused so heavily on FF, man, and I don't want to throw you under the bus. I've forgotten as well.
I was certain it was Astra, but now I'm doubting
No,
myself,
I know, right?
You know?
Yeah, dude, I'm starting to doubt myself.
Yeah, but the thing is, even I feel like even the agent pick is not really that as important here as the fact that when it comes to defense from Guild, there's 2 aspects of the way they play, and that's Bonkar and Draken being glued to one side, because they play on like very rooted anchors. That gives a little bit of information to Fireflux, because we're gonna see Draken on Sova on A side, right? So you know where the recon arrow and the drone will be typically used. And then we also have my God. We have the breach on Bonka on B, so you know where to expect the flashes and where to expect the stuns from, right? Which might be a little bit problematic. I hope that Guild tries to be a little bit more flexible in their positions.
Yeah.
I would love to know as well, right? So when I'm watching Guild and I look at this team, obviously full Swedish squad, right? That in and of itself is pretty interesting. International teams are super common in EU Valorant, but with this squad, they kind of remind me of like Swedish CS style from, like, you know, a few years ago. And this is what you were saying earlier, right? I think that's where guys like Barbar, and that being his background, maybe play into it as the coach. But even down to the point that you have this 5th guy in Bonka who is normally like pretty quiet down the board. And that was like a classic of the old Swedish Counter-Strike from back in the day as well, right? With a guy like Pronax. So I think that's pretty interesting that this is like the style that we have from Guild. I think it really makes it like a celebration of what Swedish tac shooters are like.
And this is the thing, right, again, because once we're taking a look at the agent composition, they have been swapping up things again, because we don't see an Astra this time around. It's going to be Brimstone, actually, funny-wise, that we obviously are going to witness here from Leo. And that's once more a thing where I thought I like the versatile approach you can have from an Astra more than a Brimstone. I generally think so, because what's on top, Brimstone truly has faster smokes, more smokes, so and so on, but obviously a very limited battlefield. So you can't do any action whilst you're on the attacker side when you're standing in front of A, because B is way out of range. So your faking possibilities are somewhat limited, or whatever you're trying to sell, you really have to commit with what Brim does to a certain degree.
The thing is, like, Brimstone fits to teams that like explosive executes. And
that's what we've seen.
And like Guild is that team that either plays very slow and tries like out-drain the opponents from the utility, but in that case they really can't use the Brimstone to its full extent, or rather would drain the Brimstone out of his smokes first, right? So they need to play a little bit more with a plan in mind at the beginning of the round than just being like, oh, let's play default here, see what the opponents use, and then we do something out of it, which is possible with Astra and Omen because they regain the smokes all the time.
The thing, though, I like very much about it is that I personally felt that with some of the B-side attacks we saw on the attacker side of Split, they seemed somewhat swifter than usual. There were some were always on the side on the 120 and 110 mark and committed to it, as you said. That's the crucial part. They committed to it, whatever came their way. And that might be just once more the benefit, what Lothar pointed to. You got to be doing it. You got to be actually committing to it. And little Brimstone might just turn out successful.
The one little Brimstone that could, right? I would love to hear, Lothar, your thoughts on like big picture then, right? Because we've been watching EMEA, you know. You've also been watching some of the NA playoff action.
Oh, yeah.
That we've had. How do you think? Yeah, we can do this now. How are you thinking? You know, what's been your impressions as to how these hotly contested regions are stacking up against one another?
This is gonna get clipped and put on the Valorant competitive sure, because it's the EU analysts that will say that right now, in my opinion, NA is ahead of other regions, at least ahead of EMEA, with the way they play. Like, when I was watching the tapes of NA, with how they played in the challenges, with how they approach the game, it seems like the NA teams are actually understanding how the game is progressing and how well the executes, how important the way of executing your attack is in this game rather than defense. So it seems like an example, 100 Thieves understand the KO a little bit better than the teams in EU, in my opinion, because it's more aggressive than typical. It allows the Steel to actually be more free when it comes to like the way he approaches the game than playing on a Killjoy or an example like in the past, right? And the executes I've been seeing from those NA teams are also more aligned with each other. So they know exactly what to do when they commit to utility, which puts intent behind the move, which is so important. And I feel like in EU, a lot of teams actually regressed in that. Something that I was very optimistic about in EU, and it was always a selling point of EU. Oh, those teams are playing better strategically, even though they might be worse at taking duels, but they have better fundamentals and they have better understanding of how to follow up and cascade on utility. Right now, in my eyes, NA is ahead of EU, which puts entire EMEA region and our event in a spot where I feel like we need to step it up as a region, because right now it's not really looking pretty good for us.
Yeah, man, EU aren't really used to being the guys on the back foot either, right? Yeah, no, it's certainly interesting. Well, you know, I love hearing about this, Lothar. I do actually have something that we have to look at. So, as I understand it, the agent pools might have changed a little here. We had a little lobby bug. I think Leo is the one in question.
Picking Yoru, right?
Yeah, he's locking Yoru.
Look,
look at this. Look what's happened.
We had a conversation about Brimstone.
Yeah, well,
right?
so I was thinking when we were having that conversation, it was like, yeah, this is weird as we're talking about
Let's find common sense behind it, right? Okay, thank you, Leo.
No, so I'm really, really glad that like we get that cleared up, because now that we have the Astra in, I think things are making a lot more sense. We were kind of floundering for a moment to figure out Brimstone, what's going on? Well, Brimmy's dropping a stimmy, and Daddy's giving this one over to the casters. So take it away, Gio and John Allen.
Thank you very much. We're going to be getting pretty swiftly into proceedings, I believe, as the games are pretty much already underway. My name is John. With me is Gio. We're going to be right into the action here. I'm not going to give Gio any time to talk. We're already into the post-plant situation. Guild on the defense. Oh, good stuff, Gio. We'll get you next time in after this one, but Fireflux going to be able to hold out for a little bit. Guild raining on through, and now it's just Lurzy looking to try and hold in this post-plant, and Leo swiftly deals with it. Gio, you're allowed to talk now. Go on.
Hi, I'm Gio. It's so great to be here. I can't believe I get the opportunity. No, it's we're straight into this game. Guild going to be taking the first round here. Now, this, of course, is Fireflux's map, and actually the last couple of times the Guild have played this map, it hasn't gone too well for them. And I suppose Fireflux did technically lose it against FPX when they last played it, but it is a map that they feel a little bit more confident on. But it is the infamous attack right, that we spoke about, the Fireflux struggle a little bit more on, and I'm very interested to see how that's going to go for them here. They've, of course, made this change, bringing Sociable in on the Jet. They haven't played a Jet on this map in the last 7 times they've played it, which could, of course, change their, their entire approach.
Saw the little animation around the side there, the wispy, smoky tendrils. Jersey. He's not going to be able to land a shot. Fortunately, safe. Takes a little bit more damage than you bargained for. So does Loris, though. You see him holding close. Gonna have the peak baited out, and again, just waiting for things to come through. There's the spray, and that's the spike.
Spike down.
Now
mid.
under the purview of Yassine. Over towards Pizza. Just gonna have to figure out how they're gonna try and reclaim this one. Leo gets the spray down, an investment into this round from Fireflux, though. You can see the Spectres coming on through, so they spent some creds here. They want to change it up on their attack. They don't want to let it go by the book. Looks like they've got that spike, they've got it back, and they're already up to the A. Again, into a post-plunge here.
Spike planted.
Spike is down. Sociable trying to take quite an aggressive standing here. Looking out for the recon. Ooh, he narrowly missed it. That's not what he wanted to happen. God, and now Yassine's going to be getting the opening kill in this engagement. A second one for him. And just clearing up the remaining members of Fireflux. That was a bit of a slip up from them. Not what they were looking for, and it means the Guild can put their second round on the board.
And move Yassine one pizza slice closer to the full cal zone. And it is going to be that lockdown online sooner than most of the other ultimates in the game. Guild looking good on the defense. Such a vital tool to be able to shut down an attack with that lockdown. You see them coming in towards B, you just drop it on the floor, that's kind of it. You can shut down the entirety of A on a retake. Beautiful stuff, with which to see how impactful that's going to be. And remember, that wasn't just a free round against a pistol. That was an investment coming through from Fireflux, and it looks like they're going to buy a couple of Marshals again.
Lurzy's usually the player you look to bring out the Operator. Obviously, it's a bit early for that, but maybe he can do something with the Marshal in this round. It's safe. Holding on to mid. Been playing Jet on this map the last couple of times. People got very excited about it. But Bonker's going to be the first one to fall.
I thought that shot was on. Yeah, just me. Surprised it didn't connect that. Not through the wall anyway. They're slowing things down. And this is... I'm already getting flashbacks to last game with such a stagnant start to the rounds here for Fireflux. They've yet to make their push.
Placing alarm bot. Starting to head over towards A. Got some utility to push through, and of course you have Leo, who's just right here on site. Spectre in hand, so I mean it could be better, and there's quite a lot of them he'll have to deal with. You can see the cloudbursts are going out, but there's the gravity well.
Gonna break down the door as well. Leo holds nice and safe. They're going to be dinged out. The shot through the wall. Displacement. Brasco gets one. Shini gets another as well from the back of sight, but it's a triple for safe. And they are going to be able to dash straight on through. Picking up a third, and economically, they're sitting pretty. That was their bonus round. And again, because of the force buy coming out in round number 2 from Fireflux, Guilds can start to stretch out a lead on their defense.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Fireflux, the fact that the investment they made in round number 2 didn't work out for them, which of course naturally meant that they couldn't afford a full buy in round 3, and this is the position that they've found themselves in as a direct result. They can finally buy something here, have some actual rifles. See if that actually makes a difference.
How much further can this Guild stretch go on these Spectres? Against the rifles, obviously, not going to be as strong, but economically, looking pretty solid. Sushni does have that lockdown available, and funnily enough, Yassine doesn't actually have it online just yet, which means that they can't counter out for a retake. Unfortunately, though, the lockdown, given it needs to stay safe, can't control underneath that heaven. Can't control the hell there. Leo playing from it around the side, spotted out. Yassine and Leo, a firing squad on the site, and they will hold it out. There's the lockdown coming on through. The spike didn't get picked up, didn't push all the way in, so it can fall away now as Lurzy sneaks that one back. But 5 versus 2, and you've got to wonder just what can Fireflux pull together in this round.
Yeah, I don't think the answer here is going to be all that much. Lurzi and Sushni have reconvened together, but I don't really think they're going to be able to put sufficient pressure. No, Safe switched out his weapon here, so he actually has a Vandal to try and contend, but it's Sushni who wins that one out. The turret goes out, but it's not going to find anybody as those players from Guild have started to dissipate somewhat. And this kind of puts FF in a position where they're lacking on information because, you know, they don't know where these defenders are.
13 seconds, just looking to save. Keep the guns in hand.
10 seconds left.
And try and figure out something into the next round. This is great news for Guild, being able to pick up this round. After 2 of their players not having to abort since round number 2, their bank is going to be really solid, keeping a hold of that operator, trading up for some heavier rifles as well. This is a really good start for Guild here to try and take this one 2-0. I mean, it's early days, Gio, and it is, as we all know, a lot slower on the attack for Fireflux.
When
I'm getting the feeling.
Yeah, when Fireflux played against FPX on this map, they actually had some really nice set plays, and they found a lot more success attacking onto the A site than B, which is probably why we've seen most of their attention there. The thing is, that was a very one-dimensional push from them. Previously, they would like to send players up Catwalk, but because of where Safe is, it's so hard for them to do that.
It's not the easiest. It's certainly not the play you want to run into.
One down.
In the mid, and that's going to go well for Guild. They lock that one down nicely. Lurzi falls. Rifle on Sushni. Really going to have too much of an effect. The recon bolt is there. Just going to force them backwards. No openings found, and again, looking a little bit stagnant here for Fireflux. Just playing in that mid. They have some ground, they have some control, but it's just utility barriers facing them at every turn.
Yeah, and they don't want to risk sending the spike over mid either, because if you drop it there, like, all they have to do is send Safe out into the center, and he can just hold it. Yassine taking down Sushni. You can see these defenders still pushing up quite far forward on the A site, which gives Fireflux very few options for what they want to do. They can try and challenge mid here, but there isn't a ton that they can do about it.
Another shot for Safe, able to land that one yet again. There's a player around the corner as well that they have to worry about. Bonker spots the spike, gets one. Brasco trades it with the Sheriff shot, but last alive against 4, and Guild looking to close ranks.
Yeah, I mean, that was always... It was always going to be relatively hard, given that Lurzi had gone down. You didn't have the dark covers available to help facilitate that kind of push up through mid. And Guild are looking indomitable so far here on Ascent. Fireflux, this is your map. You know, you would really like to have done a bit more by this point. But they are definitely struggling to apply the necessary pressure onto Guild. So they'll be taking their tactical timeout now because they really need to figure this out.
I mean, this scoreline is the risk you run when you force into that second round after losing. You invest so much there that Guild can start to stretch out that lead. And 5-0, not really completely out of the question that it's just that second round that has caused this scoreline potentially for Fireflux. They could have maybe come in and tried to trump on the bonus round, the standard sort of back and forth conversation that you have in Valorant on that third round economy. But as it stands, this is their chance to go for that combo breaker, right? They're back onto the rifles, they've got the armor on board, and look, they've got the res, they've got the knives available as well.
We'll see how that goes, because I get the feeling that regardless of that, they're still going to struggle if they can't actually make space here in mid, because that's Safe's position has been causing them so many problems. They can't take their regular preferred route of attack. They can't go in through cubby and tree if they've got an operator just staring them down. You know, we've seen the way they like to use their lockdown in the past to actually clear that space out, but you can't access the area that you would want to put the lockdown in if that jet is still there. And you would have hoped by them choosing a jet themselves, they would be able to take control a lot better because of that mobility. And they're finally going to be creeping up Catwalk. They've got to act pretty quickly here, I think, to get out of the way.
But they haven't really had too much success getting this position. Yassine's been such a stalwart defender. This time, though, of it, they slip under the purview. Lurzi trying to trade, and the first frag goes to Guild. They invest the res here. Rolling Thunder available for the retake, but Yassine's going to go down. We have that Cosmic Divide as well. Safe lands the shot with the Operator. They're controlling around towards the garden, towards heaven as well. Guild waiting, biding their time, getting in position for this retake. And there comes the Rolling Thunder. That's go time. Concussed all across the site, moving through. Draken's there, trying to invest here with the Hunter's Fury as well. But Bonka finds another. They're trading evenly, 2 versus 2 now, but pushed off the site they go. In comes the Cosmic Divide, and now they separate things. Lurzi needs to peek at the right time. Difficult to coordinate this. Leo taps the defuse and swings out. Such a difficult place to play. They spot the corner, and they're able to find one. Guild holding out. They want to keep Fireflux down in the dumps here. And there's the defuse. They're just going to stick it, and Loras has to fall away. Guild get the defuse. A beautiful use of utility there from Leo's Astra.
Yeah, so much investment, but that Cosmic Divide was so perfectly placed to ensure that Fireflux really didn't have the option to move forward. So, you know, again, just great by Guild, and to come off the back of, you know, the tactical timeout the Fireflux have taken, and they're still struggling like this. It's incredibly unfortunate for them. Now, let's see what their options are going forward here. They've bought a couple of rifles. I imagine Sociable's going to lean into the blades, which he is indeed. Following the Owl drone, which so far can't see anyone.
Really scouting too much, but that in itself is information. They move forward. Sociable with the knives. Does not want to slow down. Lurzi's already on as well. A site swarmed for now. Yassine around the door. Sushni covering the flanks and able to sneak a kill in over towards the mid, but Yassine's not done. Lurzi sees to it that that's going to be the last sentence he writes in this round. But the story continues. Guild continue to go for this retake. 3 players alive, and Safe still on that Operator. Cloud bursts back and forth, and the spike hasn't been planted yet. It's being carried all the way across the map. Leo now in a 2 versus 1 on the site, but the other 2 players, they've moved all the way around the world, and it's going to be Brasco moving the bomb to B.
Guild were a little bit guilty of leaving some openings over towards the B site after rotating when they were defending in the last time they played this. So at least Fireflux have actually been able to get in, get the plant. He's still in this 2 versus 2. Maybe these positions can help cut off Sushni. You don't want to get too out of position because you just get caught out like that.
That was really unfortunate, and the concussion there from Bonka, absolutely impeccable. Brasco gave the position away just a little bit too early, startled by his own teammates' utility. And this should be a defuse with not too much trouble there. They're trying to wait and try and get an Operator back on board, trying to give themselves time to get there. And Bonka will continue that defuse, get another pizza slice on board, and it will come on through. Nicely done.
It just looks so... I mean, what is this? I feel like the narrative for Fireflux has actually changed quite a bit over time, and it is something that they lent on the desk. It is something that's been noted, and it's really worth mentioning that this is still a relatively young squad. Only 3 of these players have actually played at an A tier level before, you know, at the top tier, whether that's First Strike, whether that's in a previous challenges. Whereas Guild have been in this for a long time. I mean, it was Yassine who said they're one of the only teams who've been in it from the beginning. But this is still the squad that knocked out BBL. That was a huge upset in Turkish challenges. And now suddenly they're looking like they're having such a struggle.
Not having the best of days. Not just yet. Guild 7-0 right now. Remember, they're 1 up in the series. Safe looking to put them up towards the 8th, but Draken controlling the sightlines as well. Leo picks up the pieces and Draken sprays through the sightlines as only Leo falls on the push. With the rifles as well. Again, Fireflux come up short in the round. 4 players left standing, and Bonka will be the one to get the final kill. 8-0, it's devastation.
I mean, so far, Fireflux have, as per their, I suppose, recent history, had more success in actually breaking into the A site. I know their plant was over on B, but it seems that on this kind of B site push, they're just being gunned down with relative ease. by Guild. I mean, they can't really hold their own once they're in the site. At least they've had a better chance of doing that on A. It almost feels like they're just more comfortable over there.
0 kills right now for Sociable. 0 and 8 on this Jet. And they spoke about how, you know, swapping him over might be useful, but I feel like they're just not seeing that here on their attack. Maybe on their defense they'll have something different, but...
This is a really common position for Leo. They like to have a defender in wine.
Oh, come on.
If Fireflux don't spot it, then, you know...
Hey, it's first kill of the game. Let's go, Sociable. 1 versus 5. Now's the time to prove yourself on this Jet. Marshal in hand, and it's safe to get the headshot around the corner. 9-0, Guild continuing to reign terror on Ascent.
That hurts as well, because Sociable could have had that. He could have had that.
But he didn't.
Oh my goodness. And the thing is as well is you're seeing that Guild are just free to position actually quite aggressively on their defenses. I mean, someone who I'm really looking at is Yassine. He's almost always defending over towards A, but when they were playing against Gambit, Yassine frequently got caught out in those opening engagements, and it was a really big sore spot for Guild. It actually really hurt the way they defended, and it gave Gambit openings in a lot of times, but are Fireflux doing that? No, they're not. So Yassine still has that free reign quite far into the round.
Trying to follow the Owl drone over towards B. Seen stalwart on A, not really being bothered too much. No noses being poked into his business. Can just simply vibe. Back at A, this Killjoy. Sociable though. Maybe looking to poke in towards B. Bonker has other ideas and sent back to spawn. Goodness me, that's a lot of kills coming in immediately for Guild as well. Loras gets 1 back onto Draken, but it's 2 versus 4 yet again. Fireflux just slow things down. I mean, we were talking about this a little bit during the break, Gio, when we weren't on air. And we were saying that Fireflux is... It feels like they're such a passive team that they're almost turning this into a turn-based combat game. Like it's just so slow coming through from them at the moment, and I feel like we're seeing that yet again.
God, that hurts so much. And the thing is as soon as the spike went down, which by the way is what I said a few rounds ago, that would be a problem with trying to commute through mid when you've got safe where he is. As soon as the spike went down, no one was actually looking to recollect it, because at that point, if you're Fireflux, you probably just want to try and get rid of some of the weapons that are in the hands of Guild. But they still didn't do that. They just did not do it. And I mean, Guild have 3,200 credits. 3,200 credits compared to 700.
That's a lot. That is a lot more. They are definitely sitting pretty. It's hard to think about how they can come back from this one, but you know, they have had really strong defense performances before. That's where they do shine. If they can pick up these next 2 rounds, they're probably in with a shot of having a miracle run, but I feel like if you lose it here, it's just all too much. It's safe. Gets that second kill. Leo opens up with the first before that. And has more to say into the fight as well. And comes the Rolling Thunder. And this is just insult to injury. Leo drops Aftershock and they are pinned in. Lambs to the slaughter. Only 1 kill found. And that is an 11th round without an answer from Fireflux.
I mean, at least Fireflux got onto the site. They actually pushed through the Cosmic Divide. But once they were there, it was very easy to tell where they were. And die. I mean, this is just... what do you even say at this point? Guild,
I mean, there's not much, right?
Guild are 1 round off of match point, but they're also... We're still in half number 1.
Oh no, you can't do it to him. Oh my goodness me. I was waiting for the kill feed to start lighting up, but that's a lot of damage already found at the start of the round. Laura's no armor. And the shot's coming through from safe. What do you do here? 2 kills already. Last round of the half guarantee. Just throw everything in. You've got the res. You need to try and invest it here. And the lockdown just to zone them off as well. The spike in possession, but they're being slowed down. The tag from the Hunter's Fury is there, and they aren't quite going to catch the shoulder of the final player. Oh, goodness me.
I have the spike.
I don't know how much damage has been done when Guild are actually being able to see the players from Fireflux, but right now they're just shooting through these walls and nailing the shots as they come.
Concealment.
Okay, well, I mean, you've got 4 HP Loras. I mean, we could try and get some information from here, I suppose. And then Lurzi. And Lurzi's totally the sort of player who could pop off it. I mean, so is Laura's, actually, but it's still just a really tough task, and you've got to consider where the mentals are as well at this
30
point.
seconds left.
Yeah, I couldn't really spin this story another way here. I think that this is... They're going to go down. Yeah, Leo turns the corner. Loras does get one in response, but 4 HP. And it's easy pickings for Draken. 12 and 0 on the half. A flawless half on Guild's defense here on Ascent. They've got to be feeling good about themselves. These Swedes are here to play.
Right. So, at Fireflux, if we got to look for the positives, John, they're now on their better half.
Do we?
If you're Fireflux, you have to look for the positives. If you're a Fireflux fan, you have to look for the positives.
Good job on that. I don't know if you're trying to say that one.
If you're here and you're like, I'm here to support the Turkish region, you know, you just saw OXG go out yesterday.
No, I meant saying Fireflux fan. I would not have that sort of confidence to go straight into that one.
Listen.
Hey, that's why
There has to be some hope.
That's why they get you back for it, isn't it? Okay, there's the hope. Just a little bit and a second for Brasco. Looks for more. Leo shuts it down and Draken evens the score lines. Now, Guild, 3 versus 3. They've got presence on B. They're looking to shut it down here and now. A 13-0. I think this might be, I'd go out on a limb and say the first flawless that we've gonna see if they're able to win this round here at the VCT. I'd have to go back and check the records.
Out of the
But certainly in the playoff stages, going to be an insurmountable task to beat Ascent. The map to do it on. They're looking for more. 3 players from Fireflux on this pistol, trying to move forwards for the retake, but Leo holding towards the back. Bonka facing forwards. They know there's a player close. Sushini as well, trying to hide from the watchful scans of that recon bolt. Draken finds one, jumps through the smoke, a second as well, and now it's just Lurzi who snuck through. Fair enough, playing at the back of sight, but you've got to hit those shots. Lurzi finally hits it, but 6 bullets in the magazine, drops for the tap, and there's the fault line as well to seal the deal. Turns the corner, one more. Oh, Bonka, you had to do it to him. It's the knife to the back. And they crack out the pain. It's 13-0. Geo devastation. Guild wipe them from the face of Ascent. Fireflux just go down.
Yesterday, we had officially the longest game of Valorant in professional history, and today we've just had the shortest. So, you know, balancing things out, we're just ensuring that it's a zero-sum game here with our scheduling on VCT. That was brutal, and I don't know what else there is to say about it other than that. That was not the showing that Fireflux wanted. This was their map. They chose to come to Ascent, and they put no rounds on the board for it. They struggled monumentally. What an absolute devastating dismantling from Guild.
There's no other way to put it. I feel like the knife kill right at the end sums it up perfectly, right?
Yeah.
You've got just this situation where it's just so hard to really bring back that mental, to bring back any sort of prowess, to be able to frag out on the pistol. It's gonna be super, super hard to be able to manage that one. But all credit to Guild for keeping it together throughout that entire one. You know, you're going for that flawless streak. It's really easy to let that get into your own head as well and start to go for those slip-ups. I thought maybe those 2 opening frags in the pistol were going to be good, but we just didn't see it. But Guild, they had some pretty spectacular players and spectacular plays coming through. And speaking of the players overall, Guild, we are, with that 2-0 victory, going to have to choose our PaySafe card player of the match. It's going to be between 3 of the players on Guild. That's going to be Yassine, Safe, and Bonka. They're going to be seeing that vote. So if you head on over to the Twitter, you can vote for your choice for PaySafe card player of the match. And Gio, who are you thinking? What's your pick here for player of the match?
It's going to sound really boring, but I'm going to go with safe, not just because of the fragging out that we saw on Ascent when he was playing Jet, but I was just really impressed with the way that he was playing Cypher back on Split. The kind of information he was providing for the team, just you could see so tangibly what that was actually adding to their effectiveness and their success. So that's who I would pick. What about you?
I'm actually going to go for Bonker. I think that I'm a massive fan of Breaches in general. I love how effective he was. The number of times where they were starting to use utility for Fireflux and trying to push into a site, and Bonker was like, fault line, by the way, and they were just concussed and couldn't really do much on the push. The number of times that happened, I was like, oh, he's done it again. But we're going to have to go back to the desk. It's 2-0 as Guild eliminate Fireflux from proceedings. We're going to head to a short break, and whilst we do, you can enjoy the incredible music that we've got in store for you as well. It's going to be Resist Your Love by Oframi featuring Mugletta. Take it away.
Bright lights calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay. On the beat of your game, make me wonder, can get away. I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger, can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
The gloves are off, the knives are out. Bonker ends that with a knife, and it's flawless for Guild. We were saying going into this map that it would need to be a statement victory if Fireflux were ever going to have a chance in this series, were ever going to have a chance at dodging elimination. And it was a statement victory, but it's against them. So that's pretty brutal. A 13-0. You do not see that every day. And we actually have a very special guest here. We've got Bonker standing by on the line. He's right here up on the big screen. So, Bonker, talk to me about this matchup. 13-0, my guy. That doesn't happen every day.
No, it doesn't. It feels good. I feel like they didn't bring out their A game, but we surely did, and that's what happens then.
It's amazing to see that you guys can really show what you're capable of doing. I guess some people had a little bit of doubt from time to time with the guild roster. I think that would be really interested in, because I genuinely never got to figure out that much. What is the sort of impact you would say Barbar has on your team? The man has tons of experience, more than a decade basically right now in CS already. What kind of impact does he have as a coach on you?
He has a massive impact. He helps us a lot outside of the game when it comes to discipline and our schedules in real life, you know, living healthy, eating healthy, getting a good sleep schedule and all of those stuff. So he's a massive support for us.
That sounds like him.
I have a question, since we have quite a bit of time because you speed round, you know, kind of this match. My question is, you're the IGL. You also, I'm sure, have a lot of impact on how you guys prepare for the match. So when you were preparing for Fireflux, what was the way you guys tried to dissect the way they play? Can you like shed a little bit of light of the way you try to like counter-strat or like get any information about your opponents, and how does that affect your team?
To be honest, it's different versus different opponents. Like if you feel like we're going against a super strong opponent, we change our game quite a bit to counter-strat them. When we play against like a team like Fireflux, we know that if we just play the way we want to play, we're going to win the game if we're playing as we're supposed to. So there's not much counter-stratting coming into this specific game. And also the way that they play, for example, on Split, on defense on Split, they really like to take B lobby control. And A lobby control fits our way of playing perfectly because we go mid all the time on Split. So it wasn't much counter-stratting, to be honest.
So you think the way that Fireflux was playing was a little bit more predictable for you?
Definitely. They tried to swap up their compositions a little bit here and there, but they still had the same play style. We noticed it like 4 rounds in on Split. We said they're playing exactly the way we watched them play on Split, and we just did our thing and it worked.
Well, Sabonka, one of our analysts here at this event in Kakuka, she is a huge fan of yours. The entire LVP desk are all of Spain apparently really want to rally behind you. I don't know how much you've heard about Bonka to Berlin and all of this, but yeah, man, talk me through that knife kill to close this out, right? Like you went for it. I know that you Swedes like to have a good time, man. You like to get rowdy. Was that just to have a bit of a laugh? You know, build some morale, a bit of BM?
I mean, that's just for fun. I knew he didn't have any time, so it didn't matter if both me and Leo died. So I said, I'm going to daze him when he's tapping the bomb, and then let's just go for a knife kill. And we both tried to do it. And luckily, I got it. So.
Brilliant, man. Brilliant, Bonka. Dude, it's been a pleasure talking to you. For real, best of luck in all your upcoming games. And hope to see you again, man.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day. I'll see you around.
Sweet. Oh, what a dude. What a great guy. I love it. I love it. And yeah, dude, playing for the knife at the end just to rub salt in the wound. Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. So talk me through this one a little bit, Zescht, right? Obviously, it's a 13-0. I don't think there's much we can say really in terms of like pulling data out of this game. But for Fireflux, you know, it felt like they were just never really in it, right? They looked very, very lost. Do you think they'd kind of already resigned themselves to an L in this one?
No, I think resigning to an L was never the case. But a crucial thing that probably played a role in all of that is experience, right? Because it starts to be a momentum game. You know, when I had the possibility to talk to Sal, the coach of Fireflux, he was saying that this is going to be a very momentum-based game. He was right. Unfortunately, the wrong way around for him. So that's obviously a thing that's absolutely crucial. And you saw right there that at one point they seemed to really lack the confidence you would usually see from them. But definitely nervosity, being nervous really plays a role in this. Those guys are, well, comparatively young. Let's put it that way, right? They're quite young lads. And maybe it's the pressure getting them to some degree, specifically one individual here that really suffered.
Yeah, Sociable had a really, I think this might have been the worst game of his career, right? And that's, you know, I'm not trying to like paint a picture, oh, he's bad or something. This guy's pretty damn good at the game,
good.
you know? They just showcases that the entire team got crushed and outclassed by Guild. Sociable, who's typically playing like really well, you expect him to be spearheading the entire team. He had 1 kill in 13 rounds, and his average damage was 1 bullet from a Vandal. It was literally 40 damage. So this is a big problem when the entire team has like issues with getting something going, because no one can compensate for a loss. Typically you have like this idea of, oh, our team can always try to find something going for us because we will try to trade and so on. Here nothing was really like working out. Look at Lothar, he's top fragging in the team with 5 frags.
And the thing about all of this is, you pointed the picture quite well in the beginning, that a Jett on Ascent could be a really good idea, right? You know, gaining momentum, getting quickly on the sides. At the same time, it seems like this kind of risk they took, I mean, surely they played in the prac, right? That's the thing. They 100% played that in the prac. The real issue, though, is that when you do all of that and you suddenly swap the agent, because he's an absolute massive impact player with Raze on Ascent, even if it's not fully on meta, even if it's maybe not, you know, hypothetically the best idea, he still played Jett. And this seemed to be a difference, maybe, that cost him the game to some degree. It could have been. Like, it's not only his fault. No, obviously not. But still, he has insane stats. He's individually super talented in all of those games previously. And then he swaps the agent once in a while. It seems like it might have not fit them too well, because they have played this race composition on Ascent for a good bit of time.
Well, also to a little bit paint a picture to the less experienced viewers here in front of the screens. An entry fragger, right? He doesn't need to frag per se, because his job is to create space on the side and just made an opening possible. So he's essentially like a drone that comes in on set. If he gets a kill, fantastic. That's like, you're done more than expected of you. The Jett on attack could be 0-12 and still have massive impact, because everyone else is just coming after you and trade you. The thing that I would have to rewatch this entire match, but I feel like what was the massive piece that just brought the Fireflags down is they essentially couldn't do anything while trying to create the space, because they were lacking the trade. So Guild was just dismantling them one by one, which is not ideal, because that's how the defenders want to play.
Yeah, I think as well, right, like whenever you look at a scoreline or a game like this, confidence is a very, very hard thing to quantify, but it is so impactful, right? And when you're going unchallenged and it feels like every fight you're throwing yourself into, even if it's not a good fight, you're still winning it out, right? And so that's like a huge deal, because Guild, they went into everything believing they'd already won it, whereas, you know, on the side of Fireflags, they were going in like, mate, this is 0-10, like, you know, we can't seem to win a damn fight. So yeah, no, that you really started to feel the swing of confidence, right, Zescht?
There's exactly the thing that begs the question, basically. How would it have been if there would have been actually FPX swapping sides in the game previous, right, when they played against them? Would it actually also been something like a 13-2, 13-3 when going there for FPX? They did a 10-2 half because they started on their comfortable side, seemingly. And that could have been also maybe the case versus Guild, if that would have been the case.
Well, you know, this matchup, as mentioned, it was a bit of a speed run. So we can start to wrap this one up now. We'll give you that Pay Safe card player of the match when we come back after a break, as well as a little bit of Na'Vi versus the Vodafone Giants action. So stay tuned. And we're back. It's the VALORANT EMEA playoffs. And well, we've got more still to come, right? A little bit of Na'Vi taking on the Vodafone Giants. But first, some housekeeping. We have to announce our pay-safe card player of the match from that last series. And well, I'm kind of happy about this one. Of course, it's our supreme ruler. It's the guy in charge. It's our favorite Swede. It's Bonker locking this one in, largely getting it over the line because he really is a man of the people. This knife kill at the end, delicious. Zescht, you love to see it, right?
I really love to see it. It's really great that finally that Kakuka used her Twitter bubble for something good, and obviously got Bonker as the player of the match here. Very understandable, really. I mean, he's the man of it. And you know, I generally have to say, it's great to see a man who's pulling the strings, who's right now making the puppet dance, is usually not getting that much credit, right? This is a very well-deserved prize overall, because in IGL, they still deserve attention. They still deserve this credit. And this time around, this is my Bonker prize for the day.
There's a very low-hanging fruit here. That's bonkers.
It's just because you're a dad, right?
Come on with this stuff, man. You just stand there, and I see him cooking it up in his head, and then like, I know when he's going to open his mouth. It's like, oh no, what's Lothar been thinking of? Well, look, let's start to turn our attention towards the matchup we've got now, right? And first of all, where better to begin than meeting the Na'Vi boys?
Всем привет, меня зовут Влад Свистов, играю под ником Arch и являюсь капитаном команды Na'Vi VALORANT. Ну, самый большой успех – это проход в EMEA часть и топ-2 СНГ, потому что мы ничего другого еще не успели сыграть. Я бы сказал, что у нас команда довольно-таки структурная, но это не значит, что мы играем по скриптам. У нас есть баланс, каждый знает, что нужно делать в разных ситуациях. Главная цель сейчас для меня и для моей команды – это быть одной из лучших команд не только в СНГ и в Европе, но и в мире. Но для этого нам потребуется время. Если брать СНГ-регион, то самым большим оппонентом является команда Gambit, которую нам так и не удалось обыграть. Но я думаю, что со временем мы до них доберемся. А что касается европейских команд, то нам совершенно не важно, против кого играть. Мы будем делать все возможное, чтобы выиграть.
Yeah, so that's Na'Vi, right? And if Arch, you know, if he were the surgeon, the guy, you know, directing the flow of surgery that is VALORANT, I guess like his scalpel could be someone like SSK, who I think has shown time and time again that he can be the real difference maker between a victory for this Na'Vi squad or them falling a little flat. Would you agree with that, Zescht?
I do agree with that. The thing, though, is it seems like SSK needs a time to wake up from time to time, ironically. And that's the thing about him. Does he really step up from the beginning on? He really likes to push the boundaries as a defender, for example. We see that quite often on Icebox. He's taken the ground over there on that map in front of the A side. It's nice to see. It's great to witness that his individual skill can become in handy that much. At the same time, that's the thing. Will he actually be activated? Did he have a good sleep? Did he have a good day? Because consistency is still a thing where I sometimes worry about this lad.
Well, Na'Vi is consistent in one thing, and that's attacking slowly. You know, they're playing so slow. And we're actually going into a match where both teams prefer that style, although Giants is a little bit faster sometimes on the executes. They're mixing up the styles, but they're evenly, let's say, split between all the times of the round when they typically planned. Na'Vi has like this typical, I don't want to sound stereotypical, but they do play that CIS style of defaulting that you can see in other games as well, where they just stand, wait for opponents to make a mistake, and it actually kind of worked on many teams in the past, but I'm not certain how much it will work against Giants.
Yeah, right. As far as that style of gameplay goes, right, it's got like an obscene, you know, beautifulness about it, right? It kind of looks so simplistic, and yet, you know, the more you see teams attempt to even lean into that style of play, I think you realize how difficult it actually is to nail down, right? When we were talking about a team like Guild for that last series, we were saying these guys run out of time sometimes, right? And it's like that is a genuine concern. When you're leaving everything down to the wire, you're playing very default heavy, you're really hinging on the round playing the way you've envisioned it's going to play, right? There's no real room for error in situations.
Yeah,
like
and
that.
it's also exaggerated or like blown let's say in a bigger picture, when you play on maps that are allowing you to stop the plan for certain reasons, like Icebox is a great example. When on B side, you don't really have an easy time of planting the spike if you don't have a contingency plan, like an example, the Sage Wall, which is so much needed. And on Split, you have very narrow entrances that can be stopped, like can be stopped with one piece of utility to stop the entire push, right? So you have to adjust the way you want to play depending on which map. You cannot just have one play style on every single map present.
Yeah, you know, beating this slow style, it can sometimes be a tall order, but who better to place a tall order than the Vodafone Giants?
I'm Johan Meddo Lundborg. I'm playing for Vodafone Giants, and I'm a Sentinel player. I think our playstyle is very aggressive. Right now we have a lot of confidence and it clearly shows on the server. I think our team has always been really good, but with the addition of David P and Ambi, like our confidence and like how much fun we had skyrocketed. And after that, like we just went in, we know that we are better than the enemy, you know, just full confidence. I think that's the reason. I think we deserve to win because we've been practicing so hard. With this roster, we haven't been practicing that much, but in general, for so long now, we've been practicing and really not had success, but it feels really good right now.
Yeah, so that's our guy Meadow there, having a little chat with us about the Giant squad and where they're at. And we have to learn where we're at, right? We have to get the maps ready for this game. So we can start to have a little look into this. Lothar, I would love to get your thoughts on what we might have as a pool, or just reviewing the pool.
I think we already have it.
Yeah,
right here.
yeah, look at this. The speed, the pace. Another speed run, perhaps?
Okay, so this is very interesting because it seems like Haven is banned, and so is Bind is banned by VGA by Na'Vi, which is not a surprise. But then Giants are banning Icebox, which is an interesting choice because so far Na'Vi didn't really look that hot on Icebox, even though it was one of the most map played, right? And we go first to the first choice on Ascent, which I feel like both teams are presenting the playstyle, which is okay. Let me put it this way, because I'm kind of in a loop. Na'Vi played Ascent last time, and they played with no duelist. So Giants are coming into a map which they have no clue what Na'Vi will do.
And so that's going to make, reading into this a hell of a lot harder, right? And it makes looking, things like agent pools even more important. Zescht, do you have any initial thoughts as well on the back of seeing the maps, like just from the get-go, Ascent being that first one we're moving into?
That's very good. What Lothar said here, no clue what's happening because we hardly saw them play it, first of all, and it was a while ago. At the same time, remember Vodafone Giants playing a new composition from Team Liquid with KO, for example. They were working off of that brilliantly. Liquid is a different chapter. At the end of the day, still, I think Vodafone Giants seem to have a really good leader with David P, who has so much knowledge in first-person shooters, knows how to make it in those late-round calls, and might be a winning condition for them.
Oh, well, look, we got the agent select on screen, so we're going to be able to have a look at this. Yeah, man, I told you, we're doing it lightning mode ever since Guild got us in this mindset, man. We're coming at you thick and fast. Let's go. What are going to be the locks here? Na'Vi?
I'm really interested to see the Na'Vi composition because, as I said, we have seen SSK actually play not on a duelist. We had Hoodie hovering over the KO. Man, they need to stop doing this, but yeah, typically what I've seen from Giants is an Omen, Cypher, Sage, Jet, Sova lineup. Here we have somehow a difference because Hoodie goes to Sage, so it's all good. This is the way they play. SSK though is going to a different lineup, and this I very much like this. They go for Reyna for SSK because it works so well in the previous games when SSK just wakes up, he's a monster. But the thing is, they played it before with a Skye instead of a Reyna in this lineup. And this was working so well in Fury as well because Skye is such a powerful statement lately in the game. She's basically a duelist and you have a little bit of sustain as well in the regrowth. Pair that up with Sage, you actually have a very defensive lineup, right? So the question is, for Na'Vi, what is that needs our the reinforcement on this map? And it seems like they're just lacking firepower, right? So they think we have a better defense side, so we don't need more in reinforcement in that regards. We need something better on attack, which for them seems like to be the Reyna.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You know, there isn't very much in the initiator category either. We're pretty light on the old flashes here. You know, you've got Reyna, and then you've also got the paranoia on Omen on the other side.
I have Sova.
Oh, yeah, right. But still, like, you know, you're pretty limited in that regard. I'm kind of curious to hear your thoughts on this one, Zescht. After you've seen the agent pools, do you have any strong feeling here?
Yes, I do, because once more, Lothar has a really good point regarding, obviously, the Sky being played in such a useful agent in a support and also initiating way, as you mentioned. At the same time, it is very important, in my eyes, to now have a quite good momentum start for Na'Vi. They're definitely better on that attacking side, and this obviously means that at the end of the day, right, they have to be swift and fast about this in case that happens. And so, you know, with the Vodafone Giants being a slightly worse bit on here, the defense, it could be potentially momentum becoming crucial for both parties, though.
Yeah, well, so we got Vodafone Giants taking on Na'Vi, and to take it away, we're going to go ahead and throw this one over to the casters. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Thank you very much. We're going to be getting straight back into Ascent. I mean, we didn't see that much of it last time around, so we thought we'd treat you to a little bit more. A 13-0 on the cards for Guild, setting the bar pretty high, I think, for everybody else. But either way, we're going to be seeing what these two teams can figure out here. Na'Vi going to try and step up and take on their opponents here and see if they can open up against Giants, to see if they can find that difference in playstyle, right? They've got that slow attacking, encroaching phase that we know Na'Vi like to play, and try and move that one forwards, Gio.
Yeah, I mean, you know, still for Na'Vi, this is very early in their lives of actually playing against EU teams. So they're still dipping their toes into that. And to see how that is going to go, I think is especially going to be interesting in this map, just given how different those agent compositions are looking for it. You know, they were talking about it on the analyst desk. We were having a little private conversation about it behind the scenes as well. Just, it's not that common these days to see such starkly different lineups.
No, you've got three differences. Obviously, the Omen, the Cypher, the Jet, playing on the defense first for the Vodafone Giants, and then you've got this Killjoy, Astra, and Reyna composition playing on that attack. So maybe side selection has something to do with it.
I'm really going to be watching out for SSK, I think, because instead of having the Sky to kind of support any kind of, or provide initiation for someone else, SSK should be able to do it himself on the Reyna. I want to see how much of a difference that makes. Everything's seemingly happening over here in spawn. Hoodie's going to try and catch them out as they burst through the barrier orb, and he goes down himself.
Walls being funneled in, trying to move people, corral them into the right position for the taking, but at the moment, A site is covered, and the spike is going to get planted in by Na'Vi. So they are going to hold off against the short cloud, moving on in, looks for the early shots, finds a very solid pick over onto David P, falls back to the team, doesn't want to give ground, they shut the door, force the sound cues to come through. At the moment, Vodafone Giants looking pretty shaky on this retake to start off, but it's still a pistol round. Anything can happen. As they dash on in. Fidinho first up to bat into the Cloud burst with the tailwind as Cloud finds yet another. They only find 1 and 2 fall. Now it's just Meadow on this Cypher to try and challenge. Will find Arch, 73 HP, and the timer's ticking away, but the timer will not end the round. Instead, it's Dinks with a headshot on the Ghost.
A nice approach in there from Na'Vi to kick off the game. And, you know, I was so excited to finally see them bringing in a composition where we're going to have a duelist, and we didn't really get to see a duelist much in that round. But I mean, there's still chances, there's still opportunities for them to do that. Now they're of course going to have the advantage in weapons going into this next round, which is going to be excellent for them. See how they can carry that momentum.
Picking up those Spectres, just getting it on board. Vandal in the hands of Cloud. Picking up a few more kills than the rest of them. Wants to invest in here and spend that moolah. A little bit of a stack defensively coming on through. for the moment for the Vodafone Giants as they move on over towards this B site. And it looks like it might just pay off here as Na'Vi trying to move in past Pizza, past the sliding doors. SSK gets spotted out by the Recon Bolt and Arch. Trying to slow the approach for the Vodafone Giants even further. Stop them from getting back into it. But Hoodie from the boathouse will be able to find one. Ambi, excellent backup there on the crossfire, controlling the approach. The Vodafone Giants will not go down without a fight here, but Duno dismantles them. Two more still on site to deal with. The Cloud finds a double of his own. Thinks, looks for it, but Duno racks up the triple. Na'Vi, 2-0.
Yeah, nice one there for Dino, especially as, you know, it is a risk to be buying the weapons that they bought in that round so early on. So, I mean, yes, they have the advantage. So, yeah, they're gonna most likely win anyway. But had they lost them, that would have put them in a pretty big economic downfall for a couple of rounds. So, ensuring that they get the value that they needed off of the back of that, they got the kills that they required, find themselves in the site. Great one there from Na'Vi. And Vodafone Giants can finally actually start to bring in some weapons of their own. It's going to make it a lot more even in the fights here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pistol round. You expect that one to go down. Now Vodafone Giants, they're up armed to the teeth. Looks like they're going to have to hold off on the A site at the moment. The Lear around the corner. Just a little bit of vision from the camera. The trap wire does get taken out. But no damage really found for it. Meadow a little bit slow on that swing, but the spray through the dark cover finds what they're looking for. Arch falls.
Again, just trying to use that intel that they have available to them. Na'Vi are not the sort of team who are going to overzealously aggress when they don't need to.
That's sort of their characteristic style, isn't it? That attack, that slow posting.
Camera taken out.
Coming through with a moment Vodafone Giants. They're not going to give an inch either. Ambi holds for the first face. David P is there. Corner is checked, but David P better on the day. And SSK is going to fall. 3 players now standing for
30
Na'Vi.
seconds left.
Vodafone Giants with 30 seconds left, looking good on this defense to come back after the bonus.
I mean, there isn't really a direct route in that's obvious here for Na'Vi to take, especially not now that Dinks has been brought down, leaving just 2 of them. I mean, even if they wanted to push out
10
mid, they've got
left.
to deal with this, trap wire. They don't have any time. So it is definitely better for them to just save the weapons. Absolutely. They've held on to them for a couple of rounds now, so at least that's good going forward. They actually can distribute the money that they do get elsewhere, help buy up for the other players. Vodafone finally get around.
That's the thing, though. I think that Na'Vi actually over-invested into that round. I think a couple of them bought more rifles. Yeah, and that's going to leave them not able to buy into this round, despite being 2-1 up. They bought a little bit more, so they're going to be down on Spectres on 2 of their players. David P going to stick to that Spectre for Vodafone Giants, but they have the cash and they're trying to build that up. I feel like Na'Vi kind of dropped the ball a little bit by rebuying into the third round, sorry.
Early recon dart out, doesn't actually see anything. I don't know if SSK is gonna know that David P is right around the corner. He can get one of them, but Ambi's there to trade. And that wasn't what Na'Vi were looking for as Vodafone continued to clean up, and there's just 2 players of Na'Vi left already.
Meadow doing work in the mid with that Cypher, trying to open it up, control the ground, and shut any hopes of Na'Vi getting back into this round down. Dino and Cloud now, last 2 standing, split the 4 corners of the map, but it's not going to matter because there's a neural theft in tow to spot them out exactly. The Spike's in control. Vodafone Giants have all the cards in their hand to play.
Dino trying to check these corners. Cloud as well. These are the same 2 players, by the way, who survived out the last round. Everybody else, like, losing those weapons, losing that money for the team. He gets the kill, but he can't quite land the second one onto Coutinho. Leaves Cloud on his own. He can collect the spike. But again, it's all about the face checking here.
Moving for more. Coutinho around the corner. Holds his nerve. Gets the headshot. Now it's even Stevens on the scoreline. 2-2. 2 happy ducks sitting on the pond. Vodafone Giants will be able to even the scoreline once more. And I think it kind of roots itself in that third round bye that allowed Vodafone Giants to really put it to Na'Vi, because now they're down again onto the Sheriff Force buy. Full rifles now in tow for the Vodafone Giants, and they're looking happy right now for their defensive side.
I mean, it's just a shame here, because it's at this point that you start to wonder, how does this composition change fare for Na'Vi? You know, SSK hasn't necessarily been really prominent in these opening engagements, whereas maybe sticking to that Sky could have helped, you know, provide some support for the rest of the team so they could work together. David P gets the opening kill here, and that takes Cloud straight off the board, and SSK as well has lost a ton of health already in this round.
A lot of damage already done, but I think you might be right about this sort of change over to the Reyna. It is still early doors in this game, though, so I will caveat that. But I think you might be onto something there, Gio. Dinks finds the pick with the headshot over onto Coutinho. Playing around the corner, they want to chase this one up. David P with a cheeky little aggressive peek onto Dino. Will take one more down. Remember, this is against pistols, so any kill that can be found for Na'Vi, highly valuable here. David P on the face again, and he wins it. Triple kill.
Oh, well, that didn't take too long for them to clean up at the end there. Unsurprising, given the fact that it was the pistols, but Na'Vi, after having some early couple of rounds that they put on the board, they're struggling to regain that money and regain the position that they were in previously. Yeah, that's the whole reason that they decided to go for an eco in that last round, because they have to give themselves a more beneficial position to actually help them move forward. Because especially as Vodafone Giants have been putting these rounds on the board, I mean, their momentum is doing okay. They got 20,000 team credits in pocket. They spent just under 10k. They've got an operator. They're in a way more comfortable position right now.
Absolutely. And over towards the A. Comfort might be tested though. Coutinho, oh, this is bold. Holding the corner, gets the shot. Arch goes down, and without their Sage, they will have no healing. They've been moving on with it as well. SSK taking a lot of damage from that as the lockdown comes through. They manage to get the detain onto one. The Na'Vi do take the site, but the retake looking pretty strong. Look at the flank coming through, and they're checking the angle. The Cosmic Divide's there, looking for the retake. Dino is scouted out. Perhaps they have a read on that one, but goodness me. Na'Vi going to be unhappy to have that flank taken down. Now 3 players moving in from A main, trying to swing on it. The Owl drone's there, Cloud holding towards the winery, and he's just going to get scouted out as well. Pushed out of the corner and taken down by the shock dart. It's only 2 players left. SSK and Dinks trying to hold it. Coutinho up close and personal. End of the barrel down his throat. Going to blow him out. And we'll start to pull on through. The rest of the squad comes back in, and it's the Vodafone Giants to get the retake. The defuse comes out. They won't even give it over to Meadow. They were going to get that Hunter's Fury back towards Ambi, get him closer to it.
I am not a fan of that Cosmic Divide they used. The thing is especially after Dino got taken down, they knew the flank was coming through from Vodafone Giants. Where they put the Cosmic Divide, which would typically be used to cut off Heaven, at that point they knew to expect a push coming in from A main. So they can't sit in hell watching A main, because the Cosmic Divide's in the way. It would cut off their own senses. They wouldn't have a line of sight. They wouldn't be able to hear if those defenders had come in. So they had to sit in the middle of the site, knowing that this push was going to come in through A main. They are in a vulnerable position. They don't have any safety, and there isn't really all that much of a threat coming in from Heaven that's going to be cut off by the Cosmic Divide. Now, there was one player, and I'm pretty sure it was Coutinho. If they'd have put the Cosmic Divide further down on the site, you would have cut off the potential for those flankers to come in through from A main. You could have sat in hell, which would have given you much more safety and impunity when you're trying to defend onto the site, as well as a line of sight onto where the spike plant could have been. And the player who is up in Heaven would have had a much harder job actually trying to kill you. So for me, that Cosmic Divide did not work, and it could have been so much more effectively. And I hope that after Na'Vi's tactical timeout, they're going to come forward a little bit rejuvenated into these upcoming rounds.
Hunter's Fury, Empress, that's the sort of rejuvenation power you need. post plant very, very strong, obviously, with that Hunter's Fury to be able to control it. So, all right, we'll see if they can rejuvenate.
Shadows traveling.
They have very slow attacks. That's not something that's changed at all. Throughout these rounds, it doesn't matter what their buy is. They're on a kind of weird half buy at the moment. There's no urgency.
I think the economy has been something that has sort of bothered me so far about Na'Vi's play. They haven't tried to keep it in check. They haven't tried to control it. They've just sort of been trying to squeeze out the end of the toothpaste. And it hasn't really come up smelling a mint just yet. Na'Vi able to go 1-for-1 so far on the trade, but Meadow holds face against the second two. Arch finally taken down, but the damage is done. 2 players standing. The res is invested here. Na'Vi don't want to let it go. Vitinho nearly lands the flick shot there. Always on the ball. This guy with an operator on the jet is just nutty. And that's what you want to see from Ascent. The jet.
Spike planted.
Been healed up as well by Hoodie, so he's going to be coming into this next fight nice and strong. These players from Na'Vi have got to look at all these different angles with Cloud removed. That also makes it so much easier for Vodafone to clear up. They only have to look in one direction at that point. Na'Vi a little bit overwhelmed there in that round, John.
And yet again, they give the defuse over to Ambi, just slowly accruing those points towards the Hunter's Fury, and Na'Vi cannot hold it off. Not anymore. Really disciplined retakes coming through from the Vodafone Giants here.
Definitely. And when you say that about the Hunter's Fury, it just reminds me of its price increase it had in the more recent patches. You know, if you've got these free opportunities to just hand over the defusal to one of your players, yeah, do it. Give it to your Sova. They need it. They need those points. And now Ambi is going to, of course, be coming into this next round with a Hunter's Fury, as is Cloud. But that is the only ultimate that's on the side of Na'Vi.
With the rifles, they might want to try and invest it here. Not really looking at any other ults anytime soon. No res, no lockdown. Not even that Cosmic Divide. It's really there's only 2 super high impact ultimates here. And that is the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. You just have to wait for those things to come online. They already used that earlier. Vitinho. A sliver further. 1 pixel. Might have been in trouble. Dino holding. A little bit of a Wild West standoff here.
There is a bit, and you know, the spike isn't being held at the moment. I would assume that Dino is meant to be the one to go and pick that back up at some point. But of course, if he gets taken down by Vitinho for whatever reason here, it's going to require more of a proactive effort from these players in mid to go and recollect it. Now you've got an engagement occurring over on A main.
Both of them happened. They popped off straight at the same time. Vitinho wins it. And across the map, Ambi wins it as well. That is
30
2
seconds
picks
left.
coming through for the Vodafone Giants. Yet again, Cloud able to move through, get towards Gardens, but has a tough time moving any further. Vitinho refaces onto the corner and misses the shot. Actually goes down to the spray, but Hoodie's there for the backup. That's the spike. 14 seconds left. Drops the Lear, and SSK will be able to finally get some frags on the board. Hoodie not going to be able to stop that one going in, but out comes the Hunter's Fury. There comes the tags. Needs to try and tag it towards the spike going down, but doesn't actually manage to land any damage. 2 versus 3. With the off angle held by Cloud. I wonder if they're going to check the angle. No. David Pete swings out backwards. And that's not going to do well for the health bar. 2 versus 2 now. As SSK and Cloud are there. They have got that Hunter's Fury. Just keep Cloud safe. Try and buy some time with SSK. You might just be able to get around on the board. I'm going to slow it down.
It's not the first time that we've seen a recon dart be missed, but Cloud gets the kill onto Ambi. Leaving just Meadow here, John.
There's not too much more to do. Trying to hold for those pushes as well. Tagging the spike yet again. And SSK able to fade away. Beautifully held there, I have to say, from Na'Vi to give them the slip. They lost too early, but with the presence they were able to find with that push up towards Connector, they got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that it was maybe a bit of an oversight to keep Vitinho in B main after bringing down Dino, because it meant that engagement he faced was incredibly close range, and while Man's got insane mechanical ability. It's very hard to take that kind of a fight with an operator in such an enclosed space, whereas had he been a bit further back, maybe all the way over to defender spawn, they could have held onto the B site maybe a bit better.
Perhaps, but still, Vodafone Giants in the lead, sitting okay, they're feeling fine. Getting your back on that operator, fully kitted out. One of the few full rifle rounds we've seen so far in the half.
Meadows on that same camera that he's placed in that same spot for a couple of rounds. You can see the owl drone going in from Na'Vi. They want to scout it out, know where the information's coming from, know where this utility is, know where these players are. Still nothing just yet. It is so serene.
Cage triggered.
They are playing it slow, standard, but I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to change your entire sort of identity playstyle if you're Na'Vi here? Not particularly keen on doing that. And of course, on Ascent, you know, you've already got 3 rounds on there on the attack.
Left.
You can rack up plenty more in this half. It's certainly not a terrible start, and now they're back into sort of some economic strength. But if you're going to lose players like to a sneaky position from David P, might be a little bit harder. Meadows there finds one more. And Hoodie gets yet another 2 now left standing. Coming in for Na'Vi as they try and move all the way up to site. They have got there, but they're trapped underneath. And they are completely surrounded. There's no way they get out of this. They drop down and Ambi finds one. Up top it stinks towards heaven, but not really too much more to do. Vodafone Giants 6-3.
No, and only just one weapon wrenched out of the hands of Vodafone Giants in that round, and that should very easily be able to be brought up, I would imagine. So we'll have a look. Yep, there you go. Meadow just has Vandal put straight back in his hands. Meanwhile, on the side of Na'Vi, that isn't the case. They don't have a lot of money to share between them. You can actually see these weapons being changed up. So, not going to go for the Guardian. They're going to go for the Spectre in the hands of SSK. That should enable him to play a little bit more close range, be aggressive. But it's not a particularly strong weapon situation.
Not the best, not ideal, especially when you're down on your half, but keep on moving forwards, keep on trucking. There's a team that could do it, Na'Vi. Really looking strong, and you have to, you know, count your positives, Gio, like you said in the last game. It's not going to be a 13-0, that much we can be certain of. Moving forwards, David P gets caught, and that's a good start for Na'Vi on their round.
That was a cheeky little angle there taken from SSK, using the dark cover against him, which you always like to see. And David P, who's been doing a decent amount of work so far, to have him off the board is definitely nice. Meadows just waiting for this push potentially from A main, given that he saw that on his camera. Coutinho's just got to be very careful here because, of course, the Nebulas are being brought out to try and conceal his line of sight. The cages too. It's going to be very hard to find his targets.
Oh, he spotted an ankle there, and SSK actually finds Meadow. That's 2 picks now on the round. Coutinho unhappy about it. We'll try and get some frags back into the round. The spike's getting planted, not going to be stopped there. And now 5 players for Na'Vi in a post-plant. They have got the Empress. Nothing to really control it. The res is available, but I think Vodafone Giants might just want to fall back and regroup and save on their weapons, try and keep their economy afloat.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Coutinho's not actually had the operator taken away from him at all, so might as well hold on to that. Keep it going. Don't allow yourself to fall into the unenviable economic position that Na'Vi found themselves very much in at the first half of this half. I'd say that they've found some stability, a little bit more as it stands, but it certainly has been rocky for them, and quite difficult to get out of. It's like Na'Vi found themselves in the payday loans of the Valorant world, you know?
Yeah, it's not been ideal. It's not been ideal, sort of living paycheck to paycheck. It's not how you want to carry on, but again, they found themselves just a little bit afloat there. Heads above water, and they're trying to stay afloat. Vodafone Giants, they're looking pretty solid. I mean, they moved back, they saved those 3 rifles, they're keeping themselves good pretty much until the end of the half now here.
I mean, yeah, actually, these teams, you know, very... Coutinho even do it? He misses. Very similar loadout values, very similar team credits, very similar spend as well for this round. So this is actually shockingly even. I suppose the biggest difference would be the ultimate situation. But if Arch can get a kill, then he'll have a res.
Take flight.
And at least that will be on par with what Hoodie can bring for Vodafone.
They have to find those openings. They have to actually get into a position where they're in a post plant where the resable target, and it's easier said than done, especially given the strength of the displaying on the defense for the Vodafone Giants. If Coutinho gets a pick, that might just be enough. Able to find one, stays in the cloudburst and actually peeks around the side of it. Whipping around though, it's Cloud, immediately changing tack. The spike not committed to any position right now, and a forward position being held by Dinks allows them some opportunity to move towards the B. The dark cover about to expire. The trapwire will be the next main obstacle, but from out the top towards Pizza, they're going to flood on through. Not quite able to guard the cross there as well for the Vodafone Giants, and they will be allowed in. Hoodie getting scanned out, needs to slow it. David P's there as well. A lot of damage from the shock dart. SSK finds David P, confirms that kill. As Dinks gets it on the crossfire. 12 seconds left, and they need to be worried about Hoodie. Just needs to slow them down just a little bit. Only 1 kill found. Now with 6 seconds left on the clock, they're able to get back in and get that spike planted. The ankles are spotted again. Fancy footwork, not going to help you there. SSK on the triple kill right now. A reign of terror from the Reina. And SSK starts to stand up for the team. Na'Vi, going to be proud, but Meadow looking to prove to be a thorn in the side here. He falls on back. I feel like this is, again, just going to be looking to be an economic decision. Looking for exit frags. Trying to limit Na'Vi's economy a little bit more than it already was. But that's not going to be effective. Arch nails it.
Yeah, I mean, given how even the economic situation was actually looking in that last round, obviously for Vodafone, knowing that you're about to lose the round, you would have really liked to have gotten an exit frag just to help bring Na'Vi's advance down now, because suddenly that situation has kind of shifted and you have the imbalance where Na'Vi are now ahead. And this being the last round of the half and Na'Vi being 1 round off of actually evening it out, they have the advantage now, and that's a bit of a struggle. Now, you still have good weapons on Vodafone, and if Coutinho can get some nice kills here, maybe they'll be able to finish this at a 7-half. 7-5 half.
Goodness me, it felt like that was going to be on. In comes the lockdown. One of the high-impact ultimates that Na'Vi have at their disposal. 5 and 6, and even half would be good news for them. They're just trying to body block for it as well. No darts to see it go on down. They're going to push the team to the back of the site, the Leo around the side, and whilst the Vodafone Giants try and flood for the positions to hold, they're going to try and take control. But those cyber cages, so brutal, and look at that trapwire, so oppressive on the defense coming through from the Vodafone Giants. They find 2 picks, and all of a sudden, Na'Vi, that was their main game plan here.
Oh, nice kill there from SSK, who really has been showing up more in these last couple of rounds. They're still sitting at the man disadvantage, though, so there's more work to be done. Now it's just David P over here in line. Is he going to be able to take both of these 2 players down who are here in A main with him?
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them? I can't count, John.
Goodness me. All right, fair enough. But Arch is just going to be checking the angle nonetheless. They have 3. One of those crosshairs was trained on the right position at the right time. SSK finds another. This is what they brought Reina to the mix for. This is what they were looking for. 5 and 6. And they want to put that 6th up on the board for them. Try and equalize. 2 players still standing. Cloudburst over towards main, controlling these lines.
Last player standing.
Trying to get those peaks with Cloud spots. Ambi, and they know exactly where Coutinho's playing. They have his number to the T. And 6 and 6 is the half. Na'Vi move over to defense.
All right. Well, what seemed like it was going to be a bit of a rough half for Na'Vi, they managed to find some redemption on, which is really nice for them, I suppose, because yeah, it was looking a bit rough. So hopefully they can change things over now that they're on their defense. And just given their playstyle, honestly, John, you know, I would expect that to work better on the defense anyway, just how passive they were playing. We speak about the fact that they've chosen to bring Reyna and how that fares against the Sky that they usually go for. But the other thing that you have to consider as well is if you're not playing a Jet or I suppose a Raze would also count under this, is you don't really have that option to be hyper mobile when forcing yourself into an engagement or forcing yourself into a site. So that's not an option that Na'Vi have had, and that's also, I think, kind of contributed to this fact that they haven't been super aggressive and they haven't made really fast engagements. So I think on the defense, that will probably work a bit better for them because it's just not as necessary.
I mean, those retakes are going to be a little bit easier, right? The lockdown is such a great retake tool to be moving through, as well as that Cosmic Divide. You spoke about how it was actually better almost for the retake, that they dropped that over on the B site when they had that post-plant position, I think back in round, what was it, 6 or something like that, something around that sort of time, where they dropped that. They were in a 2 versus 4, and they really couldn't do too much there. But now those tools are on the defense, they've swapped sides, and they've got a good baseline to be playing from. This is a good scoreline for Na'Vi, I have to think.
There are definitely worse scorelines in the world.
I've seen them, specifically the last time.
I can't think of any in recent history that I've seen.
No? Oh, okay. None spring to mind.
No.
No? Alright.
No, I don't think so.
Geo Goldfish Collins coming in strong with the analysis there.
Well, whatever. They get to go into their pistol round here. The one at the start of this game was incredibly slow.
Not fast, far from it, and it looks like we're going to get the same dose of medicine this time around. A little bit of a sneaky beaky push up towards B main. Should be spotted out by the Killjoy utility and then immediately addressed by Arch. Vitinho, again, spotted out by the very same. Spike not spotted, it is pretty far up mid right now. 2 players holding in pizza, so very rotatable positions, if you like. Vitinho's just baiting out this turret. There's 2 players there as well, ready to take the fight, and he's just teasing them. Oh, I love it.
Oh, here's the rotation coming out from Vodafone. Got some utility to go up against here if they do try to pass in through the A site, and especially consider that Tree is being occupied by these defenders. That's going to get smoked off, but it doesn't stop Dinks from getting a kill.
Moving up towards the A site, now swelled on over the Vodafone Giants, getting the plant on in. Retake with 5. There's a flank to worry about, but David P's very far away from this one. All 5 players for Na'Vi looking close for the retake. Vitinho taken down through the dark cover there. Meadow trying to hold around the side. Has to take care of the darts, and actually David P dealt with on the flank as well. Now it's just Hoodie and Meadow, and now it's just Meadow, but he's not going to be able to get too much more done. Na'Vi with an excellent fast retake there to be able to close things down. They find those mistakes and they exploit them. A good start to the defense.
Another lead for them. This is how the first half started. Na'Vi did have that lead, but what I want to be seeing in this next round is not an overinvestment. That really was, I think, the beginning to a number of the problems that Na'Vi had on their first half, was the fact that it took them so long to recover from the investment they made in round number 2 that didn't work in their favor. So if they could just go for the more standard, like, just buy some Spectres. That'll do. That's a little bit better. So at least if things go wrong here, they're not setting a future that's going to be quite disadvantageous for them.
I haven't quite managed to get the memo on the Bulldog embargo just yet. Dinks is sneaking that one past. But it'll be alright, A little bit more power in some of these fights. But the Force actually coming through from the Vodafone Giants as well. Maybe trying to answer to Na'Vi's mistakes. But again, it is a risk, but you do get a reward for it if it actually pays off. You get a massive reward in that you're going to bump on down Na'Vi's economy exceptionally well. But, of course, it can go the other way and end up going 5-0 on the half. Fortunately for Na'Vi, they were able to claw it back, only letting one more round slip. Is it going to be the same story here?
Arch is pushing up pretty close to this barrier orb, but now it's almost been removed. See what these Vodafone players do, because you can see the way they're pushing here on mid. The first kill goes to SSK. I don't think David P was expecting him to see him, but Coutinho was there to trade. Looks like Vodafone have pretty much made their way onto this B site. They just got to deal with Arch.
They're going to try and control it there. Arch is going to hold strong for one, but not for more. And now it's a Spectre and a Bulldog against two Spectres. The plant going to be coming in as well. Killjoy and the Astra both playing from the same position. Killjoy utility all the way over on A. So they're down just that little bit. Two shock darts available for Ambi as well. So post-plant probably a little bit stronger here for the Vodafone Giants. Setting up for the retake.
Cage trigger.
Move on through. They even have a Cyber Cage to invest here. It's going to slow things down. In comes the Recon Bolt. Trying to push in as two, trying to swing on the corner. Good sprays from Ambi, nails two headshots. Oh, he's chopped the bits with that one. Gonna be able to get away with it, and that is what you can get from an investment into the second round, trying to kill that bonus in the third.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say. They're in this position now where their risk, their force, paid off. I mean, Ambi just had to kind of line up his crosshair really there. He knew because of his recon dart that no one was coming in from behind.
Isn't that what you do for every kill? Just line up your crosshair? Lol.
Well, in theory, but I have not quite mastered that.
No, me neither, actually, to be fair. It's pretty tricky. Pretty tricky.
Revealing area.
Back to an eco for Na'Vi. God, that's got a sting. Oh my god.
Oh! Goodness me. A quick 3 spray down, and they will open up the A site. Really nothing more to do in this round. I feel like this one's going to be over. I mean, barring some miraculous headshots coming through, but it's more than likely you're just going to play for exits at this stage if you're Na'Vi. Try and hit some of those rifles. Try and drop some economy. I mean, you might as well go for the retake, I suppose. Cloud trying to move forward, so's Dings, actually. They're looking towards A main, waiting for the pop-up, and Cloud actually nails the shot there. A little bit more damage, but it's seen to. That's the only damage that gets done. Again, those Spectres, that Bulldog, even the Vandal that they invested into this round are going to be saved for the Vodafone Giants. Now they're 8 and 7, and they're probably looking at a road where they're clear to go to probably even pretty close to 10 to 7 at this stage on the economy.
It's basically going to take them to a point in the game where you have to, as the team on the back foot, be very careful and very vigilant about the way you're playing your economy, because if your opponent is at 10 rounds and you screw up even slightly on that, you just send them straight into 13. So this is quite... it's really quite dangerous waters now for Na'Vi. They do have a full buy this time round, so at least they have some real weapons to play with. Meanwhile, on the side of Vodafone, they're still bonusing through. They haven't decided to invest.
And Na'Vi not even going to take these fights with the weapon advantage. They don't want to play up close. I mean, that's fair enough. You know, SSK has that Vandal. If you're coming up against Spectres, at that range, it's not the most uneven of duels, so you want to take a longer range fight, potentially.
It's another deadlock. Na'Vi aren't even on the attack this time.
Well, I mean, they said on the desk, right? Like, it's also Vodafone Giants playstyle, as they do play this slow, encroaching movement.
Yeah. And Gravity Well's gonna hold Hoodie back a little bit. They managed to get some intel up towards Fruit Market, but you can see that Vodafone now, they're actually turning their attentions over towards A. SSK's kind of cornered here.
We'll be able to take down Fatinho, though, and that's the knives going down with it. 2 more kills come on through, but Arch able to trade, taken out, and now it's 3 versus 2. Vodafone Giants with 3 in the post-plant.
Bot coming back.
And they're coming up against Dinks and Cloud, the Sova and the Killjoy. No lockdown, so those retakes not going to come on through. Cloud looks for shots, finds it towards main, evens up the numbers. Takes us back to 2 and 2. Dinks playing on the door for Na'Vi, able to spot Ambi as well. And now David P left wondering what the hell happened to his team. Not too long left to go. They haven't really got control of A main right now, and there's no real way they could block it. A really solid position for David P. If there's one way he's going to do it, it's going to be from there, but it's traded off. And the time should be just right for Dinks to be able to get this defuse.
Yeah, he's got it. Oh man, I mean, that was a close one. And one thing I will say, if you're Na'Vi, not only are you happy because you put the round on the board, you're giving yourself some cash, but, you know, Giants were picking up a lot of weapons in that round. And so if even a couple of them had survived that one out, then it still would have saved them a ton of money going forward. And that would have really, really forced that discrepancy between where these two teams were.
There were two sort of random picks in that post plant, I thought. I mean, the pick over towards A main, you shouldn't be giving that one up. And what's the rifles for it?
Dino's got a judge, though.
That's basically an operator. I mean, might as well be. Certainly clapping fools from range.
The thing is, there isn't anybody pushing to where he is, so he's present here to try and take some kind of short-range engagement. And all of Vodafone is stacking up on A main, where there's really no one to do anything about it. And Dino sure as hell can't stop them as they feed in.
Moving in, Vodafone Giants stake their claim to A. Will be unchallenged fairly significantly there. Spike getting planted. In comes the retake. And there's the Hunter's Fury to try and dissuade that one from going through. It will stop the plant there, as well as get a kill, actually, over towards Hoodie. So they're not going to give up the ghost on that. Now they're going to try and put the... oh, no. Goodness me. Every ult's getting thrown at the wall to see what sticks here. The Killjoy dropping it, and there goes the spike. 2 kills for Vitinho up on that jet. 3 versus 3 now. As the lockdown has timed out. Spike did get planted. It's fairly open towards A main. Those stars need to be good, and underneath it's Meadow in Hell as Dino pushes through with the judge. There we go, looking for more. Swings out wide, gets the range, but can't quite land the spray. The shot's not there, and Vodafone Giants wrest it back in their control. A 9th on the board, and at a time where Na'Vi might struggle to rebuy into this next round. I think they should have enough for this one, but if Vodafone Giants take it here, it's dire straits.
Yeah, tough one there. I mean, Vodafone Giants really got the, I'd say the full value out of the Hunter's Fury that they used, because totally negated the lockdown. That's something that Dinks doesn't have going forward. And that was something that I think Na'Vi were, you know, really looking to lean on in that last round. Now again, they're playing rather economically here.
Shorty up close for Arch. That judge yet again. Vodafone Giants, they're boosting up the wall, and they spot out Cloud on sight. Remove one of the defenders and actually teleport the Omen straight onto sight. Meadow gets one. Hoodie nails the shot to the back of Arch. And now it's just 2 players on the defense. I mean, fair enough, it's these pistols, but Vodafone Giants right now looking good to take this 10-8 scoreline here on Ascent. A lot closer than the last time we saw this map just a couple of minutes ago. And now it's Dino with the judge. And they fade away. They don't want any part of it.
No, I mean, I respect it. I like the idea, sure, but they're not going to be walking into that one. There just wasn't much resistance whatsoever in the entrance into B. Oh no, now he's been spotted out. He doesn't even get away with his life.
Oh no.
It's unfortunate. No, I mean, there really wasn't that much resistance into B. You got the shorty that was playing there, but, you know, especially once Cloud was taken down, that's another angle that's being held onto it. Vodafone didn't really have to expend all that much to actually get in. They had pretty much freedom to walk in, and as they were doing so, Na'Vi were still rotating their other defenders from the other side of the map. So, really, Vodafone just had a lot of space.
And right now, their bank might need to invest in getting some more space because it's looking mighty full. It's currently flush with cash, probably almost good enough to see them pretty much to the end of this game, no matter which way it goes, or certainly towards overtime if it does get that far. Information gained, player in cubby.
I want to see if Na'Vi are going to use their Cosmic Divide in this round, because if Vodafone are going to aggress like this, it might be the best idea for them. Spike not yet been planted, as that's still being filtered in onto the site, but you can see Vitinho positioning himself over in Hell to provide the overwatch.
Spike planted.
Now into the post plant. No kills going through just yet. Only a tickle of damage towards Ambi. People getting spotted out. Everything being felt either way. But it's just not going to work yet. And the retake just slowing down for Na'Vi. They block off A main. And I think I kind of like this one. They have control over a position that's been historically pretty hard for them to deal with on these pushes, but Vodafone Giants don't let it slip. Meadow with 2 and a third as well. They hold out. The crossfire is strong, and Vodafone Giants nailed the 11th, put themselves up 11 and 8 in Na'Vi. I don't even think they can buy into this one fully.
Oh my god, that was... Obviously you couldn't see me, but I felt like my face scrunch up. The problem here is that they set this Cosmic Divide down, I think expecting them to be on the other side of it, and instead, Meadow and gang, because they were hiding inside that cage, they were already on the site and could just eat Na'Vi alive as they fed into it themselves. And you're right, John, it's a really horrible situation for them in terms of what weapons they have, going up against such a strong Vodafone.
The Hero Guardian from SSK needs to have an impact here. This is a map deciding round right now, Geo. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, it's on their eco. I mean, the best that they can hope for, really, I think, is hit Vodafone Giants in their ever-expanding wallet and see if they can get to overtime at this stage. But that's not the way you want to start it. That was a Spectre as well in the hands of Arch, getting taken out.
I know exactly where
Spectre looks like gold compared to a lot of what else they're bringing with them, so, you know. Neural Theft popped and gives Vodafone Giants even more information, and as a direct result, they're going to begin making their rotate. Now, they might get met by Dinks here, but while he's on his own, I'm not sure he's going to be able to just hold Catwalk and Mid single-handedly.
Not quite the supermodel to be able to
30 seconds left.
Hold out the catwalk. Just to fall back just a little bit. Dinks gives ground. 4 players alive for Na'Vi. Not going to get blinded, but Dinks actually evades it. Steps back, a little bit disciplined. 15 seconds. This is not a lot of time to play with for the Vodafone Giants. They need to get up onto site. There's a player up top to deal with, and Dino isn't going to have a bullet find him until right towards the end. Cloud also finding a pick here. 4 seconds. This is a crucial spike plant as well coming through. 3 versus 3 as the Vodafone Giants enter the post plant. Shots landing pretty significantly over towards the Vodafone Giants as well. But now they can start to cinch this one in. Wrap it around and try and tie it up in a pretty old bow as David P and Hoodie find the shots they're looking for. And another to boot. Cloud gets 1. It looked maybe a little bit hairy, but sleek, easy cream there. Vodafone Giants are able to put the 12th up. It's map point.
Yeah, just like a really nice return back to the site there, and cutting off Garden as well just meant that they had the extra route in. Ultimately, even having Fatinho be brought down didn't hurt them that much, and they have more than enough money to replenish his resources. And cool, Na'Vi actually can afford some stuff here, but it just feels very... Oh, I'm not sure. Like, because even if they win this round, they've got a lot more to go, and they have not been able to string together more than a couple of rounds where they actually have rifles, and I think that's really hurt them.
They've been, yeah, I think you're right. They've been sort of scrabbling for these pieces when they haven't actually been focused on setting themselves up for a whole chunk. Well, it certainly feels like that. I mean, they are playing pretty well, ostensibly. I mean, they've got some good rounds, they've got some good strategies, but it's just always about the current round and never about the next one. Certainly in my mind, anyway. I mean, it's a gut reaction. I have to look at the actual numbers to see what they've been investing into there. But SSK gonna find the first pick, and that's the sort of player you want to invest into, but it's rezzed almost immediately. Not going to get traded off either. Vodafone Giants find SSK. And yet again, they're going to lose a player. Dinks able to trade it off. Now it's 4 versus 4. Vodafone Giants move over towards the A. Try and drop down towards Dino, who's holding. Spots the shots and gets 1. Hoodie able to trade it, but Dinks is there. Further deeper into hell and gets a 3rd on the round. Flicks for another one, but it can't quite come off. Coutinho now with the spike. 25 seconds to play with. Needs another pick here, but can't quite get it done. And Na'Vi answer back. They hold out the map for now. But the Vodafone Giants denied their map point.
Definitely great for Na'Vi to keep themselves in this. I mean, we have to remember, of course, this was Na'Vi's map. Na'Vi wanted to come to Ascent, you know, this is where they felt that they were going to have the greatest advantage.
Spike down A.
And the next map
30 seconds
is going to be
left.
Breeze, which Na'Vi haven't won. They've played it twice, they haven't won it before. So it's still new territory for them. They've played different compositions both times. They're still figuring it out. That is not the environment you want to be in to win this best of 3. So they have to pull it out here in Ascent.
If they want that sort of buffer, that comfort zone, they're playing into Breeze to give them maybe that little bit of extra breathing room to flex their muscles. It's so hard to do that, you're right, when you're under the pressure of potentially being fully eliminated with from a chance to going to Berlin. Not the easiest of spots. But again, the Vodafone Giants, they're playing the same game, slow and steady. I don't even think Aesop wrote a fable about 2 tortoises.
What? What did you say about tortoises?
The Tortoise and the Hare. The
Oh.
most famous fable in the world, written by Aesop. No?
Who was
Come
written
on.
by? I don't know. I'm not cultured like you, apparently, John.
I'm disappointed.
Oh, well. See the setup here from Vodafone. There we go. Coutinho's in. They look to make their engagement.
30 seconds left.
We'll be starting to push on through the cyber cage, and RV find 2 to kick things off. Looking for another, but Meadow shuts it down. SSK trades off, and now 2 players left for Vodafone Giants. Meadow not done. Looking for more, controls those sightlines, but they don't have the spike. They've only got 12 seconds. It's all onto Meadow. Controlling the high ground as well. Tries to fake for the spike plant. There comes the Hunter's Fury, and it's going to delay things even further. They don't have time. They need to stick it. There's just not enough.
One enemy remaining.
And the Vodafone Giants are going to let it slip. Meadow with a 4K on the round, but it is not enough. Na'Vi are going to be able to win this one. Keep themselves in the game. Double digits on the board. We're going all the way. It's looking close.
Vodafone Giants really wanted to help enable that kind of aggressive push in. The fact that Hoodie was holding on to the operator that time to try and provide some overwatch has been handed back to Coutinho now. I'd say it's the right time for them to have this tactical timeout. It's not too far away from the potential overtime now. And it's felt like that quite a bit throughout the course of this game, I would argue, John. You know, the fact that there have been times where Na'Vi have looked to be shaky, but slowly and steadily, those rounds get made up for. That deficit is reduced. It happened on the first half. We ended at 6-6. Even though in the first few rounds, you looked at them and you went, this is not great for Na'Vi.
No.
The very same thing could happen here.
At the moment, the economy for the Vodafone Giants means that they can invest into this round. They can go full buy here. They can get a couple of drops over. I mean, Meadow, pretty stacked on utility, should be able to drop over towards either Hoodie or Ambi if they want to go for that. The operator even being invested into for Coutinho there. It looks like they are going to try and push for it. But it's going to be tricky nonetheless. 2 pistols still in hand. I'm a little bit surprised about this spy coming through from the Vodafone Giants. Okay, there's the Vandal. Okay, finally they do pop out. I was going to say, you played a little bit close to the wire, but in comes the Hunter's Fury. They invest it early. Tactical timeout. Strats discussed. And they're going to clear out the site, move through. But the first kill goes the way of SSK. That's not what they wanted to see. Coutinho evens the scoreline. Moves in with the knives and can't quite get it done. Another 2, a third as well. Arch able to rack them up. And Na'Vi shut down Vodafone Giants' chance to be able to take it there. And then they're going all the way. Geo, they might have just crushed the economy of the Vodafone Giants to boot.
I mean, that was a great response from Na'Vi, and I think the fact that the Giants tried to push in, they used this Hunter's Fury, but they just didn't have enough focus on what was going on towards the back of the site. You know, there was nothing to stop those players over towards Boathouse from doing anything. They didn't have a ton of direct information because Ambi, of course, had been using the Hunter's Fury. So they were kind of going in a little bit frantically. Now the second tag timeout now.
Wow. The second in 2 rounds as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the round loss bonus did start to mount up, so they do actually have enough money to be looking to buy into this round. And not a lot of utility was used last time, which means that they don't have to overinvest into that for this one. Na'Vi, though, they've got to be pretty happy about this comeback. It was looking a little bit shaky. Only by round 20, only 2 rounds on their defense had won, and they've just won 3 on the trot. 21, 2, and 3, all going their way. It's all on the crucial 24th. Vodafone Giants want to shut it down here.
Placing sentry. Okay, let's see how this goes. SSK's picked up an op.
Swarm grenade.
Where is SSK? Okay, over in cubby. So holding out across mid. Misses the first shot as David P is trying to bait it out.
Cover going out.
There's the dark cover.
Shoulder peeking, trying to play for control in mid. Vodafone Giants again going slow, so no dramatic changes this time around. I mean, they tried to play it fast over to B. Just didn't really work out for him. Oh, pull the trigger on it. Come on, SSK. You know you want to. I'm denied yet again.
Unfortunate for you. As it stands, he's obviously got nothing to stop him from seeing down through mid, but I'd imagine at some point that's going to get blocked off. So he really needs to be getting a kill before that happens. And Vodafone are very aware of this too. Again, David P trying to bait out the shot. As the rest of his team, they're looking to move over towards the A side, it looks like. Pressure over onto tree. SSK's making the rotate.
30 seconds left.
Chef's moves going on in this game right now. Honestly insane. In comes the lockdown and they're holding out B. Move forwards into this? Are you crazy? The Vodafone Giants are going to try and take out the lockdown and it's not going to get destroyed. Not yet. Oh, finally able to swing on it and Hoodie gets a kill. But 13 seconds and Na'Vi find 2. Na'Vi staying alive as SSK lands the shot. 8 seconds and counting. Now 2 versus 2, but is there time? 5 seconds and ticking. You need to nail it. And with that final kill, that's all they needed to do. Cloud racks up a 3rd for good style. And it is 12 and 12. It's going to overtime.
What is it with these 6-6 halves, dude? There's this whole narrative that goes along that's like Na'Vi looking a bit shaky, everything's a bit slow, maybe a bit more firepower from the Vodafone Giants, and then you get to the second half of a half, and Na'Vi look so much more comfortable, so much more well situated. Now, I was just gonna talk about the economy a little bit, because the thing that was really limiting Na'Vi was that they were sometimes in these spots where they didn't have economy. Well, guess what happens in overtime, Gio? Get loads of money. It's not a problem. And well, there is that, yeah, because I was gonna say one of the concerns I have for Na'Vi is that you only get 2 rounds really in overtime to make it work, and Na'Vi certainly had some streaks where they weren't getting any within 2 rounds. But with the economy not being such a problem, that might not actually be such a prevalent issue.
Here around the corner, it looks like B site is on the menu for Na'Vi. How many overtimes are we getting today, Gio? Try and vie for the longest. I doubt we'll see it, but one of these teams is going to have to walk away the winner in map number 1 here in the series. Just slowing it down. They tried to go to B and they said, oh, there's a wall. Guys, there's a wall. What are we going to do? Going to run away.
Hey man, you got to know your limits.
It's true. Walls are limits. I think, by definition? I'm not entirely sure. Have to double check the etymology.
Infinite potential energy. Anyway.
What? Did you just say random science words at me, Gio?
Na'Vi pushing up through mid, not looking the right way though. Ooh, I was gonna say that means SSK now knows where he needs to aim.
30 seconds left.
Moving on up, Hoodie. Oh, this is brutal. If he swings at the right time, oh, doesn't quite get the shots. Looks for the spray, the lineup's good. Hoodie with 2. They knew he was there and they still couldn't do anything about it. Only 1 left and it's a triple kill. 1 versus 3. Vodafone Giants hold out on B on their defense. David P with the last one, and 13 and 12 once again. Map point.
I just want to point out as well, Hoodie had 7 HP.
Match point.
And 6 bullets.
Oh my god. All right. Okay. That's certainly one way of kicking off overtime. Oh, I'm sorry. He only went down to 7 HP after the
enemy remaining.
After the first shot. My bad, everybody.
Yeah. That's all right. I forgive you. Well, I'll certainly stop talking about it. Whether or not I forgive you remains to be seen. Vodafone Giants, though, not in a very forgiving mood. They're starting to move up, stacking up to B. Maybe mid as well.
I mean, look at all of mid is totally open. It's not like they've got someone like SSK who's holding up there like before, so they can just block it off, but very quickly get in position to move into B.
RV tried the whole phase, but Hoodie again, he's on fire. Vodafone Giants, they want to close it down here. Only one overtime for us, they say. 13 and 12. Looking for that 14th. Post-plant, no ults. It's all on the gunplay. Utility looking pretty barren, but SSK does have those tools. He's got the leers to try and get around, the dismisses. See himself a little bit safer. They're going to know the presence, though. Check the corners. Leer invested. Crucial utility there. The Killjoy turret is down. Going to get spotted out by the drone. Spraying out, controlling these corners, controlling these angles. But the time, it's ticking down. SSK tries to move forwards for Na'Vi, but he's getting slowed. Dinks finds one, tries to flick for the second spray. David P lands two, and the third, it's all Meadow. And he will be running through fields of wheat to victory there. 14 and 12. Vodafone Giants take ascent for map 1.
It took a little bit of time, maybe a bit longer than it looked at certain points in that game, and what was a very relatively slow game of Ascent. Finally, it went in the hands of Vodafone Giants, and it makes you wonder how things are going to go as we head over into Breeze for our second map. Is it going to be as close? Are we going to expect an overtime there? Because, you know, I would say that Na'Vi's experience on that map is going to be very different to what we just saw going into Ascent.
But I think that the main takeaway from this, right, is that we've got two very similar playstyles. I mean, they spoke about it a lot on the desk. How are they going to mesh with each other? Well, it seems very, very closely, right? They're not quite sure about how to deal with it, or maybe they are, but it's just so hard, or they haven't figured out why that strategy is going to work for them. I don't know. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk, and they're going to tell us a little bit more about what we just saw. We'll see you in a few.
So it's an overtime win for the Vodafone Giants there. They lock in that first map of Ascent. I'm Harry. Obviously, we've got Lothar and Zescht over here with me. How did you two gents find that game? I'll start with you, Zescht. Give me some impressions right off the top.
I think the best word to describe this game has 4 letters, right? Slow. This was a damn slow game. You really felt like you're trapped in a CIS Challengers game, actually, to some degree, where both teams are playing super slow and do it a lot on those mid-round late calls where you default around a lot. And this is something that can be very enjoyable, I'll be honest with you, but I still felt that from time to time that there were some mistakes that really cost them rounds for no reason to some degree.
Well, round 11 was a good example where both teams played, I mean, sorry, not both teams, but we have seen that Na'Vi was having a very slow attack from mid-market to B. There was like 12 seconds left on the clock, and Giants still peaked from B to stop that push instead of just playing backside and trying to just
so many scenarios.
Slow the spike, right? And so many scenarios like that were actually a recurring thing happening during this game. So it was a little bit awkward, you know. I feel like the teams weren't really learning from each other.
That's the thing where I have to say, right, a lot of people out there might be having this kind of idea. Why is it so important that those guys talk about individual decisions where a player might die of a minor thing? Well, the thing is, there's a long run. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon. You do individual little mistakes. I very much remember a round where it was a 5 versus 2 in favor of Vodafone Giants against, I think, a 4 spy of Na'Vi. And it was actually a dash on the side happening from Vodafone Giants for no apparent reason. And you might be making, man, this guy is pretty much just talking about the smallest little details. Just let him waste the dash. At the same time, when I was sitting beside Lothar, and he just said then afterwards, this guy died because basically he didn't have the dash available to get away from those 2 players that are attacking him. It's such minor things that in the bigger picture can cause a catastrophic outcome.
Yeah, and you know, that is the kind of essence of VALORANT, right? It's like sometimes 1 second or 1 accidental button push on the keyboard can change the entire outcome of a round. Someone else I wanted to draw some attention to is David P here, right? We saw him engaging in a lot of these opening fights. Lothar, this was something you and me spoke about in the green room while we were watching the game. So do you want to kind of explain your thought process here?
I'm actually a bit upset on myself that I didn't say that in the pre-match, because David P on Ascent is very much known for pushing through A short to get control of mid and just kind of like, oh, look at this. Here, I'm going to just push through that smoke, you know, and that's what David P often does. And I was really weirded out by the fact that Natus Vincer didn't really learn from it, because this is on tapes so many times. This is on tapes like so often, and yet in those rounds I think I've seen at least 3 times David had a frag and was never punished by the lurks on defense that he does through A short. It's a little bit awkward.
And I have chosen specifically this round to ask production, could we see this entire round number 9? Because I wanted to show the viewers how slow this playstyle is. By the way, we're right now 40 seconds in. Nobody has seen each other yet. Nobody has lost a single bit of HP. Now they're getting in front of the gates of the A side. David P is still deep down in the middle, out of probably reading the newspaper or something at that point in time. Don't get me wrong, I like both approaches because they're very methodical and they build up on one sequence after another. At the same time, this is a great round. This is a great summary of what this game has been giving us. Slow approaches, slow plays, slow build-ups, which at the end of the day might fall short due to the fact that the factor of time runs out at one point, right? That grain of sand is going to land on the ground with that hourglass.
Yeah, no, I mean, whenever you get like 2 teams that play a similar slow style, yeah, that is the first kill with 20 seconds left. And it's in mid during an A take. Like, oh my God. Right, so whenever you have 2 teams like this that play very, very similar, you know, measured, default heavy styles, it's not uncommon to see rounds go like that, right? Where essentially, right, if you're like Giants in that situation, you know Na'Vi are going to be taking it slow. You know they're going to be waiting. You're not playing into their hands in the default. And so it becomes like this weird stalemate where everything is about trying to either outread and like outstack your opponent, or you're picking up whatever micro hints of info you can and having to adjust accordingly, right?
So I agree with everything that you said, but the thing is, for me, like if you're Na'Vi in this case, you should know the most pattern behavior that your opponent will do.
Absolutely.
And David P being allowed to lurk like that through mid so many rounds is, in my eyes, on an unacceptable level.
Yeah, I mean, you even said, right, like, because Oh man, everyone should have heard it as well. The moment we actually left the studio, you started saying like, "Oh, I wish I'd brought up this David P point," and then we see it coming into fruition in the game, and we were questioning like this idea. Well, if this is info that you have right from the research that you've put in, Lothar, you were hoping that Na'Vi had done their homework there as well, right? So maybe not the best sign of them having like researched and read up on their opponent, or am I reading too far into that?
I mean, we don't know Na'Vi that well, right? So we make a lot of assumptions. I might be always wrong, right? Maybe it was just a matter of, oh, we lost focus, or we had a different plan, which is always a possibility. We are not alphas and omegas here on the desk, but we do have opinions. But the thing is, Na'Vi has a very certain style that thrives on making people, like opposing teams, making mistakes, right? And if that style doesn't punish the mistakes that the opponents are doing, well, then that's a problem. And we're coming into a map, Breeze will be the second map, that will be hard to try to execute the same plan.
Yeah, and you talk about Breeze as that second map then. Let's start turning our attention towards it a little bit, right? Zescht, I would love to have your input here, because with Vodafone Giants a map up now after taking away Na'Vi's map pick, it feels like we're maybe setting a stage for a 2-0 for the Giants.
I fully agree on that point right there. At the same time, I have to say, Giants have just been not working too well off on the map, right? It just didn't work in the past few games. We saw them playing that Breeze specifically, so that might be a little bit of a thing. At the same time, we saw also some inventions coming in from the Na'Vi side, recently putting Cloud on Sky, for example, which means they really tried to address the issue they had on this map so far, played it only once, if I'm not totally wrong, back there in CIS Challengers. So obviously, right now, it is a bit of a weird battleground considering both of those parties are not too comfortable on this map. At the same time, it has been a pick, so there's obviously some certain level of comfortableness in it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lothar, I was just going to say, I'm kind of curious about this being the pick, right? Do you think this is a case? Yeah, I was going to say, do you think it's a case where they're trying to pick to the weakness of their opponent?
I think so, since No Pressure, aka Natus Vincere, played Breeze in the past like 20 few maps only twice on Breeze, right? And lost both. Might be like a sign of weakness, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Na'Vi comes in with a bang, right? Because they're going to be prepared to play this map. The thing is, there's a small difference in typically how those two teams approach the map, and it's the choice of the duelist. They play the exact same lineups typically, but SSK is typically on the Reyna on Breeze, while Vitinho plays the Jet on Breeze. And the contrast is, Reyna is way better at attacking on this map than Jet, in my opinion, because Dash doesn't have that much value when opening and pressuring A side, but it does have on B side. Well, Reyna has like the Leers that have limited range, but they still support your team a lot. So Jet is less valuable on this map than on the other ones, at least in my eyes,
Yeah, I'm a little nervous because of the idea of like picking to your opponent's weakness. Whenever I see this as the go-to, it always makes me a little bit worried. Something that was spoken about by Guild earlier on when we had them on was the idea that if you're the favorite, you kind of want to play to your strengths. You want to go into it playing a style you're comfortable with, right, Zescht?
Exactly, but at the same time, think of it that way. Vodafone Giants formed with two stand-ins. They added those two, obviously previous to Challengers too. So maybe you can't really play to your own strengths because you didn't develop them all yet.
So you don't have a style. You don't like have a brand just yet. You're still finding that identity. You're still like building that up. That's very interesting. I can't wait to see how this one plays out. And I know you guys can't either. We'll be back in just a moment with this second map. It's Breeze, and it's going to be a treat.
dead last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my
Well, it's been plain sailing for the Vodafone Giants so far. Life's been a bit of a beach for Na'Vi as we get ready to head to Breeze, the second map in this series. It's the map pick of the Giants. And, well, you know, we've kind of already set this one up as the interesting pick of Breeze. It's like Giants picking to their opponent's weakness. And we've put a bit of a spotlight on the agent pools here because of this one agent difference, right? Jett normally for the Giants and Reyna oftentimes on the other side. Lothar, you want to talk to me a little bit about the similarities that are being shared here in the pools and what the different agents are?
Typically, they play the same core, which is, you know, you always see... Oh my, I'm over-exaggerating with the always, but Sova is like almost a must pick on this map, right? So is Sky, so is Viper. Those are like the 3 agents that typically are being picked. And then Cypher, Killjoy, Sage are typically occupying the same slot. But hey, let's focus here. What is going on?
Yeah, so we got the agent select up on our screens. Na'Vi locking in there for Zescht. I see you.
That's kind of new. We see Meadow now on Killjoy. Person being on Cypher on that is obviously going to be a different of a change. David P playing on Viper, that's normal. We see Sova, Sky. In this case, actually, it's obviously Sky being swapped out. It's part of Sky being there, but Killjoy being brought in. And the side on the CIS side looks actually as we know it, pretty much.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about before, but the change to Killjoy... If Giants actually win this map, I would love to ask a question. Why Killjoy over Cypher on this map? Because typically, Killjoy has a range, not typically. She always has a range, right? So she's limiting a player when it comes to rotations. She's limiting the player when it comes to the angles that he can play with, right? And Breeze is the most open map from all the maps that we have in the map pool. So it really changes the way you play as a player when you have this in your arsenal. And also, the amount of places that we can put the Killjoy lockdown to be effective is very limited. So you can play into that very easy, especially on A side. When you try to attack the side, you typically want to put the lockdown in holes to affect almost the entire side. So those are there are some tells with Killjoy which are not being made with Cypher.
Yeah, no, I thought that was pretty interesting as well, right? Because as we were kind of highlighting, like usually these comps are nigh on identical apart from the Reyna and Jett. So it is super interesting to have seen the Killjoy pick. I'm leaning in favor of the Cypher pick, if I'm being honest. I much prefer that here on Breeze because it is just such a big map. And speaking of, you know, big deals, we're going to start to bring our casters in now. We've got Gio and John Allen standing by to bring you the second map of Breeze.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being called a big deal there, Harry. I mean, you know, from the big man himself, it's pretty, it feels pretty good. You get me pumped up for this Breeze, as you said, plain sailing, easy breezy. We're going to get chilled out with it. Let's see if Vodafone Giants can step up on one of the maps that maybe they're a little bit less comfortable on, and with a difference in those agents as well.
I mean, you say like they're a little bit less comfortable on, but this is the whole argument, right? Because Na'Vi arguably even less comfortable on this map. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting from that perspective solely that we're basically seeing attempted growth, I think it's fair to say, from both sides here. And the gamble for Vodafone Giants is that we can overcome our past troubles on this map more than Na'Vi can. You know, and both sides have made a couple of changes. The fact that we are seeing that KJ come out, as the Analysts desk was discussing. We're also going into the Reyna Sky on the side of Na'Vi, as opposed to the Reyna Jett that they've played in the past.
Already, though, they're wasting no time. The Vodafone Giants not playing slow this time around. A stark departure from their performance on Ascent. And they're able to get the game either way, but fast over to the A, getting this plant down. Fair enough, you know, it's freeze. You're generally going to see a lot more retake strategy coming in through, especially from a slower team like Na'Vi. And they are going to start to mount their retake. They've already lost a player though. Meadow traded off. Vodafone Giants starting to fall. They are going to trade one, but it's just going nowhere near where they want it to go. And Na'Vi moving in. Abby last to face, but there's 3. He jumps around the corner and bites off way more than he can chew. Good retake coming through from Na'Vi.
Yep, nice start to the round. Let's not forget, of course, though, that, of course, Na'Vi won the pistols on Ascent, too. So it's not exactly too far from what's been par for the course so far in this series. It's about what Na'Vi are going to do after that. Okay, good. There's nothing too crazy.
Yeah, what I'm most interested in, they talked about on the desk as we highlighted here, Meadow moving over to the Killjoy. The guy is one of the highest value ciphers in this tournament right now. So the fact that they've moved over to that Killjoy and on Breeze, where Cypher is typically played a lot more and a lot more sort of universally, it's a really interesting change.
It's interesting to me too as well. Also bear in mind that Vodafone have decided to go for something of a force here. SSK getting the first kill though. He's carrying the Phantom into this round.
Seems to be the meta in this matchup, the force buy into the second round, but Na'Vi have a no part in it. They will take their leave from this one as a 4K from SSK to close it down. Really nice hold over on the A. They get for the retake on the first, but on the second, they shut the door entirely.
I'll be honest, this is really nice as well. One of the big criticisms that I had of SSK, not necessarily just him individually, but the way that Na'Vi were playing on Ascent was the fact that because it was so slow, they weren't necessarily getting a ton of initiation out of SSK. They weren't getting real value out of many of those opening engagements. But, I mean, if SSK is going to play like this and do it so much better and actually string those kills along, which obviously as a Reigner is huge considering the utility you have, then maybe Na'Vi can actually springboard themselves forward much more effectively than they did on Ascent.
Already up to the ultimate. Round 3 and the Empress is available. That's a pretty solid springboard, but do you want to invest it? Do you want to try and use it in a round where you know you're against a little bit of a limited buy? Hoodie, over on that Marshall, maybe a difference maker.
Scout destroyed.
We did see him on the Operator a little bit earlier on, although he didn't actually get anything on that round. Gonna peek around some of the corners.
But he tried.
He did try, and that's the important part. Again, just providing a little bit of Overwatch. There's the guiding light, but there's going to be a flash in return. This time, SSK can't find anything, though.
I mean, he certainly tried to play around that corner, but unfortunately, it might be the participation that counts, but the participation in Berlin is contingent on winning here. Both of these teams down to the wire, and Vodafone Giants one step closer to saying safe so far. Na'Vi really want to take this one down. They're starting off with the way to do it already. 3 kills coming in for Cloud as he rallies in from Connector, moves through the Hawks around the edge, and there's depression across the board as Na'Vi gonna roll it on up, and it's an ace for Clouds to be able to take round number 3. The Bulldog bites back.
Who needs SSK when Cloud can just pick it all up, right? No, it's been some really, really nice defending rounds here from Na'Vi so far. Again, we can attribute partially, I think, some of Vodafone's lack of firepower just because of the way they decided to invest in their second round and therefore couldn't have a full buy in their third. This has been a recurring theme amongst both of these teams throughout the series so far. So I feel a little bit like a broken record saying it, but it's certainly something notable because the entire momentum of Ascent was really dependent upon a lot of those, economic decisions. If that's going to continue forward here, then it could certainly have a decent effect. I mean, Giants have the money now for some rifles. This should allow them to play a little bit, more aggressively, I would assume.
Maybe not aggressive, but certainly more confidently in terms of taking these crossfires.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean aggressive as in far forward. I just mean, assertively, maybe.
Angrily.
Ferociously. All right.
Ferociously. viciously. They're viciously walking forwards.
Welcome to the
Look at that.
thesaurus with John and Gio.
Oh, not sure about that one. I don't spend a lot of time around the thesaurus, I'll be honest.
I got the spike.
There's a lot of control that's been taken here by Giants. I mean, they have all of mid, and no one from Na'Vi is holding on to A. Not that the rotation couldn't be made easily.
Revealing area.
Double scan. Gonna be sought on out. Figured that one the other day when after I said seek, I was like, it's not alright. Said sort instead, and it's gonna sort them right out. SSK trying to get a trade. Hoodie able to go 1-for-1, but Meadow gets the double-double. As Cloud is traded off yet again. 3 versus 3 now. Na'Vi looking to try and go for the retake. We'll be able to bounce off there. Look for the pressure on this post plant, but 12 seconds, 10 and counting.
10 seconds
trying
left.
to get the damage on in, and Na'Vi now have some really strong angles. They stopped. Oh, they didn't manage to stop the plant just out in time, but that's a kill either way. And now Cloud can look for more. Flash out fully, and Hoodie evens it up yet again for Tino. Echoes in, and the post plant looking strong, but SSK still riding high, and it's a 4K for SSK against the Rifles. And Na'Vi keep it alive. 4-0 on Breeze.
They are looking more alive. Definitely. This does not feel quite like the same game that we saw on Ascent. And I mean, this is the thing with Breeze, just as a map anyway, you've got to be more on the ball with the aggression, with your actual firepower, because you just will be overrun if you're not. And with Ascent being especially a much smaller map, you have the freedom to be a bit more slow and just sitting and contemplative, I would say. But Breeze, you just don't have that kind of option. But you know what? Like, Na'Vi seem to be thriving in this kind of environment so far. I don't see them struggling that much with this situation. And
Get out of my way.
I mean, just a ton of kills being racked up for SSK.
Blade Storm invested already by Coutinho. Do they check SSK's position? I think they just took down the Aldrone there. 1-for-1 so far, and it's not ideal right now for Na'Vi to be playing in these spots. Dino able to escape from the purview of the Bolt, but not from the Seekers. In the meantime, though, Na'Vi rally and cry. And then around the corner, the Vodafone Giants continue to frag. Goodness me. Even with these pistols, they're still pretty brutal. Hoodie, I mean, he closed out the last one with a cheeky little triple. And he wants more here. Arch might just come a cropper, going for the double face, and Hoodie gets a triple as well here. Only with the Sheriff, but he's got to lay down the law. The spike still in their possession. The cross guarded by Dinks. Maybe just waiting for some utility to go on through. The flash not going to stop it. Look at this, just keeping the line of sight going with the Phantom. And Meadow's just afraid to cross. Gets across, pretty much unscathed though. And they get the spike.
Planted.
Now it's just Dings. He's got to deal with this post plant. And with not much information either. Not much life. Finally, Giants put a round on the board.
I mean, to be fair, I think Hoodie put a round on the board just there. 4K on the Thrifty. This guy's nutty, I think is the only way to say it.
I mean, this so far in these 5 rounds we've had, when a team wins a round, so many of the kills seem to come from, like, one person. There hasn't been much, like, sharing of the wealth.
Maybe. But they can all still bask in the spoils. 4-1 for Na'Vi. A really good start here for their attacking side here on Breeze. Again, sorry, for their defensive side on Breeze. They're going to keep on going. Keep on trying to hold it out.
You should run.
A lot of momentum found, and they're trying to lock down the site for the attack to just zone everyone away, get all of them onto the site safely, but they've already lost Coutinho for the Vodafone Giants. They're not going to force the defenders away, sure, but the retakes, we've seen them from Na'Vi. They are strong today.
I've got your trail.
But less strong. Fair enough.
Yeah. And the Seeker's going to be coming out from Vodafone Giants. Cloud shut down one of them as they try to move on in. They need to get this retake. The kill from David P from behind, but the trades are coming in. Puts it in a 2 versus 2.
Dino with a 180 skull clicker. That's going to be felt in the morning. Gets another one as well on the swivel. Picks up the Phantom, and now it's just Meadow. Trying to play for this retake, and they're not giving it away. Meadow tries to control it, but the Vodafone Giants lose control, and Dino should be able to stick this defuse. There's plenty of time left. I say plenty, less than a second, but inches are good as a mile.
I mean, Na'Vi really have been looking decent on their retakes here, which is funny because, you know, when you go back to the game that they played against Ascend just a few days ago, on Breeze, one of the things about Na'Vi on their defense was their retakes were actually fairly poor. They were quite reluctant to rotate. They weren't super decisive. It was really quite difficult for them to achieve that. And, you know, maybe some of that comes into how Ascend specifically were playing it, making them feel more reluctant. This is certainly an improvement based on what we saw just a couple of days ago.
Deploying drone.
And that's the name of the game, especially when you're playing on this international stage, is to be adaptable. When a lot of these teams might not have faced each other, might not have come across these playstyles before, to be adaptable, that is the most important skill you can have. And adapt Na'Vi have to the start of Breeze, certainly on the defense. Dino spots out two, gets the bolt in as well, and the Hunter's Fury should be a kill there. Very little way to get out of that one. Cloud covers the cross, and that's the spike dropped as well. Still a player to worry about. The spike getting planted up close. It's dinked around the corner. Spots Meadow. Na'Vi haven't taken a lick of damage there. Only 10 over towards SSK, but they're going to get revealed. It's going to get bolted out. And Ambi, what can you do? The answer's nothing. SSK, Lee around the corner. And the retake's good. Who gets the defuse? They're going to give it over to SSK, maybe for the half. No, they want the Viper's Pit. And Arch is going to come and claim that extra pizza slice.
Yeah, I was going to say, as if SSK actually needs any help. He only needs to get 6 pizza slices, and the remaining 5 he can get in the next round, you know? So, yeah, you know, you're very close to the Viper's Pit as well. Na'Vi typically way more likely to use that to actually cut off some kind of rotation. So whether that's going to be at the entrance of Cave or the entrance of B site, to disallow Giants to actually move in. Na'Vi are way less likely to actually use it on the site, really. Just based on their previous play on this map, of which there is not much. So I think this is the thing with Na'Vi as well, is we should be expecting this kind of fluidity in the way that they're playing, purely because this is still new ground for them. And they're still kind of figuring out where they sit with it. As it stands in this game so far, they're actually doing a pretty good job, and that's why, you know, Giants have decided it's their time to reconvene, have their discussion about what's going on here, because it's not working for them. You know, they've been able to get in and get the plant down a couple of times, but it's what happens after that. They just can't retain that control.
I asked you this before, Gio. I'm going to ask you again. You spoke a little bit about the Viper Ultimate. What sort of pizza do you think the Viper Ultimate would be?
Oh, like...
And I'm not talking... And last time you went on a tangent about trucks and barbecues. I want to know what the Viper Ultimate...
Look, Viper is green,
pizza is it?
therefore every green food. So, like, I'm talking about, like, the ones with all the peppers on, which, by the way, on a pizza, is disgusting. I mean, pepper is disgusting anyway, but, like, I'm thinking, like, lots of pepper and peas.
Now, hear me out. What about a pesto base? It's green.
No!
Oh, dear. I think Gia's going to have to take a minute for that one. Try and clean out the memory. Vodafone Giants slowed down a little bit by the Viper Orb.
Now, again, you know, Giants have been coming in from this side down from Cave a number of times, and I mean, I don't blame them. It's very common. But I'd like to see them change up a little bit, which is why I'm kind of happy to see them moving up through Tube. We have seen that being defended by Cloud before, but he's over by B. So that's actually giving Giants a lot of space here. They get the opening kill, and they can actually surround the site a little better.
Now Arch has to be on the swivel. Shuts the door as soon as it's open there. Oh, gets caught right in the back as well. So unfortunate. David P trying to inflate that ultimate from the sidelines, but it is going to be denied for Arch to take that position and control it. Moving on in. There's not a lot of time, though. And with 4 players only left for Vodafone Giants, they have to keep it on trucking. 20 seconds left now. And they're going to keep on racking up those frags. Cloud, last player standing, and Vodafone Giants finally get a plant in. It looks like they might have found their second of the half, Gio.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, and I think the fact that they just could take all that space around the A site virtually for free. Just set them up in a much better position to actually do that. Now, it looks like they're trying to hunt out Cloud here. They know that that operator's still on the board, and it's gonna do a bit of devastation.
Hawk out!
Just a bit. Is there such thing as a bit of devastation?
Yeah, like 1 quantum of devastation.
Right, but isn't devastation just total destruction?
I'm out of stuff. Hawk out!
So is there such thing as a bit of devastation?
Yes.
Isn't that just a bit of? Isn't it more accurately a bit of destruction?
No, a bit of devastation, John, because that's what I said.
No, I know, but I'm questioning. Probably
I
the very
understand what
fundamental
you're
being of who
questioning,
you
John,
are.
and I do not appreciate it. They caused a bit of devastation by bringing down Hoodie. Vodafone Giants still took the round, all right? With a couple of bits of devastation. You good?
I'm a little bit devastated. 2 rounds on the board now for the Vodafone Giants, and they need to convert here to try and have a little bit of a basis to move on forwards. There's the Viper ultimate that we know and love over on the B site. Going to try and lock things down, force them into an A site.
And the Pesto base is out. And you can actually see that Na'Vi have moved back to have a bit more of a defense over towards this A. Cloud's back in that position. The Seekers are being sent out by the attackers to hunt out what they can, and with the door being open means they're gonna find Cloud pretty easily.
Cloudburst as well. I feel like they could have snuck around the corner and got a little bit further, but blocks out the vision nonetheless, and they'll be just fine. Post plant already coming through, and obviously that Viper's pit completely nullified. But Arch trying to force them over to the A, and looks like they didn't want to fight that either way. Are we going to go for this one? Sorry, is the retake going to come through? I'm not entirely sure it would do, but Vodafone Giants, they want to stop anyone sneaking away past the openings, and now 3 players stand. SSK, ever watchful. Here's the vent. We'll be able to clap back over towards David P. There's the recon bolt, and they'll know he's faded away around the corner, probably not crossing that open ground, so they can isolate his position. Excellent game awareness there to know exactly what was going on. Coutinho gets the shot through the wall, and they're even spraying down towards Connector. Arch takes a tickle, 2 players survive.
You know what that felt like? It was like they were slowly encroaching onto the A side. And as soon as Dino went down, they turned and ran away. And it was like that game you play as a kid where like you're in a little group with your friends and someone has to knock on someone's door and you all run away. And you just sacrifice one of them because inevitably someone's going to get in trouble.
Gio, I never played that game. I was a good boy.
Ow.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Also, there are going to be people in the chat who are like, it's called this, but I'm pretty sure it gets called something different depending on like what 20-mile radius you're in whatever country you live in, so it's probably called something different for everybody.
It's all very illegal, Gio, and very naughty. I'm doing it.
Well, anyway, not really the way that Na'Vi wanted that round to go. Anytime where you're investing a decent amount of utility into a round and you still fail to find all that much value from it is really tough, because, for example, with the Viper's pit, naturally, you're probably going to assume that you're not going to have much of an engagement over at B, because that's exactly the space you're trying to deter. Now, if your idea is to force the attackers over towards A, and you still have an insufficient defense or insufficient, retake strategy, that is a letdown. That's not what you were looking for. So, Na'Vi need to kind of come back from that one. And figure out where they stand, especially as they have about half the money that Giants do right now, despite their lead.
Here.
Again, just very slow towards the start. Unfortunately, there's a player in the corner. Fortunately, David P checks it. SSK can get taken down, and look at this. The speed at which they can execute off the back of those picks. I mean, we talk about how they play slow, but they play slow to find these openings. And when they find them, they really do burst on through. But unfortunately, Cloud is there to try and answer back. Hoodie pushing up to try and cut off some of these Na'Vi rotations. Has backup as well. Arch swings, and Hoodie gets the better end of the deal. Through the wall, Hoodie gets another wall bang. Now they can start to move around the side. 2 players are there. Dinks, the most recent to fall. 2 players alive. And it's the full save. They want to save this operator. I mean, fair enough. You want to close it down. Oh dear, Hoodie with a triple. And now flash around the side. Dino not going to get affected by it, but there's the dog. Only the Guardian. Difficult to play up close. And Meadow shuts it down. No save in sight for Na'Vi.
Impossible to save that operator. Yeah, indeed. That was tight one, a difficult one for Na'Vi. And once again, that gap is starting to close. We could end up finding ourselves in a situation reminiscent of what we had last map, where we end at a 6-6, even though it didn't look like it was heading that way in the first few rounds. So, I mean, now Na'Vi have got this kind of awkward bye here. Where...
Yeah.
You're really leaning into this Marshall idea. You got one Vandal, so you got like one guy in the middle who's just normal.
Dear, Fatinho nails the first shot over onto Dinks. And SSK now breaching through, looking for some more shots, but it won't happen. SSK will fall. Meadow traded, and Hoodie as well, finding a double over towards the spawn, and now it's just Arch. Looking for anything.
Spike planted.
Into this round, in the post plant. Maybe just looking for exits here. I mean, there's not much more you can do in this situation. The ult's stacking up for the Vodafone Giants now. Are we on track for another 6 and 6 half? I mean, it's looking to go that way, but what can Arch do here? He's been left alone on this B site almost every single time, and the times they have gone, they just blitz him out the way. Super early. I mean, I think he's not even got a kill so far in this game. Looks for the trade, and that'll be the first on the board. But is that the only exit frag? I'm pretty sure it will be. And what more value can you get? You know you're going into the last 2 rounds, so the economy's pretty much decided.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very risky position that they're in right now, because on the side of Na'Vi, sure, you could invest the Empress from SSK, and the way I feel right now is unless they do that and it gets a bunch of kills and just cleans up with Giants, pretty much Giants have everything in their pocket to win this round. Now, whether or not that will actually happen remains to be seen, but you consider the utility that they have here. You know, you look at someone like Fatinho, he's carrying an operator. If he wants to play short range, he can pull out the blades. If he, you know, for whatever reason, has that behind him. You got the Hunter's Fury for Denial, you have the Seekers for Intel, you're very close to the Viper's Pit, which if you can get a plant down, then that is great deterrent from any kind of post-plant. Like, I worry for Na'Vi here.
In come the Hunter's Fury, out come the Seekers. Ambi gets the first over towards Dino. And they will be denied the presence on the site. The spike moving up. They don't have the Viper Pit just yet. David P, he misses the first, goes to the second, and then picks up the first back. And the old switcheroo is going to work on out for him. 2 players left standing for Na'Vi. You're worried about it. And that has come to pass. It will bring to bear those worries. And despite getting planted, now needs to be retaken. Cloud with the first shot. Seeker's actually invested here as well. We'll try and block some of the shots from the operator, but David P on the back lines. They'll know about it. There's a Seeker there. So they start to push on forwards with the Empress. There's a lot invested actually coming through. Cloud isn't controlling the angle. And it's a clean 6 and 6 in the last round and a half. We're going evens yet again. Geo, it seems like it's going to be a tale as old as time, back and forth.
It really could end up being. And the thing that I look at here is now Na'Vi are going to be going on their attack. And for Na'Vi on this map, attack is not their stomping grounds. So even though they had some decent rounds on the defense, it started to wane a little bit towards the end as they became far more reluctant to go into post-plant situations. They wanted to save a lot more with their attack, especially when we look at the game that they had against the Sen. They just really, really struggled with it. They didn't do a ton of flanking in any way. They were quite one-dimensional in the way that they pushed, and they just struggled. So, of course, they'll have had the chance to VOD review, they'll have had the chance to learn from their mistakes, but will they?
Remains to be seen. All the way up through the bridge, through the tube, and the flash is out, trying to take control in a swell over A. Fatinho playing close, actually getting dropped fairly low there. SSK with the first frag over towards Meadow, looks for more and finds the head. now at range. It's Dino as well to chime on in. And the Vodafone Giants, they're going to have to back off here. There's really not much more to it. Try and rethink, get some exits, get some ult points on board, try and get closer to those Seekers, to that Viper's Pit, which is pretty firmly important for David P to be able to hold on to.
Blinded.
Guiding light, so Hoodie knows that there's someone nearby. Gets SSK. He doesn't quite know where Arch is at the end. So yeah, Na'Vi, they put the first round of this half on the board. Nothing quite like what we saw on that first half, where basically you had an Empress after, what was it, round 1, round 2. It did not take very long for them to build that up. But, you know, some points on the board. I suppose they're only 3 kills away from an Empress. Or 2 in a round. Or 1 in a round in the defuse.
There's so many ways. There's literally dozens of ways that it could happen.
All of those permutations.
I know. What are we going to do about it? Well, we'll have to wait and see which one is going to happen, or if none of them potentially could happen. Moving out into the mid, Ambi looks to go aggressive here for Vodafone Giants. They've got that Marshall on board. You see it a lot more on Breeze, a lot of open space, a lot of long sightlines. So even on these ecos can be effective. Na'Vi, though, they're not going to slow down. Dino taken down in the meantime on a flank. Actually, David P maybe be able to sneak on through. Spike does get picked up, but finally Na'Vi come back on in and even it. Just that little bit. A little off the top. The spike now being held in the hands of Arch for Na'Vi. Yet to move up to site. They're playing it slow yet again. They have almost the entirety of the site. And yet, they bide their time.
So they don't have the wall up. They're waiting to be able to put that one up because they can't hold all of these different lines of sight. There's finally the one that's going down. The owl drone coming in from Ambi is going to tag that out. Finally, the wall does go up, but not before Arch can actually be killed.
Oh, goodness me. SSK, look at her. Maybe even go down here as well. The Bulldog's good. They pick it up off a body. And it's the Thrifty coming on through for the Vodafone Giants. I'm not sure if it's technically Thrifty, but it certainly wasn't thereby. There we go. I do get confirmed on that one. 7-7. They come back in round number 2. Hoodie playing havoc with that Marshall.
Yep, that was a pretty good round for them. So, you know, evened out again. I wonder how long this will go on for. Does make you wonder. I mean, Na'Vi, see what it is that they can afford here, because they can't afford a total full buy.
Yeah.
Neither can, well, Vodafone aren't going to. So it's
no, they don't need to. I mean,
yeah,
they picked up quite a lot in the last one. They should be alright. But only the Vandal and the Spectres, really. The Vandal's the only sort of stalwart presence here for Cloud. Over on Na'Vi. Other than that, they're going to have to figure something out.
They're just trying to creep over here. But they might get caught out in mid, though. Because you literally have Ambi standing right there. In fact, he backs off, and he does get killed as the first blood. So that gives them mid, at least. And you can see that they've put a lot into trying to protect from some kind of flank from B, just the way they got a player over at window. They've also got a trap wire over on that side. I'm going to head back that direction, though.
Feels like maybe they were just staking that out, keeping that ground so that they could come back and swing on in, and that's exactly what they're going to start to do. SSK goes for 1, but traded off. Hoodie around the corner with a Bulldog, gets a dink, but it's not enough. Cloud down to 10.
30 seconds
And
left.
they will start to get swung on themselves. Meadow able to move in, get one more frag. Cloud is low, so they need to be careful. Shock dart not going to tickle. Goes for the jump peek, gets back to the corner. Now Fatinho able to swap out. Gets the Phantom on board at range as well. No head armor, so the one-shot headshots crucial there. Checking those angles, looking for shoulders, looking for anything that could give it away. Around the corner, he sees a knee, and Arch is going to fall. There's the dart back into the Cloudburst. Excellent use of cover there, but there's not too much time left in the day. 2 players left standing, and it's Cloud who's on a big flank. able to hold it down. Meadow taps it on out, goes for the challenge, will find one, looks for more around the side with the classic, but can't land the shot. And that's the fade away. Na'Vi chime back in, 8-7.
Well, all of these rounds on this half so far have felt very close. You know, there hasn't been any real definitive runaways. And I suppose you consider that their weapon situation in that last round was relatively even-ish. Just the fact that it was, you know, it wasn't like a full buy on either side. This is going to be the first time that we're seeing Fatinho bring the operator back in, and, you know, being on the defense particularly, that's going to be incredibly valuable. You can see he's actually positioned over to look directly down towards Cave and Shop. It makes you wonder if he's going to back out, because I was going to say, if he messes this up and he gets caught out there, that operator's just out there for Na'Vi to pick up.
Moving in towards the Aldrone, gets bolted out as well. Out come the Seekers, the Empress is in. This is a lot of ults coming out through for Na'Vi. They're trying to go through the wall as well. Finds one, and Cloud's there for the backup. Excellent 2K on the crossfire. Team play from Na'Vi.
Spike planted.
There's not much doing there. Only the Sheriff in the hands of Ambi as well for the Vodafone Giants. Na'Vi looking to eke out a lead here. Remember, Vodafone Giants, they have the advantage. Ambi gets himself an operator, so should be pretty chuffed with that.
Yeah, I mean, probably just a hand back to Fatinho next round, but... better than nothing, eh? Na'Vi, yeah, relatively immune here. Got no reason to worry necessarily, other than potentially David P. He could get an exit frag here if Cloud's not careful. Or I suppose any of them, as they're all running up this way, but Cloud's just better.
Well, in this circumstance, certainly winning out that trade. 5 HP. The number of times he's got to... Oh. It's unfortunate, Arch. A little bit of a miscalculation there. Not quite safe. Lose a little bit of money for that one, but should be all right. Look at the disparity in kills here. This is quite interesting. Arch, 3 kills. Cloud, 21. This is a 7 times multiplier between the two of them. They are going to go for attack timeout here. 9 and 7 on the scoreboards. It's very close. I mean, we saw that over on Ascent, that it was going pretty close most of the way. I mean, it looked like a little bit of an opening was to be had for the Vodafone Giants at one point in the second half, but after that, it really did start to tighten up. Maybe we're going to see the same thing here.
Guess we'll find out. I mean, this is certainly a better showing from Na'Vi than what we saw of them when they went against Ascend. They only took 1 attacking round when they were against Ascend, and the only other time that they've played it was against Gambit Esports, where they took 3 of their attacking rounds against them. So, you know, they haven't had the most fruitful history on Breeze. You can tell this has clearly been something that they've been studying and working quite hard on, especially as their game with Ascend was only a couple of days ago. So there has been some work put into this, which is always really encouraging to see, because they're definitely reaping more benefits out of that fact. Now, you're sure you can argue, like, Ascend, they're scary. Maybe a little bit scarier than Giants, a little bit. But there has definitely been an improvement in the way that they're playing. I think sometimes they've looked a little bit fearful or overly cautious in some of the decision-making that they've made. But for the most part, you know, they're looking fun. I mean, they're winning.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you know, they are in the lead, and it's a win is a win. They will take it if they can get it, but they are not going to have an easy time of it. A little bit of a technical timeout between these two teams. And at the moment, in the state of play that we're at the moment, Vodafone Giants seem to have the ult advantage. So in a couple of rounds, it should be a little bit stronger here. So they're almost on the verge of being able to come back into this half, I think. I mean, they've already got the lockdown online for retakes especially. That's going to be useful. The Seeker's almost online. And if they have to bum out into another eco round, you've got Fatinho, who's almost got that Bladestorm up as well. Whereas you look at what Na'Vi have, they invested a lot into that last round. I mean, they put in, I think it was the Seekers, the Empress as well. Arch, I believe, invested the Viper's Pit. So not going to have that online. Not a lot to be talked about there. So Vodafone Giants potentially in the next 2-3 rounds going to have the advantage.
Oh, the next 3 rounds, what, when Na'Vi are on round 12?
Well, if they win 1 round, then they'll only be on 11, won't they?
Little bear. You know, when Breeze first came out and we got to try it out, I got really distracted and kind of stopped playing it and just went and hunted all of the bears. And then uploaded on Twitter screenshots of every single bear I found. There were a lot
Aren't they
of them.
sloths?
Huh?
Aren't they sloths?
Well, they're all different. Some of them are bears. There's like some penguins and some squirrels somewhere.
True, I've seen a worm or two.
The one you never see when they're observing is the one that's in the sort of geode thing in the cave. In like the blue geode thing, the little radianite thing. There's a little bear
Just because
hidden
it's
in
got
there.
your name on it, all right? Just because it's got your name in it doesn't mean that everyone's going to take the time
It's
to
the best
go and
bear.
investigate. I'm sure. Well, the best headshot for Hoodie on the push. Be able to control SSK. Just trade it out. Cloud finds what he's looking for. Gonna get darted out. Oh, David P caught the cross. Out in the open. Dino makes short work of that one. Vodafone Giants flagging a little bit for Tino. Ever present with this operator. On somewhat of an awkward buy for the rest of the team, though.
No hard
Aw.
It's gonna hurt. Ambi was in the L drone as well, so no chance of
Spike
seeing that one.
planted.
I think sneaks under the purview. Coutinho now with quite a lot to do. Meadow, 8 HP and only a sheriff. Bush needs to come in. Yeah, I think you do just save this operator. There's a rifle right on the other side of that screen. That's exactly what Meadow was moving forwards to try and get. Using that Viper wall, they'll be able to save a little bit more money into the next.
Makes perfect sense. If I remember correctly, this was not an operator that they bought this round. This was the one that Hoodie picked up, right? And handed back over. After the timeouts, my sense of time has been lost, so I'm trying to think how long it's been since that was the round. I think that was it. So it definitely saves them a lot of money considering the fact they're going to have to buy up those remaining weapons. And you don't want to risk having to spend an extra 4,700 on top of everything else for a round that you're likely to not win.
Turret out.
Arch in round 18 is still on 3 kills and Abby's on 4. It's curious that there's such a disparity across both of these teams in terms of the kill counts, right? And so late into the game, you expect those averages to start to sort of bump a little bit up.
Sure, but when you consider the agents that they're playing, they're not necessarily in roles where you're going to be looking for them to be fragging out. You know, in a lot of cases, especially on the defense, Arch has been on the other side of the map, very similarly to how David P is now. You know, Viper kind of just chills out somewhere for the most part.
I mean, sure. But we still, you know, we've had 6 rounds now on their attack and still yet to really have too much to say about it. Coutinho moves through. Meadow, though, takes the kill away, and actually the knives don't get reset that time. Puts them away. We'll have to wait for it. Nade, Snipe will not be able to land. Cloud lands the headshot instead. It's traded. The Na'Vi come out on top. 3 versus 3 now. Overall, and quicker on the draw, it's Cloud yet again. Starting to pop off. Seeker's now invested after coming online. The spray downs are good, and Cloud will finally fall to the snake bite. Ambi gets another. And now it's 1 versus 2 for Arch. We said he needed to step up a little bit more. Spots the Viper. Will be able to shut down the Viper pit. Did get tapped. Oh, and the stop on the defuse there is crucial. Gives the game away. The footsteps, but Arch steps up. And big time as well. Na'Vi up to 11.
There you go, John. You spurred him on. It was actually a really, really good kill as well to be able to bring down the Viper's pit as they were looking to go for the retake. That
tough love.
Just basically single-handedly gave Na'Vi that round. It would have been much, much harder to contest had that ultimate finished going up. So let's go, Arch. We appreciate you. You know, for me, actually, if we're looking at like where people are in the scoreboard, the one that captures my eye is the fact that Coutinho's on a negative KD.
Which is quite interesting. I mean, given that you're playing on the Jet, normally you see them topping the tables. And it feels like he's been having some impact frags as well coming through, but for now, it's just not really being brought to bear. Moving on up towards the A, claiming that ult orb. And again, leaving David P across the map. Wondering when are they going to come B? Don't even have the Viper's pit to be holding on. They busted that one out in the last round. Cloud just nails 2. Looks for a third. Meadow puts an end to it. But SSK still going. And the spike looking to get planted now. Na'Vi, they want the map point here on Breeze. We talked about how both of these teams maybe not super confident on this map, but for now, Na'Vi certainly sitting head and shoulders above. 7-11, really dicey scoreline to be sure, and with another kill going over, but Meadow racks up 2 more, 13 HP's not going to be enough though when you swing on that. The Vandal lands the headshot, and it wouldn't even mattered if you had full. 7-12.
Match point.
All right. Hey, John. This might be the first 3-map best of 3 that we get to cast in the playoffs.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's exciting.
I mean, it is exciting, especially because this was very much the map that coming into it, I thought, Na'Vi really have a disadvantage here. And actually, that doesn't seem to be the case. And we've mentioned a couple of times Na'Vi not having a real storied history on this map. But Giants haven't played it a ton either, and the last couple of times that they have, they also lost. So it's a weakness for both of them. Right now, seemingly more so for Giants, who can't seem to pull it back while they're on the defense.
And when you consider as well the change in agents, right? You've got Meadow moving over to the Killjoy instead of playing on that Cypher. You have to wonder if they're going to be double thinking. They're going to be thinking twice about doing that again in the future. I mean, I haven't really seen the lockdown have too much of an effect. I mean, sure, the Killjoy turrets have been decent in circumstances, but they've been dealt with so many times.
My ult's not ready. My ult's not ready.
It certainly does make you wonder. Oh, they're going to start making their initiation here onto B, led by the Hawks, but it's David P to get that opening kill as he backs off into the site.
I know exactly where.
Taken on down, 2 players already falling. Meadow doing so much work, trying to keep this one going. I mean, I said maybe the Killjoy isn't the best pick, but the guy playing it is pretty good as well. You have to be worried. 2 players now standing for Na'Vi, trying to boot their way up to the B site, but Dinks moving through. 3 bullets left in the magazine, so needing to land those headshots. Only 13 seconds. Slow for Na'Vi as ever, but with just 12 seconds left, they will be starting to go for it. A lovely little headshot there coming through. Dino finds another, and now it's just Vitinho. Has a Vandal himself, trying to move around the side. I think they know he's onto site, and now into a 1 versus 1. Vitinho low, and the spray goes the way of Dinks to bring Na'Vi to a 13-7, and we're going to a map number 3.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's actually happening! Na'Vi really pulled it out there in their attack. You know, given what I said, that the attacking half ostensibly is the worst half for Na'Vi, and that is where things could have gotten quite scary for them, just given their recent performances on this map. But for them to come through and actually pull that out, and I think, you know, some of that credit does almost have to go to the fact that Giants looked far less confident on the defense themselves than they did on the attack, and that obviously balances it out somewhat. But taking it into a map number 3 for, you know, games that have, while at times looked dominating, other times looked close, actually turned out to be fairly well balanced. I'm ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We'll see if they can duke it out over on Split. We're only going to have 1 winner. And remember, this is an elimination game. It's an elimination series, which means if you go down here, you're not going to Berlin. You're not going to be able to qualify. We're going to head over to the Analyst desk to set things up, to tee us up for the next game. Whilst we have a little bit of a break before that, you can listen to some music. And of course, that's going to be Aframi featuring Nugleta, Resist Your Love.
Calling my name, pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game, make me wonder, can't get away. I know your type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Someone tell me who that got Someone tell me who that Someone tell me now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got sapphiRe. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know you're typing up just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me who that got Someone tell me who that Someone tell me
Count that big bang.
Na'Vi, they put the easy back in Breeze there as they lock in this map, and now we're split right down the middle. 1-1 in this series right now. I got Zescht, I got Lothar with me. You know, we were a little bit worried, a little bit anxious to the mantra behind picking into your opponent's weaknesses, right? And maybe we saw the reasons why we were worried in the server just now. Zescht, I'd love to hear your take on this.
Absolutely. I mean, it very much seemed like the tidal wave was hitting Vodafone Giants there, and they were caught up in a tsunami at that point, which unfortunately left them on the shore pretty much without anything. So at that point, I really gotta say, it seemed, unfortunately to me, like it was sort of a default play that we're going for, specifically the defender side, but they were just missing the antidote to a lot of those sicknesses that came their way, and that's obviously somewhat unfortunate. We saw a very redundant approach from Na'Vi over on that side of A, and obviously you would have said at one point, 3 rounds in a row doing the same kind of thing, you might have a reply to that or be kind of proactive, but it just unfortunately didn't happen. It didn't feel like that.
Yeah, so some things I was happy about here was, you know, Skye, I think, is such a pivotal character on Breeze, such a pivotal agent to have in your pool. Both Skies showed up here, right? We had big Skies in this service. So, Lothar, you want to give me a bit of a breakdown of this one?
One of my favorite agents currently in the game. She's just amazing at everything. It's kind of like amazing when you think about it. She is a semi-healer, she has flashes, she also gives info, she has the target to gather informations like more steadily than the flash, and also the ultimate can be used either proactively, reactively, and can be either used for defense, offense. She has everything. So I'm not surprised to see people who play her well, notable you know, players here like Soulcast, an example for Liquid, are excelling at their own stats because they can play for themselves as well, which is something that they couldn't play before.
And that's the thing with Na'Vi as well, right? I mean, Skye being such an Australian Swiss knife and having every single opportunity for herself. At the same time, Na'Vi have different approaches. We see sometimes Arch playing a super supportive kind of Skye, like we saw Mixwell, for example, do that for Kellogg's. And this way we see a more aggressive type of Skye, which obviously can work on individuals ever since the patch, and you pretty much can solo flash yourself in. And therefore, it's nice to see those mixes from Na'Vi. Also recently picking up that Skye on Cloud. When the talk previous to stage stage 3. I was talking to them, do you consider picking up that Sky? And they said, you know what, be surprised. And obviously they did that. They seemingly also surprised the lads of Vodafone Giants with it. And this means some kind of reply needs to come right now here on Split.
Yeah, so while we're kind of still like pretty agent focused here, I want to look at the Jet presence for the Vodafone Giants. Vitinho's having a bit of a mare as far as performances go, right? Pretty quiet from him over here on Breeze. When you're playing the Jet and you're responsible for creating space, I know we said that Jets don't need to have the flashiest KDs, right? They don't need to be like right up top of the board, but it would certainly go some sort of mileage if we could have some opening pressure found in the form of kills, not just space taken. I think Vitinho might be pretty key here.
The thing is, for Vitinho, I feel like on attack he was doing a pretty good job, but the problem was defense. He was less impactful, let's say it this way, right? But I also have to take, say, Nadus, Vincere, I had like criticism towards them in the past few days, that their attack sides typically are weaker than the defense side, because actually they play defense on almost every single map very well. On Breeze, they actually played well as well on Breeze defense, but they excelled in attack. Even though their plan was simple, typically just pushing on A, was very blunt force, like a brute force composition to go through cave. It was very effective, and the call was, yeah, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna do it till it works, and it works so well for them. It's actually quite surprising that Giants didn't find an answer for it, right? They didn't swap anything. We have still seen the Killjoy just try to delay the plant instead of delay the push in the first place, which is, I understand that they basically didn't want to even play to try to delay the push through A. But the thing is, one thing that more impressed me from Na'Vi, they knew how to play deficit scenarios. So now coming into Split, when playing on a deficit is even more important, because this map is so focused on solo performance as a team. When you running, at some point you're gonna run out of utility, and this map is so utility based because of the narrow entrances. It comes down to fundamentals at some point, and it seems like Na'Vi has them nailed down during this evening.
Yeah, and because these teams both kind of lean into this slow style, right? This really is going to feel like a war of attrition almost, right? Like it is very much about, you know, working some map control for the longest time, looking for any kind of opener, and then trying to, you know, play on the back of your opponent's mistakes. We've had a lot of these rounds where just not a lot happens, right? Where one team isn't wanting to over peak into these defaults, and so there's a lot of onus put on the idea of info gathering right now, right? I think if you're able to be one step ahead of the opposition and what they're leaning towards, that's pretty key at racking up these defensive rounds. As we head into Split, Zescht, is there anything that you think we should be looking out for?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I really want to really point out at that point is that there has been a great track record for Na'Vi / No Pressure over on Split. I mean, we saw success and also mental fortitude against Liquid, for example. Obviously, the CRS region, they have been successful, except one team. That's Gambit, of course. And the interesting part about that is what Lothar mentioned all the time, which is very crucial. They don't have a great attack, but their defense is really good. Yep. This was lackluster against Gambit on Split. They struggled there. Good time, big time. And that's going to be interesting to see if also the Vodafone Giants can now capitalize exactly on the weaknesses that the guys from Gambit actually played on.
Yeah, Lothar as well, just so we can give you some time here, you know, as we look towards Split, I would love to get your thoughts now on what we could see in terms of the agent pool before we actually, you know, bring that up and get it solidified.
So, interestingly enough, on Split, typically both of the teams are playing with double duelists. The contrast is SSK is obviously on Reyna. I say obviously because he was doing some nasty work in the past on this agent. Like, typically, I'm not a fan of the agent, but when someone consistently can do stuff like this, right, then it's pretty obnoxious. And he was, I seen Hypok tweet, like, what are his DPI settings and so on.
Shampoo.
Everyone wants to know.
Everyone is on that train from SSK. You know, the ex-pro Fortnite is making strides here in VALORANT. So for Na'Vi, we're going to have Reyna and Jet. Reyna and Raze. But for Giants, we're going to have Raze and Jet. So there's a bit of a difference here when it comes to the approach on attack. My main, like, let's say, note for Navido is that typically I was putting them as a win condition on the defense side. So when they were doing like a 9-3 score, that was like minimum plan for Navi. And I'm worried about like how will that go on split for them. But today they actually do attack better than in the previous days.
Okay, so we're going to put a lot of onus then on that defense side and keeping an eye on the offensive side of Na'Vi. All that and more is going to be coming up after a quick break, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be back with that third and final map of Split.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
We're getting into the third map between Na'Vi and the Vodafone Giants. It's Split. I'm Harry. Once again, I'm joined by Zescht and Lothar for one final ride here as we get ready to embark into this game. Now, before we went to a break, we were having a little discussion about the potential agent pools. Just to kind of summarize again, I think one of the big difference here, both teams playing double duelist, although one, you have that Raze Jet combination more often than not, and on the other, it's Raze and Reyna. Off the top here, Lothar, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the kind of differences between these like two duelist stacks, and which one would you say is like your personal favorite?
My personal favorite is Jet Raze here on this map. Like, it's still about the pressure that Jet can create, which, by the way, a lot of teams are in EU not picking Jet on Split, which I feel like is gonna go back into the metagame at some point because the dash on site is just so valuable, especially on B. But one of my other things I wanted to point out, on this map, it's most likely gonna be Ambi playing on Jet and Vitinho playing on Raze. So there was going to be a swap between the duelist roles here, which is also very interesting because it's Vitinho who typically was playing the operator on defense, but at the same time, Jet opping on defense on split is not really that favorable because the map is typically very, let's say, packed when it comes to the distances that you're going to encounter your opponent. So Phantom is typically also a weapon of choice.
The most interesting thing to me is what I'm really looking out for. I genuinely believe Navi's going to lose a lot of room on defense. They're going to lose so much territory from the start on. When you take a look at the early positioning from Vodafone Giants, they usually go really deep into B main. So they hold that B main ground, which is a very normal thing to do, right? And you would be saying, hold on, I'm sure Navi does that as well. They don't. There's not a high likelihood that they really actively aggress those positions all around the map where you usually would expect them to do so. At the same time, as those guys from Vodafone Giants do it, I'm concerned that there will be a lot of territory lost from the Navi side of things, which could result into less map control, less pressure on your attacking opponent.
Oh, I can feel the hype. I can feel the energy here. Yeah, you know, so something else that's interesting to me is, the agent pool's going to be ready in a second, so I don't really, and I'm leaning around the shop as well. I'm really putting our cameraman through their paces. So we're ready to take a look at the agents here. It's split. The third map, as I've said. Are we going to get what we expect? Already for Navi, I am seeing exactly what we kind of hypothesized here, right, with the Raze Reyna and the Jet Raze over on the side of Vodafone Giants. I always like having a Reyna with an Astra as well. There's something about the way the Dismiss can play around the ult that's just terrifying to me. Yeah, what else do you guys make of this?
Since it's basically what we explained already all the time here, because those are the lineups that the teams are using, I wanted to just point out something that Navi didn't punish, or when it comes to Giants on previous maps, especially on Ascent, the lurks from David P, right?
Yeah.
They was just not punished at all.
Very true.
David has also tendencies to push a lobby here on defense a lot towards sewers and spawn of the attackers. That can be a weak point for Giants if Navi tries to punish that behavior, but also on this map, Hoodie has the tendencies to push B mid when the attack on A is resolving, so he has control over sewers. And I feel like really, that's a lot of information when it comes to like patterns that the opponents are doing that you could punish as Navi. The question is, we can pay attention, right? You pay attention as well to those Hoodie and David P pushes on defense, if they are getting effective or not.
Well, especially when we list, Navi as kind of this default heavy slow team. You feel like these are the little nuggets of information and patterns that you really have to pick up on, right? This is the whole essence behind your game plan, is waiting for someone to overextend and, give up that potential opener that then leads to the round coming together, right? And so they weren't able to catch David P's aggression back on Ascent. I'm hoping that they've done their homework here for Split. Zescht, I see you wanted to say something.
So at this point in time, I'm just waiting for the Twitch account, quote, if David P lurks, to come in and obviously being quoted. But the most interesting part of all of that is obviously that this reminds me a little bit of the Fnatic Liquid game where you're about to see who's going to be eliminated or not. It was the same thing where David P/Link back in the day was not punished for that at all, and it was nerfs coming into play. So we'll see if those nerfs come into play for Navi, because David could be very annoying.
Last one thing before we go into the game. Okay. Giants attacking side, they typically ignore mid control and just push through B or A. That's the way they typically do it.
I know you're so happy you got that last little word in, Lothar, because now it's going to come true. Let's see if it does come true. Lothar's looked into his magic ball. Let's throw this one over to the casters. Take it away.
He's shaken the 8-ball and it's come up saying A or B, there is no in-between. No middle ground for Lothar's Vodafone Giants. But we are going to be going into the game here on Split. The final game of the day, Gio, and at the end of it, we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams from the entirety of the VCT.
It feels like such a long journey that we've been through in this game. I made a joke earlier on in our first series of the day about how yesterday we had the longest VALORANT game that went to have God knows how many maps it was, but I feel like this one also could be the longest just because of how slow a lot of the rounds have been and the playstyle of these two teams, and the fact that now we're going into map number 3. God knows how long this is going to last. This could go on for a very, very long time. Now, you know, considering what they said on the desk, Zescht especially was saying he's expecting Na'Vi to have to concede a lot of space on their defense, and maybe Giants are going to be able to pressure them a lot more. That could speed things up if it does work, but we're going to have to actually wait and see if that's going to happen.
If the Vodafone Giants are going to speed anything up, but hang on a minute. You know what I was promised?
What?
I was promised B or A. Lothar, what the hell? This is distinctly middle based right now. Okay, hang on a minute. Oh, they were just teasing. It was just teasing me. All the way back they go. Oh, it's back and forth. Goodness me. My nerves can't take it. Gio, help me.
Well, next time, just don't listen to Lothar. Your nerves will be a lot calmer.
That's probably fair enough. Have to wait and see for now, though. Looks like they are going to go straight up the mid, all the way to ropes, and play for A. They did actually end up tracking it all the way in. SSK not controlling Heaven right now. They do have to worry about the Killjoy utility, but Dink's holding on the cross. Look at that discipline from SSK to be able to keep control of the main ramps. Dinks is moved by the paint shell, blinded out by the paranoia. Fatinho swings, and the Vodafone Giants, with their mid control in the pistol, have the ankles taken out, but they will get to A, and the spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
Finally down. You've just got these last few players of Na'Vi who are trying to feed themselves in. Dino gets a kill, which is nice. It's going to help them reconvene at some point as they're so spread out here. There's the engagement on ramps. Goes the way of Cloud, and they're getting ever closer to actually moving on in. But Fatinho, he doesn't want that to happen.
Last player standing.
Traded off, though. Arch able to find another, and Fatinho is low. 14 HP. They know his location. They know where he is. And the retake is good. Na'Vi come thundering back to A and reclaim what was once theirs. 1-0 to start things off.
Nice start there for Na'Vi. And I honestly, like, if I'm gonna go really deep into the analysis nice and early, John, I would say that the reason it didn't work for Giants is because they went against tradition and pushed mid.
BYB fam.
You know, like changing up their playstyle so drastically like that has just completely thrown. I don't know if they're gonna be able to mentally recover.
Okay, alright. Okay, fair enough. That's pretty dramatic there, Gio. We'll see if that mental boom can be recovered after round 1. See if that momentum can be dissuaded. But for now, looks like they are going to go a little bit back to basics. It's time for B.
First step in recovering.
Yeah, fair enough. But they have bought up into this round. They've spent a little bit of cash. Tried to dash forwards. Tried to get some presence here, but healing back on up. Getting that ult orbit in as well. Putting in the Cypher camera around the side. Meadow trying to gain some intel. And again, they have got those Spectres, so they are not terrible in these trades. Playing up close, they've got the range of those Sheriffs as well. First trade, it goes both ways, and Dino comes out on top, but Meadow shuts it down, and another found as well. 3 kills against Na'Vi. Meadow, Hoodie, and David P standing tall. Spike moving back towards Garage, though. Maybe just getting picked up and moving onto site across the wall before it fades. They will be safe for now. Cypher camera is going to get taken out. The spike gets planted.
Spike planted.
Once again, these last 2 players of Na'Vi separated, but that wasn't so much of a problem for them last time. Just having a quick check to make sure they're not being flanked. There's a turret going out as well. Using what they can just to ensure that all of these corners are accounted for, and that means that they can both hop down together. Start to encroach. There's the first kill.
Finds a second as well. 1 versus 1, and SSK able to clutch it down as well. Na'Vi 2 versus 3 on the second. Get the retake of Vodafone Giants. It felt like that was theirs, but instead they turn around and just chuck it to the wayside. It's going to be 2-0 with Vodafone Giants investing into that second round. We've seen this story before.
So far, Na'Vi are not necessarily falling into that prediction that they had on the desk about them conceding loads of space, but we're also not far enough into the game yet to have those full buys, to have the full weaponry, the full utility available that would kind of, I suppose, beef up Giants enough for them to do a kind of full force attack. So We'll have to wait a round or two for that to come through, but as it stands, Na'Vi have had a decent go at it so far.
Dino at the back of B with the judge. They try and push there, they might have another thing coming. A spread baseline of fire right now to operate from for the Vodafone Giants. You can see they've left the spike down towards mid, down towards Ramen. B side getting peeked, but Dino's there with the judge, and there's no way you get it past that. 2 kills on the trot. Lickety split, no trouble. Arch swings out on top of the wall as well and finds Ambi. There's another player there waiting, and David P able to find the kill, but at the cost of a little bit of health. Doesn't have control of the spike. Instead, sends Meadow back to try and wrest that one into their hands. 2 players alive, and versus 4. Sneak up to A, but the Killjoy util just too strong.
Yeah, and with Dinks just around the corner, that position is going to be known, and this is why you're actually seeing Cloud start to push up a little bit, because Giants have no choice but to really go this way. There's the first kill, there's the second. That's all it took for Na'Vi to put their 3rd round on the board. Looking really clean so far, to be totally honest.
Very impressive stuff coming through for Na'Vi. They're able to get these coordinated retakes when they have to. I mean, 2 of their rounds, remember, those have been retakes. And this is, I think, the first round where I think we're going to have to see a full save coming through from the Vodafone Giants, if I'm not mistaken. They invested into a rifle this round. They bought a Vandal, they bought a couple of pistols and a Spectre or 2, and now they're just down to that Sheriff buy. So they are right scraping the bottom of the barrel. Next round should be the first rifle, but Dino might be able to convert on a cheeky little judge play.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm really happy for him, because if you think back to when he was playing the judge on Ascent, he didn't ever really get to use it. Now he actually... Oh, no.
Shadows traveling.
I spoke too soon.
He's not even going to be able to squeeze off a shot there, and David P's going to pick up the spoils. Spike in his control as well. They move up mid and move straight towards the back of B Heaven. Trying to control towards Spawn. The sprays from Dinks as he spots out the player. And they are going to get swelled upon. Actually moving the spike towards Spawn. That's... Okay, David P has taken the spike, and it looks like they're going to have to commit towards A. Not too sure about that one. Cloud is going to go down. Patino can't quite hold there with the pistol. The Sheriff not quite strong enough. Meadow as well on the front of A, not having the best of times. They still left the spike in Defender Spawn. Ambi finds another though, and again they find themselves in the numbers advantage with 38 seconds.
Well, actually, the alarm bot didn't go off, and now Dinks versus Meadow here. It goes the way of Dinks. Somewhat scrappy fight over ropes there. 2 versus 2. Now Na'Vi, they've got to prove how their retake's going to be here. So far, it's starting off pretty good.
3 for Ambi on the round. Tailwind away. Dinks is low. It's dangerous already. 4 on the round. And Ambi able to get it done. A win on the cards for Vodafone Giants. And on a thrifty round as well. They only bought Sheriffs into it. And they were able to make it work with some cheeky picks. Open it up towards Dino in B Heaven. And from there, it felt unstoppable.
This SSK is sat at the bottom of the leaderboard for Na'Vi at the moment. I know we're still in the early days, but still not necessarily what you expect.
If you haven't got 10 kills by round 5, Gio doesn't even want to talk to you.
I know. I only talk to the best. But John's the exception.
Oh, nearly snuck in there with a pre-claiming the compliment. I knew you were going to do something like that. I had to try and turn it around, but no, I've been defeated, thwarted at every turn, drat.
Alright, I'm gonna overlook the fact that you said
Drat
drat.
Drat is. I said it because I was like, I'm being the villain, right? Like that's the whole thing.
That's what villains say. Yeah, I heard the Joker oftentimes went, "Oh, drat," whenever Batman defeated him.
I mean, you obviously haven't read that much Batman if you think that that's a joke.
Anyway, all of Vodafone Giants here working together to push up towards A. There's the teleport, but immediately he's going to be returning back to the rest of the team. He's going to hand over some of that information, and out comes the Gravwell as well as the Nebula to hold them back.
Just slowing it down yet again. They try and go A. Not going to work. Instead they go through sewers, and again, might be a little bit of a mid-sneak. Maybe have to go a little bit louder. They've got the Sage to worry about. Arch gets spotted out in ropes, and Hoodie able to deliver the mail. They are going to take control, but instead they swing out, go towards the vents, and drop down. A site on the cards now. Killjoy utilities there, and there's the neural theft as well. They'll know where the defense is. They can make their plan. Oh, a beautiful wall to stop Cloud from getting anything done. Finds it. Nonetheless, Abby goes down to it. It's a 2-for-2 trade. There's not a lot of time left. The spike yet to be planted. 6 seconds, and they finally are going to start that plant sequence going on through. 2 players left on the retake. No idea how neither player spotted on that first flick. David P gets the better end of it. Cloud turns the corner into the dark cover and fades away. Tries to get out with this operator. Playing around the Cosmic Divide, and we'll be able to find the kill onto David P.
I mean, yeah, nice to get an exit frag. Not going to be chasing any of the others. I was very surprised to see Cloud actually get the showstopper off there. But it was a really nice rotation that was done by Giants, to be honest. You know, the way they came back up through mid and backed off a little bit, but decided to return back to A. You know, the only thing that was really deterring them from making that push in through A heaven was an alarm bot. And when you've got your comrades by your side, you don't really need to worry about something like an alarm bot, especially if they're going to be investing the utility like the barrier orb to hold back the defenders in those necessary places. They had a lot of room that they could play with, and it was a very nice, calling done from Giants, which I assume came from our wonderful David P, as he does a lot of their IGLing. So, good job, Dave. David P. In case you don't go by Dave.
Oh no. Well, you heard it here first. Geo thinks alarm bot is just rubbish.
No!
That's what she said. I heard it. You heard it, chat. Let's get it clipped, get it shipped. Make sure no one ever forgets it. Alarm bot, not even worth it. Why even playing Killjoy, to be honest? Trying to play around this cyber cage, though, could be tricky. Cloud not able to land the shot with the operator into a field of 4 and not there. Frenzy around the side, though, as Dink swings. 2 in response, though. They open up onto the site. Ambi getting healed on up by the Sage as the spike makes its way to A. Retake potential. There is a res, but with 3 players and only pistols, it's difficult.
Look at this really big lurk that David P is going on as well, because they know that these defenders are going to be up towards screens. They're going to be up in spawn. If he can come and sandwich them from behind, especially when they've got this wall to deal with as well. I mean, this could be a very effective pincer technique here. Even if he just gets one, but he doesn't even need to. It's Hoodie who clears them all up. Vodafone Giants put their 3rd round on the board to even things out.
Fair enough. They sweep the pistols under the rug. They shrug off the solo kill. They did receive. Send it out their way. And Na'Vi, they started off strong, but Vodafone Giants answer back in kind, and they're going to be able to bring it back even. 3-3 here. But remember, the first halves, they've gone 6-6 both times so far in this series.
These 2 teams really they've flirted with this whole evening things out kind of deal. Kind of crazy how that be. Right, let's see what's going on here. So they've actually got a lot more, they being Na'Vi, have a lot more kind of manpower over to try and prevent any rotation that could be made in through vents. That is a space that Giants have taken control of quite considerably at times, but the weakness here is that they can just walk straight in onto A. There's not much to stop them. Now, eventually, Na'Vi are going to recognize this, but it's certainly not going to be before the spike actually gets planted.
Moving in, full 5. I mean, it's a retake. They're playing on retake servers, apparently. Trying to go in towards the spike, get this one done, but no. I mean, you still got to worry about David P on that flank. Coming in for the retake, though. They're going to load it up with the lockdown. Won't isolate all of the site, though. They have to be worried about that. There's the showstopper to try and speed things up, but Meadow finds 2 for Vodafone Giants. With the retake looking to try and put pressure on. Both players can sit at the back of the site, but Fadinho's holding strong. Arch trades, and Arch gets 2 as well. Breaks the trap wire. Dino goes down to Meadow in the meantime, and Arch now last standing. David P's flank finally comes to bear, and despite the lockdown, it's going to be another round going through for the Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, a bit of an oversight. you could say, by Na'Vi, and totally understand why they made the adaptation that they did, with Giants actually looking more comfortable with making those mid pushes and, you know, working together in that for the last few rounds. It makes total sense that Na'Vi would kind of shift their resources to respond to that. But the problem that they then have is that they didn't have any way of knowing what was going on in the A site until it was too late. The turret had actually been used in A heaven, where the alarm bot previously had been. So the turret couldn't have spotted them out. Though the alarm bot was up by screens, well, I mean, none of the players from Giants had to go near screens given that the push that they made. So really, they were just free to waltz in. So you can already see Na'Vi have changed where they're placing the turret. And we'll see where they, you know, use other utility of theirs.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they were trying to fall back on the lockdown, though, right? Like they were going to use that as their main tool to retake. I mean, it is a very powerful tool, but they didn't cover the entire site. They allowed 2 players just to sit there, go unpunished, and weren't able to push through and actually get that covering. And I have to give credit to Meadow on that one, I think. Playing from those ramps, brutal hold from that side of things, and wasn't in the lockdown, had some great lines of sight to cover and stop the crosses coming in. But yeah, I feel like you're right. They moved some of that utility, they changed it up a little bit, and they tried to rely on that lockdown all too much.
Real shame there for Na'Vi. Now, they are going to be weaker here because they're not buying up much, but that also means they haven't bought into all of the utility they could. Trade early, but there's the res coming in from Giants is going to help build them up. The Gravity Well's not quite going to catch out Ambi as he dashes out.
Falling back just a little bit. 1 for 1 with the res gives the advantage to the Vodafone Giants. And they invest the ult nonetheless. Arch does have the res available as well, so if they can get back mid-control, potential to bring it back into their favor. But on a strung-together buy, do you want to invest that sort of an ultimate? Trying to check those angles. Moving slow, but up towards B they go. Dino first to face. Needs to get the picks here and won't be able to get the shots. A lot of damage sent out their way as well. Turns the corner and Cloud nails the shot over to David P. Another kill, and that's the spike scene as well. Trigger the push, but Meadow's there waiting. Vigilant over on A. And now the rotate can come full on through. You've got Ambi sentineled in mid. And we'll turn the corner, take down Arch. And look at this fast rotate coming through from Vodafone Giants. Heads up, good picks from Meadow.
Yeah, it was the perfect way of enabling that rotate to be made very swiftly through, especially as the spike was on the other side of the map to the space that had been found by Giants. Now they can pretty comfortably get the spike down. There we go, finally done. And once again, if you're Na'Vi, just these 2 players remaining, you're exceptionally limited for your options, especially now that barrier orb has gone up. I mean, what do you do here? Are you going to back out? You're going to try and go in for the kills?
Meadow playing towards the back of sight, kind of trying to keep control of Heaven. They've got quite a lot of it, to be fair. Only 1 player really going for it. But Cloud already on a triple kill on the round. I mean, fair enough. He's had some impact. Dino instead just saving the Vandal he was able to snaffle away in the midst of it all. But Vodafone Giants putting themselves up to 5 at the end of this round.
Yeah, not quite as big a deal to lose the Marshal as it would have been had Dino lost the Vandal in that scenario. But again, Giants with, I mean, what I praised them for earlier, just really effective rotations. The way that they're actually providing support for the remainder of their team to do that. In this case, it was because of Ambi and his position in mid.
Turret out.
It was nice as well because, you know, they could have chosen to use utility, like a barrier orb, but instead they saved that to use later to prevent a retake being available to Na'Vi. So, just kind of good resource management, I suppose you could put it as. Na'Vi have been able to buy up here. Should actually be able to defend these sites a little bit better, as it was a bit weaker on that last round.
Just a little bit. I mean, back up to the rifles now, though. No operators going to be in play, no snipers on either side. Not going to invest into it, but again, mid-presence being felt by Vodafone Giants. And I mean, they spoke on the desk about, you know, this A or B strategy, and it seems like Vodafone Giants have changed that, right? They've taken presence in mid quite a few times now, and even on this rifle round, it's their main strategy. Move up, take control of vents.
Have Na'Vi made it difficult for them to do that, though? The answer, in my opinion, is no. Very rarely have Na'Vi had someone present in vents. There hasn't been a direct threat onto mid at really any point.
Quite. That's a pretty direct threat to the gut of Ambi. The shots land. Arch able to find the first pick. Vitinho now pushing up in main.
30 seconds.
Playing the stars. Spray downs come through, and Arch gets a second as well. Fast out with a blast pack. Dino gets one. Hoodie again, continuing to rain down. Na'Vi looking at answer back here. 20 seconds on the clock. The spike down over in B Heaven, and there's really nothing doing here for Vodafone Giants. They're trying to move through, but they're only going to be able to get a couple kills if that. Cloud finds yet another headshot in the game. And David P drops the dark cover, trying to hold on to the gun. Gets the spray at range, but it's traded off. SSK closes down the round, and Na'Vi pick up a fourth.
Well, that's great for them, given that they actually fully invested in that last round, so they're not going to be losing too much economically. Instead, can build off of that, rather than falling from an expensive buy. So it's a nice spot for them to be in, considering. And if you're Giants, you can just buy up what you need, because you do have the money for it. Now, having a look at these ultimates that are available, so, I mean, you have both of your duelists on Na'Vi have got your ultimates, and you have a res too. So if any round is you're gonna get aggressive for you, this would probably be it.
Moving on up, Ambi leads the charge with the last pack at his back as well from the teammate. Ambi with the knives out, swings. Able to land it. Get rid of that Killjoy util as well. Try and move straight on through it. And there goes the neural theft. They'll know where the defense is, and they can start to ping on through. Move on to the fights. Try and gather those rotates, and look at that. That's exactly what they'll do. David P moves in and caught with a knife out. Cloud will fall. Gonna rain on his parade as Dino tries to swing the same corner and meets the same fate. Meadow able to land those headshots. Ambi with the knives has one more, but it gets reset and lands yet another. Triple kill on the round. The right click to seal the deal. Add insult to injury. Beautiful stuff from the knives of Ambi.
I mean, Ambi just showed the hell up there, because it's not even just those last couple of kills he got. That opening kill onto SSK was directly after the Empress had been popped. So what I said at the beginning of the round about that probably being what Na'Vi would want to lean into, they thought the same thing, but they were just shut down immediately. So their plan got taken away from them, and it was all because of Ambi, and then just being able to clean up with the rest of them at the end there. A really good round from him. And taking off that, valuable ultimate, that option for Na'Vi, it stings.
Talking of options, though, that's a showstopper in the back pocket for Cloud. As well as the res, and pretty close to the Cosmic Divide. The ult tempo in favor of Na'Vi, but we're so close to the half that it might not matter. Every game so far in this series, Gio, it's been 6-6. So the data doesn't lie. We might be going for a Na'Vi round here. See if they can hold out, because it looks like A Heaven again under threat. They've moved the Killjoy. They've tried to play us somewhere else, but this time around, they're going to be caught lacking. Arch, though, sprays down Vitinho, and a big tool in that paint shell going to be denied there. Meadow trades it off. SSK is going to fall. And out comes the showstopper on the defense. Cloud trying to stymie the flow of players towards the site, but the spike already getting invested. Traded off, 1-for-1. Ambi gets another, and David P doubles up towards the spawn. And now it's just Cloud who gets taken apart. Vodafone Giants break the curse, and we're going 7 in the first half.
Last round.
It's a very interesting assault there, actually, onto the spawn through screens, because when you had those attackers who filtered out and they went back down into elbow, it kind of draws the defenders with them. So, you have Cloud going through with the showstopper, and he did get the kill onto Meadow, but they don't realize that they've still got David P behind them, and that's not the first time he's done that. We mentioned it a few rounds ago when he came up from behind to try and trap them. It actually worked this time because Hoodie wasn't there to get a 3K. So
David P, king of the ratty plays.
Yeah, that was a real pincer technique there from Giants. It totally paved off.
David P lurking again. Goodness me. Cloud pinned behind the Cloudburst. And Ambi will be able to get the best of him. Finds the first frag, the opener. Dino deadly with the judge. In these close range scenarios, Arch as well to back him up. There's the Cypher camera. Oh, they want to see an ankle. They want to see a toe. Not stepping out, not one jot, trading back and forth again. Hoodie checks the angle, but this time Dino's ready and waiting. Drops back in. There's a teammate at his back as well, 32 HP. As Meadow finds 1, 2, now lines up for the last. SSK, last standing for the defense. Na'Vi on their last legs in this round and in this half as well. It's 8-4. Vodafone Giants go strong out of the first half.
They are finally breaking tradition. Not having a 6-6 half. What is this? Unprecedented scenes.
I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah, oh, I know. It's crazy. And the thing is as well, we can't forget what this match means, what this specific map means. This is, of course, the final map of this series. Both of the maps before ended up being quite a tug of war, and whoever loses this series is out. They're not going to Berlin, definitely. So this is a big, big half for these two teams. Na'Vi, who are a relatively new team, who are looking to make their mark in the EMEA scene and hopefully internationally and beyond. And then Giants, who are this self-proclaimed gang of misfits, the underdogs of the region, who've really impressed of late.
That's pretty impressive there. SSK able to get 1, 2 as well. Traded off though as Coutinho chimes in with the paint shell and the frenzy. Lights him up, sends him back, sends him packing. Dino low on HP, Dinks as well, not really close by enough. As the spike did get spotted, will have been seen there in mid. They can just fall back. They don't want to try and wrest control. They don't want to try and keep it in their possession. They want to allow Na'Vi to run down the clock and play for these spoiler plays. David P going on his own. Why not? It's happened before, it's going to happen again.
Well, these two players from Na'Vi are sticking pretty close by together. This is the first kill from Dinks. Nice one. Want to look...
Coutinho falling back, though. With the frenzy at range, I mean, you're not going to be able to get too much done. You're really waiting for David P to go to the post-plant retake, right?
Yeah, I mean, with that spike down, you've got a little bit of utility for both of these two defending players, but just 4 HP if you're Coutinho.
1 enemy remaining.
Pretty low, though. David P from up on top will be able to find 1. Dinks shuts it down with a triple kill. 5 and 8. Na'Vi take the pistol.
Pretty important round for them to put on the board, just given that they are, of course, on the back foot at this point and need to be making up for that deficit. But again, Na'Vi winning pistols has certainly been no abnormality in this series so far. You can tell the way that they actually come in for that, you know, when they were coming into the B site, they've been pretty good at doing their due diligence when they actually try to aggress, especially if they're lacking in information. That's something that Na'Vi have done pretty well so far.
They need to continue, though, and they need to continue strong. They're at a deficit right now. 5 rounds for Vodafone Giants to try and see themselves into the next round in this lower bracket. Crucial to stay alive in the tournament, but Na'Vi hot on their heels. And starting off with the pistols, a good way to go. First time we haven't seen a force into round 2, though. Seems to have been the way it's gone most of the time, but out they go with the wall. Trying to be broken early. Cloud gets the spray down through the gap that's created. Coutinho falls. So no paint shell to be spoken of for the rest of it. David P swings, though, on the blind target. Gets 1, and Abby trades again. 3 versus 3 now as more shots echo with the Sheriffs. And once more, we go 1 for 1. But overall, Na'Vi come out on top of the trades. Hoodie now last standing. I don't think they know that he's managed to sneak his way all the way around here, covering the rest of the site, and they've got to be worried. SSK, though, covering towards the garage, is going to double cover towards the flank as well. And like it or not, he gets the kill. Triple on the round, and Na'Vi up to 6.
Yeah, I mean, difficult one at the end there, pretty much just by the nature of mathematics. If you're the guy holding the angle, you have an advantage there. It's because you're probably going to see a shoulder before the peeker sees you. Pretty tried, though. Na'Vi getting closer to evening things out. See what it is they go for here. Giants are actually have most of a real buy. Got a Spectre in there.
Whoa, okay, Cloud Wasting no time in the round going down as Patino lines them up. David P with one as well. Only SSK able to answer. In the meantime, goodness me, I think that was protection from the robot there. Gonna be good as Ambi finds SSK. Dino last to go in and will go down last as well. 9 rounds now found for the Vodafone Giants as they answer back in round number 3 of the half.
Very aggressive attempt there from Na'Vi, which almost seems uncharacteristic when you think back to the game that we had on Ascent, where everything was so... Oh, it was at a standstill the whole time, incredibly slow. Meanwhile, these engagements seem to be not quite so. Didn't work out, though, for Na'Vi. Once again, find themselves on the back foot. They've got the Empress again here, although I'd be very surprised to see them use it in this round, given that they're going for a full ego.
And this, remember Gio, this qualification spot is all the more important for both Giants and Na'Vi, because at the moment, in terms of circuit points, they're both sat on 30 right now. Minimum accrued, fair enough. If they get further, they'll get a couple more, but they need more than that if they want to be a team that's going to qualify for the Masters. So it's not only a crucial half to qualify for Berlin, but it's going to be to qualify for the Valorant that's going on in the rest of the year as well. A very, very important match.
Champions, baby. Everyone wants to be there. Now, there's a nice kill from Ambi. I was going to say Giants have put more kind of physical effort into cutting off mid, and it's just allowing them to scoop up these kills. Na'Vi having to expend more utility to push on up, hence the paint shells, but it still doesn't work for them.
Against the pistol, they're clearing it out. They're controlling the mid, and it's working for them. Na'Vi gonna have to go down and rethink their strategy. I wouldn't be too surprised to see attack pause coming out after this, I'll be honest, Gio. It feels like now's the time for Na'Vi. They want to stay alive here. 10-6 on the half, and Vodafone Giants now 3 rounds away from seeing themselves further into these lower brackets. No
So far, no tack pause, yeah.
I think they've got something.
Let's see if their suspicions are correct. I mean, what do they have? Yeah, they've still got the Empress. They're very close, of course, to the Showstopper. What we got on the other side? Blades from the shadows. Well, I guess we'll find out. You can see actually where they've placed those stars over by vents and by mail rooms. They want to try and cut off the lines of sight that can be held by those players of Giants, who did do a pretty effective job at denying mid entirely to Na'Vi. And that was something that when Na'Vi were on the defense themselves, they really struggled to do. They weren't investing utility into that space, and they very rarely had physical presence anywhere that could kind of hold crossfires or hold lines of sight to prevent Giants from taking it. So it's something that I think Na'Vi have run into here, where one of these lanes that was available to their opponent is suddenly not so much to them.
Shutting that down could be pretty crucial, right?
Yeah, it's quite hard.
I mean, you've got to forge a new path at that point. Try and figure out where you can find these openings, because for Na'Vi, I mean, their style has been slow, methodical approach, and right now the Vodafone Giants, they aren't letting that sort of thing fly. They're controlling mid. They're doing very well on that front, and they're not letting them go bull rush into these sites as well. So what do you do in these scenarios? I feel like you have to maybe play a little bit more for mid controllers. That seems to be where, on their attacking side, Vodafone Giants had a little bit more strength.
Well, I mean, it's a hard thing as well, because you have to consider the fact, and we did see it in that last round, that in order to break through mid, Na'Vi are having to use a lot more utility. So things like the paint shells, which we saw come out. And what that means is you don't have those available to you later on in the round. So once you do actually finally break in through mid, and let's say you get onto one of the sites and you can plant the spike down, as soon as that post-plant situation comes out and you want to be holding the defenders back, what have you got to do it with? So that's one of the really effective things that happens as as a direct result of this type of play from Giants, is not only do you hold the attackers back, but you force them to use all of the resources that they would need later on.
An early wall coming across the mid for Hoodie, and maybe I think Na'Vi are gonna try and put some presence there, but they're sent back. The paint shell to see them away. And this is the resources being invested, but by Vodafone Giants to just send them away from mid. And they back off with not really too much competition. And instead, they're just going to try and leave a lurk to A and go for B.
They're going to be watched.
Vision.
You see that utility still placed right there. Yeah, the camera is literally on top of them.
And the wall is straight across. They're going to try and swing early, but David P has an excellent angle for this. Not to mention the one-way cyber cage. And Na'Vi are just getting bullied around the map here. It feels like this feels like they're moving pretty scared. There's checking in with intel towards Garage as well. They know there's only one player, and they're going to try and leave the spike there. They're splitting up. They're going to try and flank towards Heaven, I believe, and move up. Late control of mid. That's what they were vying for. Falling back, getting some intel. They saw the early wall and they played it like that. An unfortunate blast pack for Cloud means that he slowed down a little bit, but Hoodie's in danger. Needs to be worried. David P around the side as Na'Vi lose a player, but two are answered back and it's traded evenly across it. Meadow goes slow and can't quite find that frag. 2 players left now standing for the Vodafone Giants, and Na'Vi, a crucial round to find. Can't quite close it just now, but the spike getting planted needs to be delayed. Will come out with the knives. Swinging is going to get planted. Goes up on high. Swings for it, but can't quite get the kill. Dino able to shut it down, and Na'Vi find a crucial round for their tournament lives.
I'll be totally honest, I was worried for a little bit there. When the satchel didn't work properly, they had a little bit of a slip up with that. You know, I got a bit concerned that maybe Giants would be able to aggress and really punish that, but that wasn't the case. They still managed to fire in the showstopper. They got a couple of really valuable kills off the back of that, and that gave them so much space on the site that they could use to flood in. So even though there was then an avenue up in Heaven that those defenders could come in from, already Na'Vi had pretty good power positions to deal with that.
Early wall again. Maybe looking to keep some util in the back pocket for B Heaven next time if this is going to be the route for Na'Vi. Look for the challenge, and Abby nails it. Beautiful start to the round for Vodafone Giants to take the game back into their control. As Cloud moves on up, tries to play aggressive. They're playing with 4, but if they move together, they can have a numbers advantage for a time. That's what they got to leverage. Moving in through vents. There's a trap wire they need to worry about higher on up. Very difficult to deal with this one. If you go up fast, you just get caught by it.
Shadows traveling.
I had the spike. Dark cover, and once again, we're seeing this classic David P. lurk, although actually he's going to be potentially going back, and I wonder if that's partly because, you know, you can see where Cloud is right now.
You should run.
And there's a lot of openness over towards A, but all right, the lockdown's going to be put down over in Garage. It's not going to stop David P from getting it from behind. He can't quite shut down the lockdown, though.
Not quite, and that's going to allow the B Heaven push to come through from the Spike carrier. The Raze and the Sage, but it's going to get spotted out in the crossfire. Spike now in control of the defense. 2 players left standing and only 1 for Na'Vi. 14 seconds on the clock. It's a tall order, and there comes the showstopper to put an end to proceedings. Na'Vi go down, and Vodafone Giants 11-7. They take the game back to their tempo. So close now to knocking Na'Vi out.
Oh my god, this is where it actually starts to feel real. Na'Vi are on the precipice of having their Berlin dreams ended right here. Giants, they're so close. I mean, you look at Na'Vi, you look at what they're choosing to bring here. I mean, you know, we've got not a very substantial buy. They have to be careful with where they're spending their money.
I mean, it's kind of now or never. They have a couple of people who can buy rifles, a Spectre as well, and what can they do here? What are they going to try and get done? Taking mid control, it worked for them once. They weren't able to get the post plant for the second time around after Vodafone Giants regrouped. I know you got a res to face off into. There's the Cosmic Divide at your back, but you really need the guns in this round. The ults might come online in a round or maybe 2 if you're lucky. It's going to be hard. David P up to face, goes for the spray, and at range, Arch goes down, gets away, 36 HP, but the damage is done. Arch no longer in proceedings.
Things is going to have to be careful as well, because if he pushes up too much here, then Ambi holding the operator is going to be a problem. Meanwhile, SSK trying to look around into Mel. There's that shot from Ambi that I was worried about. Defenders have really firm control here of both sites. They have to invest the Cosmic Divide, the attackers, to try and hold back some scrap of defense that they can. And even though they get one kill, there's another for SSK, but they keep being traded.
Coutinho just answering from heaven, trying to play around this Cosmic Divide as well. Finally swings out, Cloud gets it. Ambi with the operator against Cloud, the last standing for Na'Vi. They're down and out in terms of money. They're going to be destitute after this one. Ambi around the corner, turns out the pistol, and Ambi wins the duel. It's 12-7 for Vodafone Giants, and they are on the precipice here. Over on split, on match point to knock Na'Vi out.
It has been a long series so far. This has been a long road to try and figure out who it is that's going to be going forward, and it could be answered in this next round. Na'Vi, the pressure is so much on their shoulders. But I can't help but feel things are working against them. They can't even afford a full buy. They have no ultimates. They're going up against an op. They're going up against rifles. They're going up against a res.
As soon as one of them goes down as well, if Meadow's anywhere nearby, they can get the beat on it. A little bit less impactful on the attack than it is on the defense, but still, so you need to be worried about. Control of the mid continuing to be taken here. Na'Vi don't want to give anything over. A site now on the menu. Ambi held it down last time. When the chips are down, will he be able to do it again? Long range operator covering the cross. And what do you have? You have the Lear to try and guard it. You have the Star as well. Not really going to be able to do too much. Off goes the blast pack and will send the rays over the top now. The blind comes through. The sprays are there, trying to control the opening. Cloud nails the headshot, but Vitinho starts to spray into the paint shell. Blast pack to stay alive, and it's 1-for-1 so far on a shoddy buy. That's good news for Na'Vi. They're able to bring things back a little bit, but what more can they do? Ambi needs to hit the shot, and he does. Sprays are good, though, for Na'Vi. 2 kills go down, and they start to get the plant in. 2 ultimates are available. The res for Hoodie as well, and they will invest it here. Bring back David P. Bring back the Rat King himself and see what he can rise from underneath. They will start to move on through, control all of the players towards the back of site, corral them in. As a slow can come on through. Now for the retake phase. They pick up a Spectre. They look for the drop. There's not a lot of time, Geo. In comes the showstopper as Na'Vi try and hold on to it. They want to peek out towards screens, slow things down just a little bit, but it's not going to find the damage. Hoodie gets 1. They mount up for more, but the rest is invested as well as Cloud gets the spray. Finds 4 on the round. It could be an ace to close this down, but Meadow going to be the last to face, and there's no time left in the day. Out wide, it's Dino, and he's looking for more. Will fall down to the spike, but it's not going to matter. Na'Vi stay alive in the 11th hour.
Oh my god, I feel like I held my breath for that entire round. Good lord. Res being used on both sides. The showstopper invested from Na'Vi. Oh, I mean, ultimately, really time won. The clock really won in that round. And that was so nerve-wracking as well because Na'Vi, they didn't have anything to prevent any kind of defensive push coming in from screens. That was just so scary. Ambi straight up taken out. First blood in this round. That's a big loss as well.
Vodafone Giants cannot let this stumble get to them. They need to keep it together here. Stay strong, stay vigilant, because it's picks like that that will lose you games. And with Ambi going down, that's not the best start. Didn't have the knives online. But Vitinho picks up the operator. They can trade the gun back potentially over towards Hoodie, but it's so far away. David P continuing to rotate through the map, but it's slow.
Again, I guess Na'Vi are going for this very similar approach. Vitinho narrowly misses that shot. He's going to change his position.
Spike down A.
Oh
my
huge,
God.
Vitinho. finds two. SSK swings to get the trade, and the spike will go down, but the job has been done. Two players fall, and it's even Stevens. No res is available. They were both used last time. David P has got the ult. Can try and gather some intel on positions. They might try and move as a wrecking ball. They move down the ramps. Two players trying to swing. Only a sheriff in the hands of Hoodie. Cloud playing close, gets spotted and a headshot lands. Beautiful start for Vodafone Giants, and they leave them with one. Dino goes down, and it's Meadow to close it out. It's Na'Vi taking a tumble, and the Vodafone Giants come back for the retake. It's the game, it's the match, and it's Na'Vi getting eliminated. Vodafone Giants stay alive in the lower bracket here at the VCT.
Na'Vi fought tenaciously, but at the end, it just was not enough. And in a series that felt like it seemed to last forever, finally we get our answer as to who is going forward here in the lower bracket. It's going to be Vodafone Giants. It's going to be that continued redemption arc for David P. It's going to be this gang of misfits who are proving what they're worth on this international stage here as they play in the EMEA playoffs. Na'Vi, I mean, honestly, for a team that is only just started being represented by a tier 1 org, I have to say they've had a fantastic run so far, but they just couldn't pull it out at the end.
Absolutely. They need to be proud of themselves, to hold their heads up high on that one. It was phenomenal. Phenomenally strong there coming through from this team, and a great performance. I mean, you take a look at what they were able to do on map 2. Great. Over and over again, proving their mettle. But unfortunately, when it came to split, they just weren't up to the task of that attacking side. Vodafone Giants, it seemed like they may have figured something out about that map, have tried to regen their confidence there, and it actually did work out pretty well. And one of those players for Vodafone Giants is going to be our Pay Safe Card Player of the Match. That's right, you need to head over to Twitter and take your vote. Your choices are going to be Meadow, Vitinho, and David P. We're going to be taking a look at just who that is over on the desk when we talk about that later. But Gio, I've asked you so many times before, who is your vote?
I mean, I feel like I can't pick anyone who isn't David P, just because, even though, you know, we actually spoke about him quite a bit in that last map because of specific plays he was doing, but there were a lot of times where we could recognize certain calls that were being made by Vodafone Giants, and knowing that he's the epicenter of a lot of that, and that he's so much of the brains behind what's going on within this team. A great support player as well, so that's who it has to be for me.
Fair enough. I think that's a very good read, but I'm a Cypher main, and Cypher mains stick together, so Meadow all the way. Of course, I'm a big fan. Meadow, give me some pointers. I'll hit you up on Twitter later. But we're going to be headed over to a break. We'll come back with the Analyst Desk. That's going to be it from me and Gio. We'll see you guys later. Get some water, stay hydrated. We'll see you in a few.
The Vodafone Giants, they emerge on the other side of this series. Yeah, they're bloody, they're battered, they're bruised, but they're certainly looking better than the other guys, the saying goes, right? For Na'Vi, their journey here has drawn to an end. And now, you know, to the victor, the spoils. We get to sit back and actually talk one-on-one with the Giants guys. We got David P on the line, so let's get him up on the screen here. Let's pull him in. David, how's it going? How are you feeling? You must be pretty happy after this victory.
Yeah, of course, happy because it was a tough match, to be honest. Losing all pistols was really hard, to be honest. They gave us a hard fight, and yeah, proud to be winning this game. Proud to be winning and looking forward to be playing Guild in 3 days.
So David, we are going to get on to the real hard-hitting questions, but talk to me about this background that you got going on behind you here. It's quite the setup.
Yeah, I don't know. I love a lot of movies, a lot of series, so yeah.
Right. Zescht, you got anything for the guy?
Yeah, I would be very interested into something, David, because you have absolutely voluntarily tried to play Breeze in this, right? And it didn't go that well. Specifically, it seemed like the A-side defense was sometimes lacking options. What was the thought process behind the Breeze pick? Was it more an adaptation to Na'Vi or your own choice that you actually feel comfortable on the map?
We feel comfortable, but we just need to talk about few things that we need to fix. It's a new map, right? And we are a new roster. We didn't have time to work on every map, so obviously we cannot be ready on 6 maps already. So we just need to work and review the game and just fix few things, and I believe we will be really good on this map.
All right, well, I'll have a question as well. Typically something that I ask almost everyone from the IGLs who are showing up here, because I'm always interested to hear, did you do any specific preparations coming against Natus Vincere here? Did you take a look at the play style? Did you have any counter strats? How did that look from your side?
Yeah. I personally rewatched their game on Split. So I had few anti-strats against them. I knew when they for example, Killjoy ult, they will be playing in a certain way. So it was a free round for us. They played exactly like I saw on the VOD. And yeah, I watch every maps against them because I want to be ready for every opponent and see the play style, see how they play. So we're ready to adapt in the game. And of course, Pipson did it as well. So he briefed us and yeah.
Right.
We do it against every opponent.
I have just a quick follow-up then. Did you feel comfortable playing against the slow default setup that they typically do? Was there anything that you wanted to do to counter that default positioning when they attack?
Every maps you mean, or Split?
Yeah, they typically very slow attack very slowly, right? And set up a default position.
I feel like on Ascent, yeah, it was a bit rough, but on Split we are really I feel like we are one of the best team in Europe on Split, to be honest. We are crushing everyone on this map. We know how to play. We know we have a really good feeling on the map. We know how to play against slow, executes. We have everything. We are adapting. So yeah, it doesn't matter how we play. We just adapt, and I feel like we have a good communication and we have a good chemistry. So
all right,
yeah.
Thank you.
Right, so final question then, and then we can get you out of here, David P. I'm just curious, you're facing Guild next, still down in this lower bracket, still fighting with your backs against the wall. When does the prep get started? When does the hard work begin? And what are your thoughts ahead of that matchup?
We're gonna chill a little bit because it was a exhausting match, to be honest. And then we will have 2 days, I believe, to just work, see how they play, and just fix our mistakes. And yeah, we will give everything till the end to qualify to Berlin, to be honest. We really want the qualification, and we believe that we deserve it, so we're going to fight.
All right, well, best of luck, man. Thank you so much for coming on here, and it's been a pleasure. Take care.
Thank you.
Sweet, so that was David P. from Giants, the victors here. Na'Vi's journey drawn to a close. Stick around, because we'll be back in just a moment, right? We still have a whole series to break down. We've still got some things to tee up, some housekeeping to attend to. Don't go anywhere. promised you we'd be back, and I always keep my promises. Vodafone Giants, they take down Na'Vi in this series 2-1. It all culminates on Split, and it was a rip-roaring affair. Giants, they come out on top. They look good throughout, and you know, they really started to exert some dominance there when we get onto this third and final map. I'm kind of happy they close it in the fashion that they do, right? They really rise to the occasion and show that, yeah, it's them who wanted this victory, right, Lothar?
Well, for sure, and I feel like they exposed a little bit Na'Vi in a split. Like they said, they were well prepared. David P mentioned that they knew how Na'Vi will play, the way they're gonna do the executes, so they had a counter for that. And also like the fact that they were actually more effective on attack than Na'Vi would have been prepared for, right? Because I feel like for Na'Vi, it's a big issue if they do not perform on defense.
Yeah, look, so we got some of these highlights rolling through in the background. I think, you know, there were some good talking points here, right? We had that little switch up as well between Fatinho and Ambi, right? Swapping the Raze and Jet around. That felt like it gave Fatinho a bit of a second wind. You know, he'd been playing Jet in both the previous maps. He'd had a bit of a struggle. Maybe it's this little push, you know, little change that helped reignite him, because he proved to be a very, very key player here on this third and final map of Split.
And the fact is that he actually did had a lot of defensive operator kills on his Raze, and he was playing confidently like he would have been still playing the Jet. So it didn't really change his playstyle. I feel like he just needed to hit the stride, and he actually had on the defense, if I'm not mistaken, 5 defensive kills on operators in like span of 3 rounds or something, which was definitely one of the crucial parts of the success for Giants here on Split.
Yeah, it was just great as well to get to see Giants with like a Jet that was really looking good, right? Ambi, I think, rose to the occasion quite well in that little switch up, and yeah, man, the Vodafone Giants, they do come out ahead. For Na'Vi, I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I don't think they can be too disappointed with this, right? They still did well. It's just it's a shame that it falls apart in the fashion that it does. If you're a Na'Vi fan, I maybe would have rather a bit of a closer scoreline here. Zescht, one player that we were pretty impressed with here was Mr. David P, the guy we just had on for an interview.
Exactly. Mr. Prince himself is obviously one of the guys you want to highlight, because I think if one man really got popularity due to lurking, it is David P. And you might sound, man, this guy's showing us a damn boring round. You will see that David P once more has made it possible to get around the entirety of A to come up at the end of B. And David was doing a smart move here, because it's the attacker's killjoy that he unfortunately doesn't take down. Could have hypothetically done it, is missing a few shots there in the end, but you get the idea, you get the move. Still gets a kill, still is causing a bit of trouble for the side of Na'Vi, and at the end of the day, this is also working out. Though, you know, it got a little iffy here and there, you gotta say, it got a little close. It doesn't change the matter of fact that the impact of this Lurks has been quite good. At the same time, Lothar said it. He was absolutely right. The thing is, when you have such a defaulty team like Na'Vi, when you're waiting so long to have opponents do mistakes and run basically into you, you have to raise the question, how can David get away with this so often?
On Ascent and on Split, right? Both 2 maps that they lost were affected by David P so much with his lurks. Like, I do have questions about the defaulty setups, because the main reason why you play default in every single game is like, okay, we're gonna punish the people that push into our crosshairs because we are prepared for them, they are not prepared for us, right? And Hoodie actually looked way less through mid than he typically does. That's what I have seen. But David kept doing the same stuff over and over and punishing Na'Vi overall. He had 12 first bloods over the course of the 3 maps, which is nuts. It was the most impactful players when it comes to first bloods for his team. But also, the thing is, on Split, it was Giants who were playing on a deficit on the first bloods. Na'Vi actually had more first bloods. It was just by 1, but it's still like a, you know, if you have an advantage in most of the rounds and you can't carve your way into a win, that your round conversion is pretty low then. And that's a very big issue if you cannot play on an advantage.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't win 5v4, when can you win, right? I guess is how it starts to feel. On top of that as well, I think like the fact that David P is the guy at the helm of this squad, right? The guy calling the shots. When he's hitting those timings on the lurks and he's exposing those holes in the default setup, it must feel so good, right? That is like a very raw response that just shows like, This guy's got the read on the game, right? He is exposing these gaps in the setup.
Although there were a few lurks that made me laugh. You know?
Yeah.
On Ascent, in Pistol Round, I was like, ooh, you're pretty far away.
It's always going to be the case, right? Like, whenever you are like this kind of heavy lurk style, like, you either look like a genius or like a madman who's like losing.
Yeah, they're very
and that's
close
the
to each
thing,
other.
right? So the reason why we're talking about David P so damn much is because he is our pay safe card player of the match here. Everyone fell in love with this guy. We fell in love with his lurk, and we fell in love with the gameplay, the
that leader,
leadership.
David?
And look at this, right? It's more just shooting them in the back. Yeah, all right, it's not the cleanest one you've ever seen, but he still gets the double. And that's the thing, man. When you're hitting timings like this guy is, you don't need the crispest aim, mate. They're not even looking at you. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's easy.
I've never tried it. You gotta ask the NA friends. But right, I really gotta say here about all of those things we just mentioned, everything that was so good for the side of those guys from Giants, I still think they were beatable. I genuinely think they were beatable. Na'Vi could have stood a chance at this. It's not like Liquid versus Oxygen where you can already pack your bags after the first 7 rounds, right? Totally not the same thing. Because there was also so often the occurrence of Na'Vi having a big issue winning buy rounds. They had a good chunk of those, and still they couldn't capitalize on those. Somehow they were always at least outclassed or even sometimes overrun by forces from the Vodafone Giants side.
Well, let's start putting a bow on this then. Lothar, do you have any like closing thoughts? Maybe positive things for Na'Vi to take away from this, as well as like hyping up the Giant squad?
I don't think there's anything more remarkable than winning every single pistol round in a best of 3. Like,
That's
if you
decent.
can do that, I feel like you are setting up yourself for success. Like, pistol round, in my eyes, is the most important part of the game. So if you're doing that well, that means you're on a, let's say, a good path to success in the later stages of the game. Now we just have to fix the problems that are coming after it. But since you have pistol rounds nailed, that's fantastic.
Yeah, well, you know, that's us putting a bow on this matchup. Then let's start looking to the future. Let's bring up the bracket, because we know that Na'Vi are now gone. Their journey has been brought to a close. We start to set up these games tomorrow. We're looking at Ascend taking on Gambit, and then SMB versus G2.
Dude, what? I mean, those are some nuts matches.
Yeah, man.
Ascend versus Gambit, I know what I'm watching.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, right, these are like two of the teams to keep an eye on. So tomorrow's game is going to be stacked. You can also see down there in the lower bracket what's been going on, right? Things really starting to heat up as it's all coming to a head. So we've already said, you know, Gambit Ascend probably the matchup to keep an eye on, right? We got the schedule on screen now, but can you try get me hyped for SMB G2, Zescht? It's quite the challenge when you look at the other matchup.
Why in God's name would I not be hyped for SMB versus G2? I mean, honestly, at that point in time, I think Supermassive Blaze, where we all came in with those question marks regarding the Turkish scene, fighting against the European one, we knew how this one ended back in the day, things turned around. The Turkish scene stepped up massively, and I definitely believe that Supermassive Blaze stand a solid chance, but never ever start to underestimate G2. They got the firepower of Kellogg's, the brain of Coldamenta, and the great support of Mixwell.
Well, we can start casting our minds forward, right, and looking to the future. We've covered the schedule, but for anyone still wanting to consume more Valorant, I've got some good news for you, right? This evening, there is a banger matchup going on in the NA playoffs for challenges. Of course, it's the grand final over there. Lothar, man, you want to talk me through who and what is happening and why this is such a big deal?
You're setting me up to be on the competitive Reddit
for the second time in one day. I got you, man. I got you.
I mean, I'm pretty hyped to watch Sentinels play against 100 Thieves because, as I said it earlier in the broadcast, I do feel like those two teams are spearheading right now the meta game over the North American continent, but also I feel like EU is behind that meta game. Like when I was watching yesterday, the split from 100 Thieves, with the Viper being played very well, with the KO being implemented into their strategy, the executes being timed correctly, and then you have Sentinels who are, well, the best team currently in the world, right? They don't do anything flashy when it comes to executes, but they do play, I think, the best fundamental game so far in Valorant that we have ever seen. They play so well with each other. It's actually insane. Tens, I don't know how is that possible because he was always a beast, but he's actually better. Like he takes less risks. I feel he was sometimes punished, you know, by his cockiness when it comes to like taking aim duels, and now he's more in line with how Sentinels play as a team, and suddenly he became even better when he has those other teammates behind him.
Dude, it is such a sick matchup, right? And it's almost like a battle for the throne of NA, which, with it being such a prestigious region, man, I mean, ooh, it's all on the line. I wasn't going to do this, but seeing as we do have the time for it, like, what predictions would you guys give me for that matchup in the future? Who do you think? Sentinels still on top, or 100 Thieves out for some blood?
I would definitely say that the Sentinels sent their regards at that point, right?
Yeah.
And 100 Thieves, obviously, you know, having when you just take a look at the names, that the better ones on the table, if we talk for the entire history, but we've seen history doesn't matter. Your knowledge from past games doesn't matter. And Sentinels being the best team in the world, very much for a good reason, because fundamentals, we've seen this so often in the EMEA region, they're the key to success, and they are really good with that.
Or are you,
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels are just so far ahead of the game so far. It's like they're probably gonna win this.
Yeah, but that's why it's such a sick matchup, right? It's seeing have 100 Thieves put in that effort, been on the grind to take a victory there. We can start to wrap this up, though. We do have one other thing I want to talk about, and that is that tomorrow we have a very special guest. I'm just going to drop a little hint. I'm not going to give you much to go off of here, but I'll tell you this, right? Biggest heart, biggest brain in all of the EUC, and that's how I'm going to look at this guy. So there's your hint. You can try work out who it is, but you'll know tomorrow. So that's all from us for today. That's us signing off. We're all said and done, but don't worry, there's still more Valorant to come on the NA stream. That's twitch.tv/Valorant. We'll see you soon.
It's calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game. Make me wonder, can get away. I know your type, I know just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right. and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know your type, I know just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me.